Hi, folks. Hi, beautiful people. Let me take these off. Hi, beautiful people. I'm Willie Tate. I'm owner of Your Life Now. We specialize in mind and body development. So today, I want to talk to you about a simple yet radical idea, and that's living your best life now. Not someday when the stars align, not after you've saved enough money, not once you've conquered that fear that you haven't even named yet. Right now, this moment, because life doesn't come with a warranty or an owner's manual. All we ever have is now. And the present time is all we truly own. So let me start with this truth. You've probably seen seen before or heard, but maybe you've forgotten. Happiness isn't a trophy you win at the end of a race. It's a set of choices you make along the way. It's how you begin your day, it's how you treat the people you meet, and how you respond when things don't go as planned. Living your best life now isn't about chasing perfection. It's about making progress in the direction that matters most to you today, this week, and this month. All right. So let me offer three guiding ideas, each with a practical step you can take this week to improve on your life. The first thing I want to talk about is clarity. Clarity is not a compass, it is a compass. Clarity is a compass, is not a destination. We drift when we don't know where we're headed. Your best life starts with a clear sense of what matters most to you. What are your values, your priorities, and a purpose you can feel in your heart? That's where we want to start right now. So let's take a moment and I want you to ask yourself, what do I value most? Is it health, family, creativity, service, learning, security, joy, happiness? Name just a few that you hold dear. All right, just think about that. And I want to ask you, if you woke up tomorrow with a life fully aligned with those values, your priorities, what would you be doing differently? Think about that. What would you be doing differently? Now, once you decide that, I want you to distill that into a one sentence mission statement for your life. It doesn't have to be poetic. It needs only to be truthful and actionable. For example, one of mine is I will cultivate health, nurture meaningful relationships, and grow through daily learning so I can contribute generously to my community. Okay? Something simple, something believable and actionable. That's all right. Your mission statement acts as a compass in the chaos, in the midst of chaos. Keep it visible. Put it on a sticky note. Put it on your fridge, wallpaper on your phone, or a simple line in your journal. Refer to it before you say yes to anything that isn't aligned with your goals, and before you say no to something that would move you toward a better you. Okay? So you got to be careful of both of those. Second, I want you to start small. Small, consistent wins reshape your life more than a grand gesture. We're moving between days, not mountains. The secret to living your best life now is not a dramatic overhaul, but a handful of tiny, repeatable actions that accumulate into something more meaningful. Okay? So, what I want you to do is choose 2 to 3 daily or weekly habits that align with your values. Okay? So, it's up to you. It can be daily, it could be weekly. They should be incredibly simple to start and hard to abandon. So, for example, if health matters to you, perhaps a 10-minute walk after lunch and a consistent bedtime routine could be your goal. If relationships matter, a 5-minute check-in call or text with someone you care about each day, a weekly one-on-one with a friend or a family member could work. If growth matters, 15 minutes of learning, reading a book, or I don't know, watching something on YouTube, something positive, or a quick journaling practice, reflecting on what you learned that day. The key is consistency. In the beginning, aim for good enough consistently. You'll be surprised how quickly small choices compound. A few weeks later, you'll notice you aren't the same person who started. Okay? Third, courage is not the absence of fear. It's choosing your values in the face of fear. Living your best life now means leaning into the thing that scares you a little. Anytime you're living inside your comfort zone, you're not living. You're living once you step outside your comfort zone, that is true living. So, choosing to Um, living your best life means leaning into the things that scare you a little bit, maybe a lot, and choosing to act anyway because your values matter more than your comfort. Courage isn't dramatic, it's practical. It's sending that honest message that you've been avoiding, scheduling that long dream project, admitting you need help, or starting that business, hobby, or relationship you've been fantasizing about. That's what courage is all about. A practical way to practice courage is to run micro tests. Instead of committing to a lifelong shift, try something for 7 days. Tell someone you're trying something new and document what happens. And be careful who you tell things to, right? Make sure that's positive minded individual who will support you in your efforts, okay? Now, do the thing you fear, but in a controlled, low stake way. Evaluate what you've learned and decide on the next small step. This is how you turn fear into fuel, doubt into data, and dreams into daily actions. Okay, I'll give you a few stories, a few examples. Um, I like stories because people tend to remember them more so, okay? So let's try this. A single parent decided that mornings would be about health and connections. So they started with a 10-minute stretch and a 5-minute chat with one of their children before school. The day didn't become perfect, but those moments became a thread for stability and warmth that touched the entire family. I'll give you one more. A retiree who believed that life should still pack a punch decided to enroll in a beginner's drawing class. Not every sketch was masterful, but the daily practice sparked creativity, expanded a social network, and reminded them they could still learn something new. Okay, those are simple things and simple little things, but it made a difference in their lives, and it can make a difference in yours. You don't need to wait for a miracle to begin living your best life now. All you need is a simple framework, a handful of steady habits, and a willingness to act in line with your values. Starting today, you can do that, okay? You don't have to wait till a perfect time. Remember, believe me, now is the best time. So, what can you do starting this week to tilt your life towards your best self. All right, so I'm going to repeat a little bit, right? Just to emphasize. Clarify your compass. Write a one sentence mission statement and list your top three values. Put them where you can see them daily. Second, pick two or three micro habits, tiny, doable actions that align with your values, that align with your priorities. Okay, practice them consistently for 21 days, then reassess, see where you are. Next thing, schedule courage. Choose one fear to face and plan a small, safe test to prove you can navigate it. For me, heights used to be a fear for me, and I started something like at Six Flags Over Georgia. I rode um, the chair across the park. That was scary. And my next step is to do some zip lining. So do something small, something that you can navigate. Build confidence. Schedule one meaningful. If you want to build connection, schedule one meaningful interaction this week. Listen more than you speak. Hear what someone close to you needs, and respond with care. Celebrate progress. At the end of each week, note one win, no matter how small, and thank yourself for showing up. Okay? I want to leave you with this thought. Your best life isn't a distant, perfect version of you. It's the version you become when you choose to live life with intention. It's the version you become when you choose to live life with intentions. Care deeply for others and keep learning, even when it's uncomfortable. It's the life that unfolds not from the absence of fear, but from moving forward in spite of it. Let this day be a doorway to your new self. Behind you are excuses. Behind you are doubts. Behind you are scripts you've outgrown. Ahead lies a life you can design with your hands, your heart, and your daily choices. So let us step through that doorway with purpose. Let us commit to small, steady acts of courage and kindness. Let us live in a way that when the year comes to an end and the new year arrives, we can look back and say with a quiet confidence that we did not merely exist, we lived, we learned, we contributed, we grew, and we began again, because living your best life now is not a destination. It's a continuous practice of showing up as the person you want to be. With that said, let me thank you. May you find clarity in your compass, strength in your routines, and courage in your destinations. Here's to you living your best life now. Have a wonderful, wonderful day. Thank you.
Did you know that wealthy families have been using life insurance as a wealth building tool for generations? And most of us were never taught about it? What if I told you your life insurance could do more than just fund funerals or cover funerals? What if it could fund your dreams? Why are wealthy families using life insurance to build empires while most of us just use it for emergencies? Are you unknowingly leaving thousands or even millions of dollars on the table by not understanding this one financial tool? Well, my name is Saran Baker, and we're going to get into that conversation today to find out, are you leaving money on the table because you're not using life insurance the smart way? So what I do is I work with women and businesses to create the life that they want to live with their finances by showing them how to get out of debt, how to use life insurance the unconventional way. I'm also the founder of the Unblocking Your Path to Wealth Academy and the Get Out of Debt Bootcamp. I'm super passionate about empowering women to go from what I call chaos to calm. Chaos being can't handle any obstacle sent, and calm being control and cash flow control, abundance and assets, legacy and leverage, mindset and money mastery. Why? So that women can enjoy the softer side of life and build wealth on their own terms. So this isn't about selling policies. It's about reclaiming a tool that was designed to protect, grow, and be passed on as wealth to our family members. So let's get into it. I told you a little bit about me. I'm the owner and operator of STB Financial Services. But here's the thing, the real problem, the money left on the table is the problem. Here we have so many misconceptions. Most people think life insurance is just for burial costs and emergencies, but that's a missed opportunity because they don't have any cash value growth. There's no strategic use of the riders. There's no integration with your asset planning. And the reality is many of us miss this. I was almost one of those people because there was a time when I was offered the opportunity to get cash value life insurance in my 20s. And luckily, I did get something. I got probably the lowest amount that I could afford. But it wasn't until I fast forward into my 40s when I found myself in a situation where I was unemployed due to no fault of my own. I had been a part of a major rift at an organization. And guess what? It took me much longer than I expected to be reemployed. Well, by the time I was reemployed, I was out of money. And when I called the insurance company to cancel my policy, albeit because they had taken the premium out, they said, ma'am, you have cash value available. We can send this to you under your own terms. You pay it back when you get ready. And that was just one way I was able to take advantage of it early on, not even knowing the power of it, because the person who had got me into set me up with a policy was just saying, hey, you just bought your first house. I was 26. And she said, you need to have life insurance just in case something happens to you to pay off the house so that everyone will be able to keep the house. And so I did. I got just enough. But that just enough turned into a blessing for me 15, 20 years later when I didn't realize that I needed it. So it's important for us to start to really think about it in a way that makes sense. So let me talk to you about what I like to talk to women about is the transition from going from what I call chaos, survival mode to calm, getting on the path to security, the path to where you can be solvent and on your own. And I use chaos as the acronym can't handle any obstacle sent because why? When we have chaos in our money, when we don't have a plan for our money and there is no direction for it, money is moving around like chaos. I often say money is like energy, but energy needs to be focused for it to be powerful. And it's the same goes for our money. When we focus our money, it's powerful and it can be used as a tool to do the things we want it to do. But when it's unfocused, it is just pure chaos and it dissipates and it goes wherever, whenever, and you have no control. Don't believe me? Think about that last bonus or that tax refund you may have gotten or the raise you got and you had no plan for it and it just mysteriously disappeared into your account because guess what? You didn't have a plan for it. You didn't direct the money. So it just did what it wanted to do. It dissipated. So I want you to think about this. What would chaos stand for you in your finances? What would represent a challenge that you didn't feel like you could overcome with your finances that you would need to look at doing something with, right? I want you to think about that and write that down for yourself because it's important to know where you don't want to be with your finances, just as well as it's important to where you want to be. Now, I also want you to take that same idea and think about what would represent calm in your finances. What brings you calm and what makes you feel as if, hey, everything is under control. Now, my description of calm is a little bit different than others because I use it as my calm wealth quadrant, which we'll get into next. But knowing what creates calm, clarity, and peace in your finances is just as important as knowing what you don't want in your finances. So, what I like to introduce you to is my Calm Wealth Quadrant. And in the Calm Wealth Quadrant, each letter stands for an area in your finances where you can get control and be able to set yourself up for the future and for generations to come. The C is for corporate income or W-2, right? And in that corporate income, and there's cash flow control where you're going to really find out how to move your money and how to get it in sync, right? Through budgets, blueprints, spend plans, really getting a hold of it. The A is for asset accumulation or abundance creation, because we all have to get into a place of an abundance mindset. And the first thing we have to do is recognize what abundance already exists in our lives, right? And for assets, we really have to put assets first. We think differently than the rich. The rich put assets before paying bills, and we have to get into the mindset and the mind frame of learning how to do it. The L is leveraged income, life insurance, leveraging loans, right? The L is going to get us a lot of different things. And today we're going to dig down into the L when we start talking about life insurance. But that's one of the things. But in the L, it overlaps with the assets because when you have assets, you also need to have an estate plan or an exit strategy. You really need to know where you're going. And then the M is for multiple streams of income and money and mindset mastery, because the money doesn't matter as much as the mindset, because the mindset will draw the money to you. Let me say it again. The money doesn't matter as much as your mindset does, because the right mindset will draw the right money to you. So it's important for us to get into understanding that, learning to diversify, learning what the difference between active and passive income streams are, and really looking at growing your net worth and growth. And underlying all of this, we talked about the mindset in the end, but the mindset is the key to all of this. So let's get into the L a little bit. Leveraging life insurance, leveraging loans, and growing your wealth using life insurance. So before we get into that, let's talk about this one thing. Most people don't even understand how money works. One of the things I like to always introduce when I'm talking about leveraging life insurance is really just understanding the basics of money. Money works on what they call the rule of 72. The rule of 72 was a formula that was come up with by the Social Security Administration, where they talk about how long it takes the population to double. But banks and financial institutions use that rule of 72 to determine how long it will take your money to double, right? And it's a super simple formula. The formula is basically you take the number 72 and divide it by whatever your current interest rate is. And the answer to that equation is going to tell you how long it will take your money to double. And we should know how long it takes our money to double, right? Yeah, I agree. Because we need to know this, because if we don't know how long it takes our money to double, then we will continue to work and not understand what it is that is important to do with our money. Now, let me show you some examples of how that money doubles based on the interest rates using the rule of 72. So this is a basic example. A woman aged 40 years old takes $1,000. She invested. She does it 3 different ways. She takes $1,000 and she puts it in her credit union account, CDs, her bank savings account, whatever account that she has where she just does basic savings. She puts $1,000 there. And you see, you take the 72, you divide it by 1, it's going to take 72 years for that $1,000 to double based on the interest rate without her doing anything else to that money, right? Now, I don't know about you, but I don't have 72 years to wait for my money to double. And here's the reality. The typical bank's interest rates are not even 1%. There's a few high yield savings account banks that will give you a higher rate, but most are not even 1%. So let's go to the next example. The the stock market, you're going to get around 18%. And that's a conservative number depending on what you're doing in the market. Are you trading options? Are you buying and holding, what are you day trading, how are you moving in the market will depend on what your return on investment is and your interest rate. But for the sake of this example, I used a steady interest rate of 18%. So let's just say you're doing pretty good and you get a average of about 18% return on your investments in the stock market. So you get 72 divided by 18 and you get 4 years. Well, it'll take 4 years for that same $1,000 to double without you doing anything else. That sounds a lot more doable, right? But here's the catch. With the stock market, you can gain money, but you can also lose money. And so it's important to understand that. I run into a lot of clients who don't have the propensity to lose money, especially if it means they will lose their original investment. I have one client say, hey, I'm willing to lose money as long as it's not my original investment. They want their original investment protected. And that's not the case in the stock market because that money can go away just as well as the gains that you have made in the stock market. Now, the other option is what we call the equity index. The equity index is going to be around between 6 and 12%. And so in this example, I have 72 divided by 12%. And so that means you're going to get 6 years for your money to double. That is doable too. But the cool thing about equity index is when you use an equity index account, and that is account that's usually around the interest rate you can get in some of the cash value life insurance policies that we're going to be talking about. What happens is you can take advantage of the gains of the market, but not take the losses. So if there's a loss, you're at zero. You never lose the amount that you have already invested and you've already gained. So if you've already gotten your interest, they don't take it away. So it's protected. It has what we call a floor in the financial industry. And that's important. I don't know about you, but I really like to have my money protected. So let's get into the details on the life insurance and how it works and all the different things it can do for you. So there's a whole gamut of things that life insurance can do for you. But today we're really taking a deep dive into what the life insurance can do for you as far as the cash value. But I always like to show this diagram, and this is a depiction of a house in my digital world. And this house is to show you how you should be building your financial house. And the way you should be building your financial house is the first thing you should do is protect it. Consider life insurance like the foundation of the house. If you've ever built a house before, you know what the first thing they do is they pour the foundational slab and they make sure that that foundation is strong and that it can withstand anything that comes to it. And depending on where you are, has all these tests. If you're in a hurricane area, they test it for that. If you're in a flood area, they test for floods. They have all these things to make sure that that foundation can withstand whatever hits it. And that's what happens that's what a life insurance policy can do for you, right? It's not just about a death benefit. It's about the living, right? So it can be used as an emergency fund. It can have some debt elimination. It's going to be able to do some different things. If there's some short-term and long-term illnesses that occur, there's some coverages that will, riders that will cover that if you have the right type of policy. All don't have everything I'm talking about, but most do. And if it has cash value, you can have some tax-free retirement options or tax-favored retirement options, and what I call risk-free places to save and store your money, because the idea is to put your money in a place where it will be secure. If I told you to build your house on sand, would you do that? Probably not. The reality is that most of us have built our financial houses on sand because we don't have the right amount of life insurance to properly protect us from things coming out. Now, once you work on your finances, you can go to what I call a place of financial independence through using the Calm Wealth Quadrant. You can get to the financial independence, right? And outside, there's always the taxes and inflation looming because, IRS is the one uncle I'm not related to that I'm trying to figure out how he got into my life. And Mr. Inflation is the neighbor I no longer want to live next door to, right? But those things are real. Those things affect our finances, and those things will depend on what we're doing. Now, we're going to get into the specifics of what I call using life insurance as a wealth tool. And as one of the living benefits. That's the cash value accumulation. It's tax advantage growth. You have access to these funds while you're alive. These policies support wealth building. And there's a few different types I'm going to talk about. One is called a whole life. One is called an index universal life, or universal life. It's called a few different things, but essentially you want it to build up cash. Now, usually I go through both sides of this, but today we're going to focus on the right side because we're talking about what we call permanent insurance, right? I named some of the marketing names, which are what the cash value insurance covers. Is usually referred to, but the idea here is that permanent insurance, it may have a bit of a higher cost initially, but the cost will be level. And here's the thing, if you're using it for cash build up for businesses and for different things, it's not one of those things where you ask me how much it costs. It's a position of where you tell me how much you want to redirect to build your cash free account, your cash value account, because it's not about necessarily the cost, because what we do is we give you the minimum amount of life insurance so that you can put the most amount of cash in it so that your cash can grow in that place where it has tax-free money. Think about it like putting your money in a garage, or putting your money somewhere safe, or taking your precious art and putting it with an art dealer to store for it being protected while it gains value. The idea is that you want to put it there. What a lot of people will do with the cash value, and there's just a few things on here, is they use it for emergency funds. And these are people who really kind of more entry level. They're not really advanced with what they're doing, but they know enough about it to use it for emergency funds. Like the story I told you earlier, I ended up using it for emergency funds because I had forgot that it was a cash accumulating account. And when I called them, thinking I was going to cancel the service because I wasn't in a position to pay it anymore, it turned out I had an emergency fund I forgot about, right? Because I had tapped all the other ones. The other thing is people use it for educational funds. And then we're going to talk a little bit more about the wealth building, and some use it for retirement funds. Some people add it as like the third or fourth leg of their retirement stool, or their retirement planning, to add it to Social Security, to add it to their work retirement, to add it to any other investments they have, but they add what we call life insurance retirement plan, or alert. They add that because that money comes back to them in a tax favored way where they're not going to pay tax on it, right? And so the important thing is to know that the coverage never ends, because that's the benefit of it. But this gets us into a place where we're using our money more than one way. And oh, by the way, because the vehicle itself is life insurance based on the IRS tax code 7702, it also has life insurance benefits. It has things like terminal illness coverage, chronic illness coverage, critical illness coverage, critical injury coverage. And you're probably like, what does that mean to me? Terminal illness, if the doctor ever tells you you have less than 24 months to live in most states, you can tap into those funds and use them however you see fit. I like to call it bucket list money, right? It's like, hey, if the doctor says you're not going to make it and you're physically able, get you a cruise ship around the world for a year. Pay for that. Do what you need. Or pay to adjust your home so that you can be comfortable. Use it to pay family members to come and take care of you. Because a lot of times, I find with my women, they have a loss of income because they're typically the ones who take off to be caregivers. Wouldn't it be nice if you had to do that to provide money to a family member to be able to care for you? Chronic illness, where you can't do the daily activities of living on your own, and those are bathing, eating, toileting, transferring. And critical illness, things that you've heard of: heart attack, stroke, cancer, things that are out of your control that come, but if you have a qualifying event, you can receive a portion of the death benefit while you're living to care for you while you're here. And a lot of people think, oh, I don't need that, I have health insurance. Well, health insurance covers the hospital, the health benefits, and it does what we call it indemnifies. It only pays up to the amount that the medical costs come up to. But life insurance pays up to the amount that you purchase. So if you purchase, say, $1 million policy and you had a qualifying critical illness, you could advance almost up to about 80% of that policy to use and live. I had one particular client who did that during the pandemic. She she had breast cancer and she ended up advancing her policy, taking out the cash. She survived and she's in an amazing state. But guess what she did? She used that money to sustain her to get healthy because she didn't have to go to work. But she also now created her own foundation where she's an advocate for breast cancer survivors and she does work. And so she's now been able to create her own business by doing it. And critical injury is one of the other things. So this is just the some of the things that you can do. But let's get into the details because we're going to build some wealth. You're going to fund businesses. You're going to pay off debts. You can supplement your retirement. You can create generational wealth. And you're probably thinking, well, why? Why a life insurance policy? Why does a life insurance policy differ? How does that differ from a savings account, a bank account, or my 401k account, or anything like that? And the reason it differs is this, is once you put the money into a life insurance policy through paying a premium, when you go to take a loan from that cash value that's available, it comes to you in the form of an unstructured loan. And that unstructured loan doesn't come with compound interest that you pay. Remember that rule of 72 we talked about earlier? The rule of 72 doesn't just apply to you earning money, it applies to your debt. Don't believe me? Take out your latest credit card statement and look at what the actual amount of interest is you're paying by just determining what your minimum payment is and subtracting how much of that was interest, and you'll see that your actual effective interest rate is much higher than the stated interest rate on that card. And so it's so important to think about that. But when you take a loan from a life insurance policy, it's a set simple interest loan for I'm going to use 4% as an example. If they say the loan is 4%, that's how much the interest is on the loan. Oh, by the way, you pay that 4% at the anniversary of the policy, and you only pay that 4% on the amount of the loan that's still outstanding. So say you borrowed $1,000 to do something and you ended up paying back say 700 of it before, then when your anniversary comes, they're going to calculate 4% of the remaining balance that you have on the loan, which is $300. So you don't even pay a full 4% on the loan. What? Yes. But here's the other thing that's beneficial. Once your money goes into the policy, you're not technically borrowing your money. You are borrowing money from the insurance company where they use their general fund. Your money still stays in what they call a premium deposit account, earning interest perpetually. And so now you've got that guaranteed compound interest because your money never moved. The insurance company just uses a portion of your policy as collateral. And if you don't pay the loan back, it does what we call self-complete. When you transition from this life to the next, or as the young people are saying now, you become unalived, then whatever your death benefit was, they'll subtract whatever loan amount you already had outstanding. And so that's why it differs. The thing is that if you do that with a bank, once you put the money in the account and you go to take it out, you don't continue to earn interest on it. You lose the interest. If you ever did that with your retirement plan, you usually get a statement at the end that says something like, you understand taking this loan means that you will lose X amount of interest over the future. And in some instances, some companies make you pay back the future interest you would have earned. So, but in this case, it's not the case with the life insurance. So that's why it becomes an ideal vehicle to set money aside to put money in there for your future use. So here's some ways you can use cash value life insurance to build wealth. I know many of you are probably into real estate. You can use it for real estate investments. Instead of continually taking hard money loans and different things like that, where the interest rates are astronomical, you could self-fund yourself by taking loans from your policy and doing the same exact thing you would have done with a hard money lender, but doing it with your own cash. And that's a win, right? Some people put their money into the life insurance policy first and then go buy dividend paying stocks and EFTs and get into the market with it, because what they've done is they've protected their cash first. They put together a way that they can perpetually earn interest on that money, and then they borrowed it to go make more money. And then when they make more money, they'll pay it back. right? How many of you have loaned money to people? Some people make that a business to do peer-to-peer lending. I had one client come through my Unblocking Your Path to Wealth Academy. And when we finished, she realized, she said, I loan a lot of money to friends and family. So she wrote up an agreement for her peer-to-peer lending. She put an interest rate on it and she put terms on it. And so now she officially does peer-to-peer lending on at the level that she at, and she makes money doing it, right? Short-term rentals. Many of you are going into the Airbnb and all the different spaces where you're renting out spaces and you want to get them. This is the place to get funding. Some people are using it for supplemental retirement income or their main retirement income. I put build generational wealth on here, but build generational wealth is inherent because if you have the right properly structured policy to build cash value for you to invest, it's going to have a death benefit that's going to be significant to your family if something happens. And oh, by the way, if you teach your children to do it and your children's children to do it, they will learn to create generational wealth on their own. You can start to buy content that you can license. You can fund major purchases. You can fund a house, a car, a boat, whatever you want to do. You can start to use the tax advantage, tax-free loans for whatever you want. You can do what they call bank on yourself or be the bank or become your own bank or infinite banking where you can use it for whatever. There's no limit. There's no limit on how you use the money. The sky's the limit. Your imagination is the limit, right? Pay for the college for the kids or those grandkids. You can set up your own subscription services because you need to have money to start these businesses. Doing an automated e-commerce business. You can create your own app. You can use it to fund building your own app. If you're not a tech, you might be a visionary. There's nothing wrong with not being technical. If you're a visionary, you got to pay somebody technical to do it if you're the visionary. You can start doing stock photos. You can use it for crypto, but again, you're putting it in the policy first and then taking it out to do it. And I have in the middle here passive income, right? Because once you do the action and you do the work and you get active into something that you want to build generational wealth with and you want to make money doing, at some point you won't always have to do it and it can become passive income, right? If you're a business owner or want to be a business owner, a virtual assistant is a must-have because this is not like having a job. We have to learn to delegate in our businesses and be the CEO and not the secretary, the cook, bottle washer, and all those things because that's how we get burnt out and we feel like, being in business is worse than having a job because I'm working so much. Unless you're doing the thing that is your zone of genius, right? Get into the place where you're doing your zone of genius. And that's where having the money to hire a virtual assistant comes in place. You can start to invest in royalties. You could do automated trading. There's no limit. I try to put as many things on this list because it's so important for you to start to think about what are those streams that you have? What are the things that you think you want to do with your money? Because if we don't have a plan for it, then it kind of doesn't make sense. You won't find the interest in becoming a part of this. So hopefully that helps and shows you how you're leaving money on the table. There's one other thing I want to go through. This is my girl, Roxy, right? She goes with me on all my presentations, but Roxy earns about $102,000 a year. She's 42 years old and she plans to retire at 65. She has about 23 years remaining. And what I like to tell people is, what's your lifetime income potential? And you're probably like, Saran, what does that have to do with cash value life insurance? Here's what it has to do. Because if you knew what your lifetime income potential was, you would start to think differently about how to move money into a cash value policy so that you can always be earning interest on a portion of your lifetime income potential, right? And so with Roxy, she makes $102,000 a year. And she has about 23 years left to live because she's only 42. And so the simple formula for lifetime potential income is take your annual salary and multiply it by the number of years you have left to work, right? In Roxy's case, she has 23. We take 102,000 and we multiply by 23. You get about $2.3 million left to earn before she retires. You're probably thinking $2.3 million? She only makes $102,000 a year. But guess what? If you make $100,000 a year, every 10 years, you will have made $1 million. And that's how we devalue ourselves. The challenge is that everyone else knows that we're worth this much. And by everyone, I mean the banks, the lenders, Anybody trying to sell you something, they know how much you're worth based on your income, based on your lifestyle, and they want their piece of that pie. I'm telling you today, it's time for you to get your piece of the pie. So once you know your lifetime income potential, that's when we want to start working in a way and working to a process to visualize like, hey, how do you get to your financial goals, knowing that you have this money to come. You have all this money that's going to come through your hands, but it's going to come in small portions. How do you maximize it and make it grow, right? What Roxy's doing, she's taking a portion of her lifetime income potential and she's redirecting it into cash value policy. So now her money is always going to be working for her and earning interest while she still gets to build wealth using many of the tactics that we discussed earlier, right? And so just as a reminder, life insurance isn't just protection. Life insurance is power. Life insurance is power to redirect and to put yourself in a financial situation that your parents and grandparents may not have been into, right? And so here's the thing. I want you to understand that we need to stay connected. So please feel free to get connected with me, right? The idea here is I don't want you to leave money on the table. Build the table so your legacy can sit at it, and you can build that table by using life insurance. And that's the key, is to make sure you're not leaving money on the table, because leaving that money on the table is not just costing you, it's costing generations to come. So now that you've seen how life insurance can be more than just a safety net, it can be a launching pad to what you want to do. Ask yourself, what do you want to do? Am I truly using every tool available to build legacy, the legacy that I deserve, my kids deserve, my nieces and nephews deserve, my community deserves, my church deserves, everyone deserves? If your answer is not yet, then today's your day. Start auditing your current cover. Audit what you already have, or get with someone to help you audit it. Learn about the policies that can grow with you. And importantly, partner with someone who sees your vision and knows how to get you there. This is not about being sold a policy. It's about being equipped with a strategy. And so what I do in the Unblocking Your Path to Wealth Academy is we don't talk about wealth. We teach you how to build it and protect it and pass it on. So don't leave the money on the table. Build a table, set it with intention, and invite your legacies to take a seat. I would love to connect with you. You'll love to continue to stay connected with you. You can use the QR code to connect to me on YouTube. You can send me a text at 202-914-5070 or shoot me an email at info@saranbaker.com. But let's connect. Your wealth journey starts now. It's about you, and it's time for you to take control of your finances. So thank you for being a part of this wonderful Compact Champion Summit. Peace, love, and light. Let's get your money right. Bye.
Hi, I am Brigadier General Twanda E. Young, CEO and founder of LT3 Leadership Solutions, where we focus on making better leaders for society through emotional intelligence. Today I'm going to talk to you about a topic that many leaders really just don't want to talk about. And what is that topic? Conflict. I'm going to share with you the basis of conflict, the 5 stages of conflict, and give you some insights in how to deal with conflict. We sometimes tend to think that every conflict can be resolved. Well, here's a secret. It can't be. Not every conflict can be resolved. That's a fallacy. But every conflict can be managed. And when we talk about today, we're going to talk about some of those management tools for you to use when dealing with conflict. It's all about knowing yourself. How do you deal with conflict? it normally tends to come from our different life experiences and our knowledge of seeing things happen in front of us. Things we've picked up from our parents, we've picked up from other leaders that we've seen. I remember when I first came into the military, thinking that I was just the bomb diggity, if you will, if that's still even a word. And I was literally standing at the base of a rappel tower, the one that's depicted on the slide. And at the base of that rappel tower, I was speaking to a senior leader who pretty much told me that I had no right to be in the military and that he was going to ruin my career. Well, I didn't give him any basis. He had the authority over me, so why was it so important for him to ruin my career? I realized out of that experience that my emotions were overtaking me, and that in dealing with that conflict with him at that time, standing at the base of that rappel tower, I was ill-equipped. So I put in the work to figure out, how do I deal with conflict? Because I realized this wasn't going to be the first, nor was it going to be the last time that I met someone in my career that just had limiting beliefs that they wanted to place on me. So as you think about how you deal with conflict, go back to a particular situation, a scenario that you've dealt with, and walk through that process on how you dealt with that conflict. I figured out I had to learn strategy from my particular situation, and I learned how to make sure that the emotions that I was exuding were professional. Because at that time, I was about to be unprofessional and say some things I had no right to say or should have said in that particular situation. So conflict comes from learning from life experiences and the knowledge we've gained along the way. Now, there are different types of conflict that it shows up. It can show up in our emotions, it impacts our peace, and it impacts our environment. Conflict resides in all of those areas. Think about where you are today. Where do you see conflict raising its head? What are opportunities that you can use conflict to your advantage? Because not all conflict is destructive. Conflict can be constructive. Conflict in the workplace. Studies show that 40% of our workplace conflicts is through competing for goals, competing for resources. It can also be communication issues. That's 68%. And then we look at unrealistic expectations that are placed on us in the workplace. Is 33%. And the remaining percent is 70% is personality conflicts. Think for a moment. When is the last time you saw or was involved in a conflict at the workplace? Was it over competing goals and resources? Was it a communication issue? Was it setting unrealistic expectations? Or was it a personality conflict? Those four particular categories is where most place. But as you see on the slide, conflict is in our personal life and conflict is in our professional life. This particular gentleman that you see on the slide, he's getting it at home and he's getting it at work. So conflict is everywhere. It's how we use it. It's how we address it that determines whether it's going to be resolved or whether we have to figure out how to best manage it to our favor. A lot of conflict happens with lack of communication and understanding each other. You know, happiness, if I asked you to define happiness, it may mean one thing to you, but it means something to someone else. If I ask you to define love, it may mean something different to you than it means to me. And how we share our in our communication, our tone, our tonality impacts how we can either resolve or manage that conflict. So in that conflict, I told you to hold fast in your mind. Think about how the conversation went. What was the tone of the conversation? What were the words that were being used in that conversation? And how were they being used that may have caused a misunderstanding? My husband and I do this thing called channel checking. And it is to lessen conflict in our communication. So as a woman, for me, I can think of 4 or 5 things at one time. And if that's you, give me a thumbs up. Yes, my mind can be thinking about what I'm going to be doing at home, a speaking engagement that I have, a training session I'm getting ready to do, an executive coaching session I'm getting ready to do. All of that can be going on in my mind while I'm having a conversation with him. And I used to just change in midstream on the topic of what I was discussing, which really irritated him because he couldn't keep up. So channel checking is where I now say, and he says it and our kids even use it, where I will say, hey, babe, I'm on the finance channel. Hey, babe, I'm on you need to take me out to dinner tonight channel. That allows for us to be able to communicate and to follow each other's conversation without being agitated or annoyed. The same thing can apply at work. Coming up to you expecting you to do a whole lot of things, and you got 3 or 4 managers around you talking to you and at one time, wanting your time and attention. And you can stop them and say, hey, what channel are you on? Answer the question, what channel are you on? And what that allows for you in your brain is to decompartmentalize the conversations that you're having so that you remain more focused. I want to challenge you to think of conflict in a different perspective. That conflict can be used for innovative thought and for critical thinking. It can enhance critical thinking skills. Got a project that you and your team are working on, or vision that you've just laid out for the team? Get them around the table. Allow for some good, constructive conflict to happen of exchange of ideas to be able to come away with the best possible solution for you then to make an informed decision on which way to go. When I was in the military, and I served for 33 years and enjoyed my time in the military, but as we dealt with some very sensitive and ambiguous kind of things in the military, there was a need to have more minds on a problem to get a better answer. But I didn't need groupthink. I needed them to honestly express their thoughts and back up what they were saying. So we started in our teams where we would have a safe word. And that safe word for us was Mustang, because that was my call sign. So around that table, when it got a little too heated and there was no progress being made, anyone around that table could say the safe word. And the expectations that we had set for the team was that once you heard those words, it was time for everyone to break for 5 minutes, go to your corners, go to the bathroom, grab coffee, get something else, just relax, go outside, get some vitamin D. But it was a breathing, a cooling off period for us. And then we would all come back and we would continue the discussion. So creating a safe word and then allowing your team to come up with what that safe word is so that you have buy-in and inclusion. So when I talk about conflict, I'm really talking in simplistic terms because conflict at its core is just, I have a need and can it be met? I have a need and can it be met is the basis of conflict. Think about it for a moment. That conflict I told you to hold on to that you've seen or been involved in, what was the outcome you were looking for out of that particular situation? That was your need. I'll give you another example. You are in your job. You were told that if you kept doing well, that you would get promoted. However, when it came time for promotions, you didn't get the promotion, Joe did. And you're wondering why. So the conflict is that you were not given what it was you were promised. And it was given to someone else. So when you speak to your boss and share your thoughts, your need is twofold. I want to know why I didn't get the bonus, and when am I going to get my bonus? And the boss proceeds to tell you, well, Tia, I'm sorry, you were not able to get the bonus this time because the company is in the red. We thought that we were going to be in the black to be able to give you an increase, a bonus increase, but at this juncture, we're not. Not that it's off the table, but I cannot give it to you at this time. What you just did, that manager did with you, was to manage the conflict. They explained why. Not that it was going to make you feel good, not that you might not have even agreed, but at least you understood the premise behind why your need could not be met. So when you're in conflict, share with the other individual, here's why I can't meet your need. And you can see in that it will change the trajectory and the tone and the atmosphere of that interaction with the person you're having the conflict with. Remember, conflict is, I have a need, and can it be met? Conflict shows up in many ways. As I said, that it's I have a need and can it be met? It's also when there's a serious difference between two individuals about your beliefs, your ideas, or your interests. Simple conflict can be with you and your girlfriend. You want to go to this store, they want to go to that store. Well, to manage that conflict, you both compromise so that it's a win-win you're looking for to meet your needs. There is an instrument that I want you to do when you get an opportunity after you listen to this particular session today. It's called the Thomas Kilmann instrument. It's only 15 questions. And you answer those questions, you will find out what is your number one go-to conflict management style. And then what is your next? And it will give you just a quick synopsis on each so that you can begin to practice those particular types of conflict management styles. But then here's the cool thing. Once you know them, you're going to start looking at people, listening, looking at TV, looking at the different conflicts going on, and you're going to say, oh, that person's compromising. Oh, that person is competing. Oh, that person is collaborating. Oh, no, that person is accommodating. Oh, that person is avoiding. That's when you know that you have those tools solid in your toolkit to be able to utilize them to the best of your benefit to get your needs met. Emotional intelligence is very key when you're dealing with conflict. Being emotionally aware of you is extremely important. I want you to do this. I want you to write down what are your triggers. What triggers you? What just sends you off the top or makes you happy? As I said, conflict doesn't always have to be destructive. It can be constructive. But I want you to write down at least 3 of the triggers that you have. Here on this slide, you see these are all triggers that I have had, or some of them I still got that I'm working on. But these triggers, feeling devalued, feeling belittled, misunderstood, someone lying, someone ignoring me, someone pushing me down, not wanting to hear my voice. What are the triggers for you? Because if you are self-aware of what those triggers are, then you know how to deal with conflict when you find yourself triggered. You can then go back to those 5 conflict management styles, pull one out of your rucksack, and use that particular conflict management style to address the situation. Did you know there are 5 stages to conflict? Did you know that? 5 stages. There's the latent stage, when you are not aware that a conflict is about to happen. You and your girlfriend getting ready to go out, everything seems lovey-dovey, but there's about a conflict is about to happen. Then there is the perceived stage, where you kind of feel something. She's not as affectionate as she normally is. She doesn't want you to open her car door, and you perceive that something is awry. Then there is the felt stage. You can feel it. You feel the atmosphere is changing. Something is off. She's not looking at you. She's not talking to you. That is the felt stage. Then there's the manifest stage. It's like a volcano. You can see it. She's now, when you say something to her, she's responding very harshly. Her tone and her tonality is just off. And then the aftermath stage is either you sweet talked her, that she's going to let you off the hook, or you have to figure out how to manage pulling one of those 5, either accommodating, either collaborating with her, compromising, whatever it takes in order to get her back to where she was prior to the conflict. 5 stages: the latent stage, the perceived stage, the felt stage, the aftermath, the manifest, and then the aftermath. The 5 stages of conflict. We talked about a lot in a very short amount of time. But putting all these pieces together, what I want you to take away is 1, conflict at its core is I have a need and can it be met? Conflict is also constructive and it can be destructive. And finally, not all conflict can be resolved, but it can be managed with the proper tools. Thank you for joining me today. I want to share with you a little quote by Angela Davis that says, "Walls turn sideways, become bridges." And that's how we manage conflict. If you'd like to have more information, have this conversation continue, join us for a seat at the table that we host every other month, where we have leadership discussions about topics like this, about dealing with conflict and mastering conflict like a Jedi. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Dr. Latoya Abram Payton. I am a visionary entrepreneur, transformational educator, and an advocate for emotional intelligence. Picture this. You out on the town with your girlfriends, having fun, living it up. The night ends. You decided to take that hour drive home. You call your husband and say, "Babe, I'm on my way." I get in the car and it's just me in the open road, wind in my hair, music on the radio, And all of a sudden, I see lights out of my peripheral. And everything goes dark. The next thing I know, I'm waking up by the paramedics saying, ma'am, are you okay? Are you okay? Is anyone in the car with you? I'm dazed and I'm confused. And I'm like, no one's in the car with me. But why am I on the ground? And am I okay? I knew that I would be okay if I can wiggle my big toe. So I braced myself and I wiggled my big toe. And I knew that everything was going to be okay. And I blacked out again. The next thing I knew, I was awakening around the wonderful doctors at Duke Hospital saying things like orbital fracture and road rash and massive swelling. What are these things? Come to find out, the doctor told me, he said, Miss Payton, if we don't get the swelling down in time, your orbital fracture is so bad that you could wake up and it can seep through a crack like an egg yolk. I was broken. I was in my bedroom resting, and I saw my mom come in, and she instantly saw her oldest daughter laying on the couch on the bed, and she instantly went to all the mirrors in the hospital room and covered them. I was broken. 8 days later, I'm glad to say I had a successful surgery on my eye, and I was able to be able to go home. And I was surrounded by love and family and life and laughter. But I was empty inside. All I wanted was my bed, my remote, and my muted TV and my thoughts. A couple of months later, the lawyer called me and he said, Miss Payne, I got some good news and I got some not so good news. I said, okay, lawyer, give it to me. What you got? He said, we found the 34-year-old habitual felon that hit you, but unfortunately, we're going to have to close your case because State Farm found you 0.01% at fault. What? So I instantly called my mom, and over my broken language, and she finally realized what I was saying. She said, oh, baby girl, I am so sorry. And I began to cry and bawl, just a ball of emotions, and I'm crying and I'm crying and I'm crying. And my mama, all of a sudden, she said, Latoya, Janae, Abram, Payton. Now, you know when your mama call you by your whole government name, you got to stop what you're doing and you got to listen. So she told me, she said, there is no amount of money worth your life. It could have went another way. Those words somehow resonated inside me, and I decided that day that I wanted to change my heart and change my mind, because I had 3 little children that looked up to me, and I had a wonderful husband that was waiting by my bedside, and I had to live for them. So I decided to work on me. I decided to invest in myself. I started to seek out the professional developments and the mentors and the gurus that knew things that I wanted to know. See, I saw things shifting online. I saw things going, I didn't know what it was called. It was called e-commerce. I now have an e-commerce store because I invested in myself and I worked hard, and I now have that store under my belt called Payton Place. I now have 3 products under my belt. The first product was I was able to go on American's Big Deal on USA Network, and I was able to sell 750 units in 90 seconds. Look it up. It's on PaytonPlaceLLC.com. My second product is so near and dear to my heart because, you see, when my kids were little, I had to pack up the whole house just to try to get us out to enjoy our day. And then, you know, when we go to family member houses or friends' houses, I didn't really want to lay my child on a bed or lay my child on a couch. So I have a baby bag that converts in a bassinet. You can just lay your baby beside you and watch them. Now, my third product is so near and dear. It's very near and dear to my heart because I have been an educator for 25 years. I just received my doctorate in curriculum instructions, and I realized three things for the kids ages 4 to 10. They can work a phone better than we can. They lack emotional intelligence, but they fell out the love of reading. So I decided to merge all three, and I built an app. And what they do, they take their physical device, they download the app, which is a QR code in the book, and then they scan each illustration, and it pops up and becomes augmented reality. It's really cool. And then they're able to learn lessons on how to combat that sadness and how to combat that anger, and know that it's okay to feel these things as long as they channel it in the correct way. So I have 6 books that I have out on the app, and it's wonderful. The kids love it. It's just a wonderful product. The last thing I want to say to you is I have a nonprofit, a 501c3, and that's where you come in, guys. I have a 501c3. It's called Accepting Prosperity, Inc. And I am doing an initiative right now, but I need your help. You see, my children, they come to school with no underwear, no t-shirts, no socks in the dead of winter. And no one knows these stories, but I have a pantry full of these items. And if I see a child struggling and lacking these essentials, I would say, baby girl, go in the bathroom, put some underwear on, or let me help you change your, put some socks on your feet. So I'm doing an initiative called Underneath It All. I want to provide 1,000 kits to the underserved, providing them with underwear, t-shirts, socks, deodorant, lotion, anything that they put underneath, pads, pampers, anything that they put underneath, I want to provide a kit for them. So I need your help, because I don't want these babies coming to school just worrying about what they don't have on underneath. So if you would take out your phones or take out your pen and paper and write and text KIDS, KIDS, to 586-684-1108. Let me repeat that again. 586-684-1108. And let's change the narrative and help these babies, please. Thank you. My name is Dr. Latoya Abram Payton. You can find me on all social medias, Dr. Latoya Abram Payton, or PaytonPlaceLLC.com. And yeah, just reach out to me. hello@PaytonPlaceLLC is the email that you can contact me. But I'm pretty sure I'll be seeing you in the text. Thank you so much, and have a wonderful day with purpose.
All right. Listen, this is Daryl Stinson, and I'm talking to you about your voice being the ultimate comeback. How many of you believe that your voice is the ultimate comeback? Your voice is a representation of everything you've been through, of all that you believe, of all of who God made you to be. That is your comeback. And when you release your voice, you come back. And so I want to talk to you about the aligned way to turn your calling to speak into an ecosystem. Okay, keyword ecosystem. For those of you who don't know me, my name is Daryl Stinson. I've been a speaker, an author, a coach, a consultant for about 12 plus years now. I'll tell you a little bit more about my story, but I specialize in helping leaders turn their messages into movements. I'm a story architect who can take your narrative and turn your divine expression into a direct match into the economy that you are stewarding. And I like the word ecosystem over economy, because economy is transactional. Ecosystem is about living human beings and systems functioning together. And so we'll get into exactly how you can do that. Let me give you a little bit of my story. I started speaking in 2012. I was a high-level Division I athlete. I had just come off of a suicide attempt, and I had my life radically transformed by God and Jesus Christ in a psychiatric unit. Two people came and witnessed to me about his love, his light, and that gave me hope, and it awakened me to my purpose and my calling to speak. And I left that psychiatric care facility in 2012, determined that I was going to pursue this calling with everything that I had. And I learned from being a high-level athlete that the way that you be successful at anything is through your mindset, your skill set, and your network. Somebody should type that. Somebody should write that down. Is your mindset, your skill set, and your network. The way you be successful at anything is your mindset, your skill set, and your network. And so I started to study the mindset, the skill set, and the network of the most successful speakers that I could find online, or I could meet in person and go to the webinars and seminars. And I studied and I paid for access. And I saw that there were two primary revenue strategies for speakers. There was a paid to speak strategy where they were collecting, traditional fees, traditionally at like corporate or colleges or nonprofit organizations or associations. And then there was the speak to sell model. I think like Myron Golden is one of the greatest at the speak to sell model. And that's where, I'm not necessarily collecting a fee to speak, but I am speaking to enroll people into products and services that I monetize. And so those were the two primary strategies that I was being taught when I was studying the mindset, skill set, network, investing in all these coaching programs, etc. And here's the thing. I knew I was called to speak, so that required me to focus on my avatar. A single organization with a single solution to a problem that they had, with one marketing message, one website, one Instagram or social media channel, all one avatar, one solution, solving one problem for one specific type of people. Like that was required. And I did it, and I had some traction. I said, look, I'm going to focus on just being a marketing consultant. I had come out of higher education, winning some awards for communication campaigns as part of a really amazing team. And that was my key. I could ride this success into the speaking industry. And I left my full-time cushy, higher ed job and to become full-time speaker and, a pastor on the side for free. And because I had focus of avatar, I want to help these organizations with their marketing, I had some success. But the challenge was that I was getting asked to speak from more than one avatar. I was getting a lot of requests from the church space. I was getting a lot of requests from former athletic teams who knew I was a high-level athlete and had survived suicide. And so I wrestled with man, I'm not really gaining traction in this marketing niche as a speaker because it is my focused avatar. But because I'm getting these other requests and they feel aligned to my calling as well to speak, even though it's not the advice that the best in the world are telling me that I need to solve one problem for a specific audience, I feel like God's calling me to say yes. So I was just saying yes to a lot of opportunities, right? And so this me being avatar focused was sort of limiting my marketing engine from warring because I was so hesitant thinking that I was going against best practices, and I was. But the thing is, I had so much more in my heart to build, and I'm curious how many of you feel the same. How many of you have so much more in your heart to build, but it doesn't fit within the paradigm of just whatever you've been taught of how you're going to book speaking engagements? That was me. I had books I wanted to write. I had collabs I wanted to establish. I had podcasts I wanted to do. I had events I wanted to run. I had stages and merchandise and courses and workshops and retreats and all of these licensings and train the trainers and all of these things that I always felt this is all a part of what I want to do. And for me, that was not just a traditional speaking business. That was an ecosystem. Somebody type ecosystem. An ecosystem is a community of living organisms interacting with each other in their physical environment. So when I was just focusing on a speaking business, all I could see was sell speeches, do well, ask for repeat bookings, maybe get some consulting work. But when I started to look at the entire ecosystem, how I wanted people to interact with each other, interact with me. I wanted people who would buy from me and sell for me. I wanted these other businesses that were feeding these other businesses. I wanted an entire ecosystem that was working together. I didn't just want to contain my calling to one avenue and one vein of speaking. And so let me ask you a question. When you think about answering your call to speak, are you picturing one speech or an entire ecosystem? Let me ask you one more time. When you think about answering, doing your work, even if you're doing it right now and you're already getting gigs, are you viewing it through just speaking and maybe even a little bit of consulting, maybe some books, or an entire ecosystem that's a reflection of everything that's in your heart? Because I tell you what, the moment that I started to do that, I went from struggling to get gigs, like feeling bad and consistent, wasn't really meeting my consistent quotas per month, to like, yo, now we're getting traction. Now we're starting to build. Now we're getting momentum. And y'all, it picked up really quick, man. I started sharing stages with some of the best speakers in the world. I did a TED Talk. It went 2 million views in a year and a half. Like, I started, getting on stages with influencers and doing collaborations with partners. I started, serving larger and more prominent organizations. I started to have more demand for my consulting because people were seeing that I was being successful and they wanted to learn the tips, the tricks, the trades like I'm teaching y'all right now to be successful. And I did this all while staying true to my values, not perfect, but staying true to the family that I was looking to build, which was one of the biggest drivers of all of this, because I grew up, like many of you probably, in broken home. And so I wanted to be the first in my generation to have a healthy marriage that stayed together with a family that fought through, hell and hardships in order to make it. And so far we made it. Thank you, God. And so I say all that to tell you that the big shift in my career is when I stopped trying to build a speaking business and I started building an ecosystem. Okay, I stopped trying to build just a speaking business and I started building an ecosystem. And here's what I learned. When I was trying to build just the speaking business, I was stuck, I was stagnant, I was frustrated. I always felt discouraged because I was never getting the bookings enough or the fees that I wanted. But when I focused on building the ecosystem started to create so much notoriety and demand that now, I didn't have to go chase gigs. Gigs was chasing me. They were coming to me. I was getting way more inbound inquiries, and I didn't feel so suppressed and contained like I had to stay in one box. I felt like I could be all of me in all areas. And I believe that's what God's calling many of the new leaders of speakers to do. That's how we turn our voice into the ultimate comeback. So I want to share with you 4 specific plays that you can run to turn your call into an ecosystem. 4 specific plays. Okay. Play number 1, envision the future. Somebody write that down. Envision the future. Okay. This next slide, you're probably going to have to pause the screen or pause the video, and just do this. Okay. This is meant to be done, not just meant to be heard. All right. So when you envision your future, you're not going to just think about the stages you want to speak on. You're going to think about your income goal. How often do you want to speak? What types of stages? What types of topics? Do you want to coach or not? If so, for how long? Do you want to travel or stay local? If travel is not an option, do you want to go international, or if travel nationally is not an option, do you want to just stay within your state? Do you want to go internationally? If so, how often? Do you want to go every month internationally, or do you want to go once a quarter internationally, or do you want to go once a year internationally? What's in your heart? Not what's possible based upon research in the market, but what did God put in your heart? How many hours a week do you want to work? And oh, by the way, we're not just building a speaking business where you are a slave to the job. We're building an ecosystem where you are in your zone of genius, and you have not just the business you want, but the life, the finances, the health, the relationships. So what is your vision for relationships? What's your vision for health? What's your vision for your family, your kids? Do you have other businesses you want to start? Do you have other product ideas? Do you have philanthropic passions? Write it all down. Envision the future. So now's a great time to pause this video and go do just that. Now, Once you've envisioned the future, you have all this like big, huge dreams, big data. And I'm telling you, if y'all have done some of this but haven't done it recently, like don't skip this step. This is an important step. Okay. So after you envision the future, that's play number one. Play number two, you're going to assess the present. So I envision the future and then I assess the present. You can't architect a bridge if you can't see both sides of the river. You can't get to where you're going next if you're not clear on where you're at now. Now, when I first got started, I wanted this. I wanted these books, these collabs, these events, these podcasts, these stages, that merch, those workshops. I wanted it all. But the problem is that when I assessed my present, I actually had this. None of it. None of it. And it was overwhelming to be like, man, God, I got all this in my heart. I'm paying all these thousands of dollars to get this advice. I'm doing good. I'm speaking. I'm making impact. I'm changing lives. But my life does not look like what you put in me. And where do I start? They are booking me for athletic teams right now. They're booking me for marketing engagements here and there. But like, I don't want to be Seth Godin as a marketer, if you know who that is. I'm not trying to be Eric Thomas to the athletes. I mean, I want to do a lot of that, but I don't want to do only that. I don't want to be a pastor and only speak at churches and be an evangelist. Oh, by the way, like I've got books that are for multiple different types of avatars. And I don't want 75 different Instagram channels. So where do I start? Here's the question to ask yourself. What do you have and what don't you have? Okay. What do you have and what don't you have? And you're just going to like, as you look at everything you wrote in your envisioned future, you're just going to say, man, what do I have and what don't I have? And there's a big key here where you have to be honest and accurate. So many times I get people who come to me and their advice, I want to speak on stage. I want to do this thing. I'm like, okay, cool. How much are you speaking now? Oh, I'm speaking here. Are you getting paid? Yeah, I'm getting like $2,500, $5,000. I got paid $10K once. Okay, cool. And it's just not working. I just need more stages, no more opportunity, more exposure. Okay, cool. How you feel about your speech? I can always improve, but it's like a 9 or 10. Like people say that I do good. It's great. Okay, cool. And then 20, 30 minutes later, after we get into the real heat of the conversation, you know what I find out? That they actually did make $2,500, $5,000. They made that like once. They're not getting it consistently. That they, if they said they was making $15K per speech, they actually only made it like half a time. And really they wrote $15K on the invoice and gave them 2 for 5. They are not speaking as much as they say they are, and their speech isn't as good as they think that it is. And people are giving them the courtesy clap. And when I actually watch the replay back from their talk, I like don't even want to watch it for longer than 5 minutes because they keep repeating all of Eric Thomas and Les Brown and all the other people's stuff, or they sound like the latest church prayer group, and I don't even want to listen to them anymore. They failed to assess their present because they were not honest and accurate about where they really are. So how much money do you actually have in your account? How many contacts do you actually have in your cell phone and your email? How many people have you actually reached out to? How many messages have you actually typed? Like, how much time do you actually have? And where are you actually spending your time at? Like, get as accurate and as honest as possible. Because if you try to build on dishonesty, it'll crumble. But if you build from honesty, it'll build. Okay? And so we got to be honest and accurate when we assess the present. So number 1, we envision the future. Number 2, we assess the present. Number 3, we align your plan to the ecosystem. When I aligned this plan to the ecosystem, I stopped feeling like a failure for not booking gigs. And I started feeling like a leader for building momentum. I was no longer trying to build a neighborhood, y'all, with a blueprint for a house. And just for clarity, in case y'all confused by the analogy, a house was the speech. It was a singular point of doing business. A neighborhood included houses, Rite Aid, food stores. There's multiple things in the neighborhood. So I was no longer frustrated by the lack of a premium mansion of a house. And I was happy, full of gratitude, feeling like the man because the neighborhood was being built. Now, how many of you want to build a neighborhood in your business? How many of you got a neighborhood inside you? Because it'll come out. The hardest part of this, y'all, is that everybody's vision and everybody's assessment of where they are is going to be different. So this is the part where like I could tell you some specific things to kind of like map out your plan, but it matters on what's your envisioned future in those details, and then what's your assessment of the present in those details, okay? But here's what I can tell you. No matter how complex that situation is or overwhelming that may feel, the best place to start is by writing a short list of small steps you can take to get started. Okay, writing a short list of small steps you can take to get started. So now's a good time to pause the video and ask yourself, man, when I look at my envisioned future, when I get honest and accurate, when I assess my present, man, what's a short list of small steps that I can take to get started towards building my neighborhood? Okay, so once I do that, once I align my current plan to once I align my plan to the ecosystem, then number 4, I execute with an infinite growth mindset and process. Because we need the mindset, come on, and we need the process. If I have the mindset without the process, I'm gonna be stoked but ineffective. If I have the process without the mindset, I'm gonna be discouraged because I got the tools, but I don't have the mindset to transact. So we need the mindset and the process. The mindset is that infinite growth. Okay, I have to take action. I can't plan it all on paper. I got to get started today. That's the infinite growth mindset. And I realize that if I start today and be consistent, I'll be better tomorrow. The process is this, okay? This is typically the process that people are running, even if they don't understand it this clearly. Okay, they're running this cold email system. And this is any cold system, right? This is email, social media, phone, like you can do direct mail, like anything that's cold. They don't know you and you're trying to warm them up to know you. Okay. That cold system is one system that people are running when they're looking to execute. Reaching out to their existing network, typically that requires this process: a discovery call, an introduction. You have another discovery call, they introduce you to somebody, you have another discovery call, they introduce you to somebody, and then you book a stage. What happens is that most people get on that second introduction and they never follow it through to stage booking. They just be like, I'm tired of meeting people. They don't have a stage, this ain't working. But if you work it, it'll work. Okay. And then using existing gigs to book existing gigs. So any previous gigs that you've done, go back and look at them. Any gigs that you can book, even if they're free. You can survey the people in the audience. A lot of people use Talkadot. I use SurveyMonkey in the past. You can survey your audience. You can use Google Forms. It doesn't matter. Typeform is another one. But you survey your audience, and then you basically ask them a question if they have additional bookings, and then you book additional things. So now you're executing with an infinite growth mindset and a process. Okay, you got these systems dialed. Okay, the content system is like just think like start with one platform where your ideal audience is hanging out. And then once you get good on that platform, build the next one, right? And anything that you feel like you need to have a run, just put the 5 static posts on there just so you have it, so nobody takes your, intellectual property or business name, but you don't feel like you got to keep up with 5 pages. But you got to have a content system, at least on one channel, where you're posting consistently. Ideally, you're posting daily, if not 3 to 5 times a week, so that your content might lead to gigs, your cold system might lead to gigs, your network might lead to gigs, and your gigs lead to gigs. And that's how you specifically get it going and for the speaking part of your ecosystem. Okay. The other thing that's important to mention is that while you're implementing all these systems, you have to also be reviewing using the high performance feedback loop, which is essentially I execute, I assess, I adjust, and then I repeat. I do that again. I execute, I assess it. How's it working or not? How do I duplicate what's working and delete what's not, or correct what's not? And then then I just do that again. I execute, I assess, I adjust, I repeat. And so you're running that. And when you are doing that, I'm telling you, y'all, your career will transform. I remind you, I started off in this industry so insecure to speak in front of people that I used to leave the room during icebreakers and fake like I had to go to the bathroom. I recorded my speech word for word after I wrote it out into a recorder and faked like I forgot to take headphones out, pressed play on the recorder and recited a recording in front of a speech and got off sync with the recording and started to repeat multiple sentences. I've been deathly insecure. I've been 18 different versions of somebody else and haven't been myself. But when I started building an ecosystem, I started being myself. And that's what made me in demand. So I think the best thing that you can do is envision your future and assess your present and get some feedback on how you take calculated strategic steps. And I'm happy to do that for you because I want people to do this more. I'm so tired of people just getting up there with their canned presentation. I'm tired of going to conferences where they're doing it. I'm tired of being in coaching programs where they're teaching it. It's like, man, it's so bland and plain and it doesn't have any depth to the message. I'm ready for real missionaries to hit the marketplace. I'm ready for real people who have a calling to speak and have a nation inside of them to be ambassadors and conduits of God in the lives of other people. And so, if you'll email our team your envisioned future and your present assessment, you can do Loom video, you can do written form or Google Doc. We will review it and give you feedback at no cost because we want the next generation of movement leaders to go be vessels of God. Okay, so that is how you turn your calling to speak into an ecosystem. I am Daryl Stinson. I'm a little bit over my time. Please forgive me, but I hope you found value. Peace.
Hello, my name is Dr. Jacqueline Dowdy, and I am the CEO and president of Vision and Action Business Solutions, LLC, located in Apex, North Carolina. I am so happy to be speaking with you on today. I'm talking to you about my business and the work that I have been called to do. And really, my work is on purpose. And I have so many different solutions that God has given to me to bring to the world and to help individuals, leaders like yourself, to build a business, to build a nonprofit, to become that leader that you were called to be, to live on purpose, and to make your vision a reality. So let's get to it. From vision to impact, that's what I want to talk about today. How starting a nonprofit can change your community and can change your life. So imagine this. A single mom is struggling to feed her children. She's working 2 jobs, but at the end of the month, the refrigerator is still empty. Now imagine a neighbor who saw this need and she decided to do something about it. So what she did is she started collecting food from friends, from her church, and then local businesses. So the idea grew into a food bank that now serves hundreds of families every single week. One person's vision became a community's blessing. That's the power of a nonprofit. And today I want to show you how your vision can do the same. So let me tell you why nonprofits matter. Nonprofits aren't just charities. They're engines of change. Think about it. Schools, hospitals, shelters, after-school programs, advocacy groups, many of the things that keep our community strong exist because someone stepped up and said, this needs to change. There needs to be a change. And here's the beauty. Nonprofits don't just solve problems. They transform lives. Locally, they meet urgent needs. Globally, they address crises and create opportunities. And every nonprofit begins the same way, with a story, with a spark, and more importantly, with a purpose. I have 3 points. The story can spark one thing. Every nonprofit begins with a story. Maybe it's your personal journey. Maybe it's something that you witness in your family, in your church, in your workplace, or your neighborhood. See, that story begins the vision. See, the truth is, someone is waiting for the solution that only you can bring. You don't have to be wealthy. You don't have to have a perfect plan. You just have to care enough to act. You have to have a vision to bring action to. That's very powerful. It connects people to want to serve. When you share that vision, it draws people in and they get connected and they want to become part of something. See, the answer might be that you are the somebody. You are the somebody who begins the vision and write the vision and people take hold of it. Habakkuk tells us that. See, listen, the next point is you can't do it by yourself. Nonprofits require collaboration. See, we need volunteers, we need other businesses, we need cooperation, we need governmental agencies. We need to rally the troops to create something, right? We create this environment by sharing our mission with other people. And that collaboration doesn't just add impact, it multiplies it, right? So think about this. One person given 1 hour makes a difference. But turns your passion into something others can pour into. Together, you become unstoppable. What about that? Point 3, purpose builds legacy. Here's what's amazing about that. When you step into nonprofit leadership, you're not just solving today's problems, you're planting seeds for tomorrow. Purpose-driven work brings fulfillment. Yes, but it also builds legacy. It creates something that will outlast you, and it ripples into future generations. Your nonprofit becomes the evidence that you lived on purpose. It says, I didn't just exist, I made a difference. That's what legacy looks like. You make a difference. Listen, impact potential is transformational. So let me be clear. Starting a nonprofit is not just about charity. It's about transformation. It transforms the people you serve, the community you impact. And yes, it transforms you too. Because see, you gain resilience. You grow as a leader. You find joy and purpose. And you discover that changing the world doesn't require a cape. It just requires commitment. So listen, the next step for you is how to get started, right? So now you might be asking, where do I start? Let me give you a simple roadmap here. Number 1, identify your cause. What issue burns in your heart? What need do you see? Number 2, clarify your vision. Write it down, make it plain. Who do you want to help? How will their lives be different because of your nonprofit? Number three, gather support. Share your vision with others. Find people who care about the same cause. Number four, start small. Build big. You don't need millions to start. Begin with one project, one program, or one event. You start small and you build big. Get connected. Find experts, mentors, and consultants who can walk you through the incorporation, the compliance, and the funding piece. See, the key is to start. Don't let fear of not knowing everything stop you from doing something. So here's my challenge for you today. What vision has God placed in your heart? And what problem do you see in your community that makes you say, somebody has to do something? Somebody is you. Your story can spark change. Collaboration multiplies impact. Purpose builds legacy. From vision to impact. That's the journey of starting a nonprofit. And it's a journey that can change your community and can change your life. Now, the question is, are you ready to take the first step? Are you ready? So, thank you for listening. My name is Dr. Jacqueline Dowdy, and I am the CEO of Vision and Action Business Solutions. And you can find me on all social media platforms, Dr. Jacqueline Dowdy, or Vision and Action Business Solution. Get Vibes Solutions. Get VIA Solutions. You can find me on my website, www.getviasolutions.com or drjacquelinedowdy.com. You can also find my books, D3 Blueprint Leadership, on Amazon, and also More Than a Conqueror, also on Amazon. You can also, if you would like to book a call with me, you may contact me on my website, book a call with me. And also, I am giving away one free leadership coaching that includes a EQI assessment. That's emotional intelligence assessment with me. That is to identify your leadership gaps, and I will help you to build your leadership and fill those gaps in your leadership and give you a plan that you can work on to build your leadership skills up and move to the next level in your career or your entrepreneurship. And so if you will DM me on my Facebook page, and the first person that DMs me on my Get VIA Solutions, my Vibes Facebook page, you will receive that free coaching. Thank you for listening and have an awesome day. Thank you.
Welcome to the Comeback Champion Summit. I am here, glad to be a part of your time together. And thanks for jumping in this wonderful experience where we will talk about how to build an aligned team that wins. And in order to do that, you're going to have to go from chaos to contagious. From chaos to contagious. That's where you want to go. That's what's going to need to happen in order for you to win. I'm Dr. Cliff Freeman, and I want to help you win. Have you ever, let me ask you a question before we even get started. Let me ask you a question. Have you ever experienced pain? If you are a parent, you've experienced pain. There's all different kinds of pain. There's a kind of pain that only happens to parents. If you're a parent like me, you got kids, and kids do all kind of things. Kids have all kind of fun. They do this, they do that. They ride the bikes, and the girls play with the dolls, and the boys the GI Joe. Well, I'm sure I'm dating myself. The GI Joes and the wrestling figurines. Y'all remember the wrestling figurines and doing all the things. Um, that kids do. Well, there was one night a number of years ago where everybody was asleep, sound asleep, dead middle of the night. And everything was fine, sleeping, everything was good. But then I kind of hear something. My wife hears something rather. And of course, guys, when your wife hears something, they look at you and say, "Do you hear that?" And you usually say, "No, I don't hear that." But this night, my wife says to me, "Do you hear that?" And I'm like, "Yeah, I heard something." She's like, "You want to go check it out?" Of course I'm gonna go check it out, right? So I get up out of my bed and I proceed to go check it out. I'm getting to walk through the room, and the room was dark. I leave the light off. I don't want to wake my wife up. Kids asleep, don't want to wake them up. And I'm going down near the playroom, see exactly what's going on. And I'm walking down, and I'm kind of making sure I don't bump into the wall and nothing like that because it's dark. And as I'm walking, everything is fine. I'm trying to, do I hear this sound again? And all of a sudden, step on a Lego. And when you step on a Lego, if you've ever stepped on a Lego before, you understand that the pain of stepping on a Lego is unlike any pain in the world. It feels like you just stabbed yourself with a knife, and all it was a little plastic brick. Anybody ever felt it? Because the pain is so bad, it starts in your foot, then it radiates to your ankle, then it radiates to your calf, then it goes up to your knee, and before you know it, it's in your thigh, and it's in your quad, it's even in your back. Sometimes it even can be in your shoulder. That's Anybody ever felt that kind of pain? Wave your hand, say me, put it in the chat. I felt that Lego. Put Lego in the chat if you felt Lego pain before. Well, that's the parental pain. Well, maybe there's some other kind of pain, and it's like phantom pain. Phantom pain is when you have pain, but you don't know quite where it's coming from. You don't know what's going on. And believe it or not, a lot of leaders, many leaders that I talk to all over the globe, deal with this kind of pain, phantom pain, when something is wrong, something is hurting, but they just don't know where it's coming from. Again, I'm Dr. Cliff Freeman of cliffreemanspeaks.com, and I want to help you align your team so that your team begins to win. If you want to win in business, if you want to win in your organization, in school, in your district, wherever you find yourself, if you want to win, ladies and gentlemen, you are in the right place. I'm going to share some things with you that you can use today, that you can take away today and start using in your business. Is that all right? Cool. And look, along the way, if there's more you want to do with us, how can we get this in our company? How can we get this in our organization? We can talk about that. We can definitely help you with that as well. Again, I'm Dr. Cliff Freeman. I am a global speaker. Work with companies all over the country, all over the globe, here in America and other countries, Africa, Finland, some other countries that I've worked with. And with that, understand that not only am I a speaker, I'm also an author of the book, The Art of Contagious Teamwork, 5 tips you can deploy today. These are 5 simple tips you can gather on the website, cliffreemanspeaks.com. These are 5 simple tips that you can use these tips to start changing the culture of your organization. Simple book. It's only $20. It's a really easy read that you can read it. I wrote it in such a way that you can read it and put it into practice right now. So here we go. Not only that, speaker, author, consultant. So I work with organizations such as yours in various different ways, helping them get rid of misalignment and what we're going to talk about today, chaos. Chaos is a problem. Chaos is what makes your culture chaotic, right? That sounds kind of overkill, but that's what happens. So here we go. Chaos is contagious. Chaos is contagious, but so is clarity. Chaos is contagious when this is when everybody is kind of quietly quitting. They really don't know what's going on. It's the opposite of clarity. When people don't know what's happening, they don't know what's going on, that's when chaos begins to set in. They smile and nod in the meetings, but then when they get in the hallways, everybody's leaving the meeting frustrated. Okay. That's what's happened. That's the kind of pain that usually happens that comes from misalignment. All right. There's a movie There's a movie called Coach Carter. Some of you may have seen this movie, Coach Carter. In the movie, Coach Carter, I believe his name is Samuel Jackson, is the star of the movie. He becomes the head basketball coach of his alma mater, high school alma mater. And in so doing, Sam Jackson has to renovate, revitalize, restructure, rebuild an entire high school basketball program. It's a program that everybody is only concerned about the kids playing basketball, but not about what's going to happen after they get out of high school. Well, Coach Carter, Sam Jackson, is totally concerned with what happens with these young men after high school. One thing they wanted to do, he asked them, what was your goal? He said, to win the state championship. He asked a very poignant question. He said, who won the championship last year? And nobody could tell him who won the championship last year. Many of us find ourselves just like that. You want to be the number one company in your industry. Who was the number one company in your industry 3 years ago? Some of you may have answered that question. Many of you probably didn't. Or who was the number one school district or the number one whatever your context is. Who was the number one blank 3 years ago? Many of us don't know. And that's because it's really not that important. We're really focused on ourselves, right? It's a me generation. That's what we're focused on a lot of times. Well, when he got to the school, there was so many things going on. And there was one young man by the name of, I forget his first name, but his last name was Cruz. And he called everybody Mr. And so Mr. Cruz wanted to play basketball, but Mr. Cruz wanted to do things his way. And so there were penalties. There was a penalty for if you didn't come to practice on time, if you didn't have on the right uniform, all those different things. There were different penalties. And Mr. Cruz one day comes into the gym, and every day he's missing, he gets more suicides, he gets more push-ups added to his account. And so he comes into the gym one day at practice, and he literally walks up to Coach Carter and he says, what I got to do to play? Coach Carter looks at him and says, Mr. Cruz, you don't want to know the answer to that question. He turns around and keeps talking to the team. This is where go-getting comes into play, because Mr. Cruz doesn't leave. He wants it bad enough. Ladies and gentlemen, let me pause right here and tell you, you have to want to win bad enough, because this is where you are. This is where you are. You got to want to win bad enough that you're willing to do whatever it takes to get here. You've been here. You know how this feels. This sucks. You don't like it. But how do you get here? You got to be willing to do whatever it takes to get here. He had a coach. He had somebody to tell him, and he tells him, he says, Miss Cruz, you don't want to know the answer to that question. Miss Cruz stands there. And after a while, all the teammates realize Cruz is still standing there. Coach Carter grabs his clipboard. He says, Clyde, he tells his assistant coach to come over. Assistant coach comes over with the clipboard. He says, all right, Mr. Cruz, you owe me 5,000 push-ups and 8,000 suicides. And I might have those numbers wrong, but that's how astronomical they were. It was a major undertaking. And he says this to him, and Mr. Cruz doesn't get disheveled. He doesn't get sad. He doesn't get low. He goes to turn and take his jacket off, and Coach Carter looks at Mr. Cruz and says, oh, and it got to be done by Friday. Now it's Monday. And every day, pardon me, every day he's out here doing these suicides and these push-ups. Suicides is when you run from the baseline to the foul line, back to the baseline, to the three-point line, back to the baseline, to the half-court line, back to the baseline, to the other free throw line, to the baseline, to the three-point line, to the baseline, to the full foul line, to the baseline, to the baseline, to the baseline, and that's one. Yeah, he had to do thousands of those. Mr. Cruz takes off his jacket and he starts doing push-ups. starts doing suicides. The movie cuts away and it comes back every once in a while, the next day or so, and Coach Carter looks at him and says, "You know your task is impossible, right?" Mr. Cruz looks at Coach Carter and just keeps running. He doesn't stop because he's determined. He's determined to win. He's determined to win. He comes to him on Friday because he told him it has to be done by Friday. He says to him, "Well, Mr. Cruz, looks like you came up short. You owe me 500 push-ups," because he told the assistant coach to keep count. He said, "You owe me 500 push-ups and so many number of suicides." He said, "Leave my gym." Now, some of y'all may think that's harsh, but nah, there was a standard, right? There was a standard, and he had to meet the standard. And this is where he was. He missed the standard. He missed the standard. If he would have exceeded the standard, all good. This is where what I like to talk about, teamwork, comes into play. It's not talent, it's trust. Right at this moment, the rest of the team looks at Coach Carter and says, everyone one by one, they say this: "Coach, I'll do some." Guy gets down on the ground and does push-ups. What's significant about this is the first guy that says he'll help him reach his goal is the guy that Mr. Cruz antagonized in a grave way. Then all the other guys started doing something. He tells the assistant coach, keep count. He said, "Come and get me when they finish," goes to his office. And they worked together to get it done. End result, they won a regional championship. They didn't win, they went to the state championship. They lost in the final game, but they won a regional championship. Why in the world did I tell y'all that? Because if you're going to mitigate this pain, and you really want to be a champion, you really want to win, you have to do whatever it takes to win. I told you, chaos is contagious, but so is clarity. What is this thing is clarity? Clarity is when everybody knows what's going on. So this is what I want to tell you. Repeat after me. Say, "I can do more with a strong core." Say it again. Say, "I can do more with a strong core." Physically in your body, you can do more if your back's not hurting, right? And a lot of times individuals have pain in their back because they don't have a strong core. Well, here it is. This is the framework I want you to know. Core. CORE. That's what we're going to talk about. Clarity, ownership, relational trust, execution. How does this happen? It happens with focused, relentless effort that produces excellence. This is that when you're so focused on where you want to go, nothing will stop you from getting there. Okay? So now, many people want to ask the question, well, what is the holdup from making me get there? The holdup from making us get there is many times the lack of working together, the lack of teamwork. I like to say this. There's an old African proverb that says, if you want to go fast, go alone. But if you want to go far, go together. You need somebody to help you do what you're going to do in order to reach the pinnacle that you want to reach. Okay? So here we go. One will make the difference. The difference between hot water and boiling water is 1 degree. 211 degrees Fahrenheit is hot water. 212 degrees Fahrenheit is boiling water. That'd be 99 or 100 Celsius. Are you with me? And so the first step in core is clarity. Clarity is not just sending a message, but clarity is making sure your message has been received. And many leaders focus on ensuring that the message goes out. But what they fail to do is to check with their people to see if they actually receive the message. As a leader, when was the last time, I know you send the emails and I know you do all the things, but when was the last time you asked your people what's their best learning style? Are they auditory? Are they kinesthetic? Are they visual? Right? Some people will see the email, but they won't catch it. Some people will hear the instruction and they'll get it. Some people will read the email and that's when they get it. Right? So it's important for you to have clarity. If there is no clarity, there will be chaos. Okay. No clarity, mad chaos, a lot of chaos. I'm sorry. A lot of chaos is going to happen if there is no clarity. Secondly, not only should there be clarity in order for you to build an aligned team that wins, and we do deep dives when I come to, if you allow me to come to your company, we can do a deep dive and we can take sessions, we can take time to walk through what clarity actually can look like in your context. Okay. You can do that, cliffreemanspeaks.com. There's clarity and then there's ownership. If there's a problem, you've got to own the problem. Leader, it's not always the people. Mr. Cruz owned it. I didn't make the mark. He owned it. You, ladies and gentlemen, you have to own the problem. You got to own it. If you're doing something wrong, you got to own it. And if you're not doing something wrong, great. Okay. After the clarity, the ownership, then there must come relational trust. The same way a little child trusts their parent, grandparent, grandfather, whoever, to hold the bike while they're trying to learn how to ride it. That same level of trust is the same type of trust that we have to have in our coworkers, that we have to have in those in our teammates. And many times we just don't have it. There's clarity, ownership, relational trust. In order for these things to be achieved, people often don't achieve success because of a lack of focus or clarity. People are not focused many times, and so they don't achieve the success they are looking for achieve. Now, just between you and I, this is what I want you to know, and I wrote this down, so I'm going to read it off of my notes. Organizations often don't achieve success because of misalignment. Where's your organization misaligned today? What's not right? What are you willing to do to fix it? Freeman, we want to be the best. We want to win. We want to do all the things. What are you willing to do to fix it? How bad do you want it? What's the difference between me on a basketball court and Michael Jordan, LeBron James, the late Kobe Bryant, and all the rest? What's the difference? Well, aside from the fact that they're over 6 feet tall, because I'm not over 6 feet tall, but aside from that, somebody coached them. Somebody helped them. They have a team working with them. Who's helping you reach that pinnacle where you want to reach? Who's helping you get there? Even if you want to climb Mount Everest, somebody got to anchor the rope, right? That's what it takes, relational trust. It takes relational trust to build an aligned team that wins. How do I go from chaos to contagious? Clarity, ownership, relational trust. And then finally, you will have execution. But here's what you need to know. Nothing changes if nothing changes. So you've got a decision to make. You've got a decision to make. You can do one of three things. You can do number one, you can do nothing at all, and everything stays the same. The gap is still there. Number two, you can do something you've always done, but nothing changes if nothing changes. And if you do what you've always done, you'll get what you've always got. Or you can do anything moral. How about you do something? The least you can do, the least you can do. If this has been beneficial in these short 19 minutes, imagine what you can do in an hour. Imagine what you can do, not even an hour. Imagine what you can do in a 90-day format. Imagine how vast you can close this gap, how vast you can close this gap in 90 days. If this was repetitively spoken, not only to you, but to your entire team. Imagine what you could do in one full day of looking at your context and ensuring that everything you need done gets done. Well, ladies and gentlemen, that's the beginning steps of knowing how to turn your team into a team that just flounders to a team that wins and reaches the top. I don't know about you, but I want every team that I'm a part of to win. And nobody goes into business to lose profits. Nobody goes into business to lose customers. So if you're ready to do something different right now, go to your computer, go to cliffreemanspeaks.com, set up a free discovery call. Let's talk about how we can work together. Because today's the day where you close the gap. I'm Dr. Cliff Freeman. Thanks. Have a great day.
Hi, I'm Cece Strong, and I am a comeback champion. Let me tell you what that is. I am continuing forward despite the things and the setbacks and the obstacles and all of the things we deal with in life that can derail us and take us off course. Well, I'm going to share a few things with you that has happened over my span of 30 years in the law enforcement profession. I was a lieutenant for the Los Angeles County Sheriff's Department up until February 4th of this year. Why February 4th? It was actually 4 years earlier than what I planned. I'll get to why in a minute, but I took that date because it actually is the birthday of Rosa Parks. I like to say she sat down so that I could stand taller. Well, what led to me becoming a comeback champion? I would like to say that I've been this way for all of my life. At age 4, I became what they called a tag-along in Girl Scouts because they didn't really have a title for someone that young, and I just wouldn't go away. I kept coming back. I wanted to be a part of what I saw my sister being a part of and all the other girls who were in Girl Scouts. I volunteered with the Red Cross. I was in Upward Bound. I was in the GATE program in school. I always was in a life of service. Volunteering at convalescent homes and also being a PTA president at one point where my kids were in middle school. They're grown now, but all of those things are building blocks of what I have been and what I've become so many years later. Little did I know that in 2021, a huge derailment to my career would lead to my destiny being activated. And what did that look like? It looked like completing my master's degree, top of my class, by the way. It looked like becoming an international speaker. It also looked like becoming an author. Now with 3 books and also 1 pending. It looked like me not taking a darker option or giving in to that hurtful pain that was in me at the time that this all took place. I mean, think about it. You work for decades with your career or a company or whatever the establishment is that you're connected to. And only then they call you a bully, a racist. They say that you assaulted someone, that you mistreated people with disabilities, that you created a hostile work environment. Everything that they could think of was thrown in the mix to describe who I am. And none of it was true. I consider it a comeback champion because even though all of that was said about me and my career was halted, I never gave up. I dug deep. I developed Mad Resilience, a program where I'm now helping others learn how to be mentally, actively, demonstratively, and with documentation, being resilient. I developed the 7 C's of survival and sustainability to help people understand that it's not just the equipment at your job that you need to know, but everything that leads up to your communication and how you clarify things and how you cover your assets, if you will, along with the other C's that help with that. But let me start over. In 1995, I was a young, early 20s, and I was working for UPS. I was driving trucks. I also had completed my cosmetology license training and received the certification from the California Board of Barbering and Cosmetology. I love checking boxes and have always been a task rabbit trying to improve myself. I mean, from reading words in the dictionary just so that I can broaden my horizon and learn some more, all the way to always looking for that next climb. Well, the bricks that were thrown at me on October 5th of 2021 were very debilitating. I was marched into an office by my supervisor and told that I was being placed under an investigation and transferred from my assignment. It broke me. That's the best word that I could actually use. And now looking at statistics and realizing that 13 people within the same agency with the Los Angeles County Sheriff's Department, unfortunately, ended their lives. It made me think even more so about mental illness and people with challenges, and being lied on could really, really damage someone. The sad part about it is those within the agency who put all this in place could have cared less. They had their promotions. They had their gifting of, if you do this, you'll get that. And many of them had promotions into positions that they had no clue what they were doing. It made them easier targets and easier pawns in the overall checkers game. Yeah, you heard that right. I know that pawns aren't in checkers, but that's how crazy this whole thing was. It seemed like they were playing checkers, but trying to play chess. In April of this year, I would learn that I won my arbitration for at least the internal process, because everything's still pending with my lawsuit and I don't know. And honestly, I got to a point where I no longer cared. And I'll tell you why. The sad part and reality of what we face in this world and in society and in our interactions and walks with other people is that a large number of people literally live in selfishness, or they're just apathetic and they're tired. Sadly, that could lead to them being depressed and having all other types of problems within their lives. This broke me, but I am thankful that I had prayer, to be quite honest with you. I paused, I prayed, and then I proceeded. And that's where the comeback champion part came in. My Code 3 Conversations, which you can see here, is the platform where I am now working to help bridge the gaps between community and law enforcement. And I'm, as a 30-year veteran myself, saying that we're broken internally. The departments are broken. And here's why. We keep reinventing the wheel and saying, hey, this is the way we've always done it. We keep ignoring racism and sexism and cronyism and nepotism, and they are taboo words that no one wants to talk about. But unfortunately for me, many years ago in 2004, the 33rd sheriff said while on a telephone conversation, now I don't know who he was talking to, nor do I know who he was talking about, but his statements were, she's black, how can anyone think she's smarter than me? Meaning that basically someone who looks like me can't come in intelligence flavor, if you get me. And really, it drives people nuts when you talk about racism in general. Instead of embracing the fact that we didn't order from a menu who we were born into, and I can't pull a card from a deck that's not extended to me. The reality is that there are officers who deal with being both from some of the communities that people despise and you usually have no clue about, and also in uniform, sometimes having those that grew up in the same area that they grew up in expect of them to not be a sellout. Yeah, I've heard it all. The citizen says that we pay your salary, so you better do what I say. And then people shout about, well, the person should have just complied. And that only happens for certain people and not others. And all of it is swirls around me, and me wearing a uniform and wanting to be a part of a difference was what led me to the profession in the first place. Little did I know that a few people, an assistant sheriff, chief, and a commander, would conspire together, probably guided by the same person all those years ago who made those racist statements, who became the sitting 33rd sheriff, probably in collaboration with or in just enough to keep him just outside of any culpability, save for the fact that he's named in my case and somehow received an anonymous letter himself about my ill behavior. Go figure. But imagine you're a young deputy and you hear something like that about people that look like you, but you're not supposed to worry about racism or any of the other thing. And let's not even get started with the sexism piece with me being a woman. But the comeback piece is the piece that was the best. I am so sorry that 13 people over the span of beginning this year up till now have opted out, not just of retirement with the department, but they took their own lives. That's the stark reality of what was faced. And my heart goes out to their family. I couldn't even imagine. And thankfully, during the time that I felt everything had been swept from under me, my career derailed, where do I go? And I started spiraling down, feeling bad about what was happening. I'm so glad I reached out and got help about it and talked to a non-vested interest person. And I sought the help to be able to talk out my feelings because the department could have cared less. And it's sad that we've lost so many people who were public servants at their own hand. My heart genuinely goes out to them. But being a comeback champion led me to journaling my thoughts and writing a book, The Betrayal and the Badge, which helped me to get those thoughts out. And I'm continuing to write a training program, 7 C's of Survival and Sustainability, which has been packaged for people to learn how to use their voice, use their minds and the mindset and their thoughts, the gift of gab before reaching for the equipment on their gun belt. I became an international speaker all during this debacle and all the craziness of the arbitration and the lawsuit. To top it off, there were 2 brothers on either side of my cases, one working the internal case and one working the outside case, and where people scream and cry about their tax dollars and how horrible it is when we're speaking at the government level. No one's paying attention to my case being dragged out and people being paid handsomely to do nothing. Well, I digress. Being a comeback champion meant that I did not give up, that I went back to school, that I wrote the books, that I started speaking out, that I didn't stay quiet in that moment. And that not staying quiet led to coming up with things like Spilling the LT, where I put the messaging out there. I shared the documents of my truth. And that arbitration win in April, where it was deemed that my contractual rights were violated, and that I had been disciplined without just cause, fell on the heels of games that were played throughout this entire process. And after all was said and done, 3 very late evaluations came back outstanding. They could not dispute my good work. I actually was added to another television show after the Academy show, where I was featured as one of the drill instructors, the only woman on the staff at the time. I was on iCrime during this 4-year period, virtually from my own home, sitting there recording with the Elizabeth Vargas of America's Most Wanted. Everything that I did to continue forward and keep going is what drove me further and further into success. My platforming, as my mentor said, your career wasn't derailed. Your destiny had been activated. Through my faith and me actually coming up with the idea of a clothing line and staying busy, I stopped those darker thoughts. And they come. They're real, and people should address them. You shouldn't just toss it aside. And it's sad that there's a stigma about those type of things. People don't get help because they think that they are being seen as weak. There was nothing weak about continuing forward in what I was dealing with facing it and not trying to bury it or just think positive and to move on. We tell people that, but is that really helping solve the problem? Facing it, knowing that it's the truth, and dealing with it is how we make things better. Being a comeback champion is all of those things swirled into one big ball of continued motion as I move my mindset, my motivation, and continued in that movement forward. Code 3 Conversations is this 30-year law enforcement veteran saying, let's have those emergency contacts, those emergency communication sessions. Let's come into the room and talk it out, rather than finger pointing alone. Sure, it's great to post on social media and get your thoughts out there and, point at everybody and laugh and create memes. But are we really having the talks that we need to build better, to improve? Are we addressing those isms that nobody wants to talk about? Are we taking accountability for our part in having committed a crime or having been excessive in force? Are we looking at the things that we really need to look at in order to improve in society? Code 3 Conversations is the start of that communication. And we are amazed at the people who have so many positive things to lend. No longer is it the comments that, hey, I pay your salary and, oh, he should have just complied. People are giving real, from their heart, things to contribute, topics that are of value, and things that can actually greatly help within the profession. I'd like to offer to you Code 3 Conversations, a free registration, and I would love and would welcome to either have you sit in our audience at the webinar and just watch. No one will know you're there because I know people love to get a taste and see before they jump all the way in. But I'd like to give to you the ability to register for free. I'll leave a link for you so that you can do that. And all it is you receiving the link to tap in to our Code 3 Conversations every second and fourth Wednesday of each month. Our next one will be coming up here soon. So I look to see you this coming Wednesday. I welcome you being a part of the Code 3 Conversations. And remember, keep going, don't give up, and always strive to be a comeback champion.
Well, good afternoon, good morning, good evening, wherever you are watching this wonderful master class. Listen, I'm Dr. Pastor Anthony D. Shannon, coming to be your encouraging coach. Listen, I come to be a cheerleader of your success. I come to be a catalyst to get you off the couch or whatever you need to do, because I want you to be a leader. I believe, like the late Dr. Miles Monroe says, everyone has leadership inside of them, and there's a leader somewhere waiting to come out. I want to talk today because I have the opportunity to be a part of this summit, this great, wonderful summit, Leaders Live Generously Summit. Because of the Leaders Live Generously Academy, listen, this master class will be in the vault. It'll be able to encourage you for many, many years to come. I want to talk to you today about the power of leadership and why it's needed. The power of leadership and why it's needed. COVID-19 was a pandemic. Frontline healthcare workers took charge to protect lives all over the world, often risking their own lives. Leadership arose from unlikely places as nurses, doctors, and community leaders coordinated efforts to save lives and provide hope. My acronym for HOPE is helping others pursue expectations. What is leadership? There's all kind of definitions for leadership. John Maxwell says leadership is only influence. Wow. Leadership is not about titles, but about influence, vision, and the ability to inspire others to move forward to their common goal. In Proverbs 29:18, I love to quote this. He says, where there is no vision, the people perish. But he that keepeth the law, happy is he. The Passion version of the same verse says, where there's no prophetic vision. So therefore, you need a prophetic gift in your life. You need someone who would prophesy to you, someone who's going to tell you you're going to be a great singer. Barbara Streisand, her mother, said you're going to be an awesome singer. And she began to pursue it. That's what we call the prophetic, okay? Prophetic vision. Now, if you're going to understand why leadership is needed, then here it is. My objective of this lesson today is for you to explore the power of leadership, why it is essential in today's world, and how we can rise as leaders. Do you not know that we have the understanding? Why do we have the understanding in our modern day? The understanding is this: there is power in leadership. My modern day example is the Dr. Martin Luther King Jr., the late Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. His role during the civil rights movement. That's right. Martin Luther King Jr.'s leadership was grounded in his unwavering faith and belief in nonviolence. It was inspired by both the teachings of Jesus and the strategies of Mahatma Gandhi. He understood that true leadership required moral courage and a commitment to justice. That's right. He just couldn't sit back and watch this injustice take place. And he understood this. Not only did he understand this, even in the face of adversity, he wanted to do something about it, because through his speeches, like the iconic "I Have a Dream" address, Dr. King painted a vision of equality and unity that resonated deeply with people across racial and social lines. His leadership during the Montgomery bus boycott showcased his ability to organize and galvanize communities for a sustained cause, ultimately leading to the Supreme Court's ruling that segregation on public buses was unconstitutional. Additionally, his leadership in organizing the March on Washington brought national attention to civil rights issues, culminating in the Civil Rights Act of 1964 and the Voting Rights Act of 1965. You know, Dr. King's resilient faith-based leadership demonstrated that transformative change is possible. And when leaders are anchored in purpose, guided by vision, and willing to sacrifice for the greater good, then that's the power of leadership. Here's one of the key points I want to give you. Key point number one: leadership has the power to influence minds and change perspectives. Number two, true leadership uplifts others and it builds unity. Matthew 20:26 says, whoever wants to become great among you must become the servant, must become the learner, must become the student, right? I want you to think about a leader that you could think about who has influenced your life, and what quality or qualities made that person impactful to you. I can think of several myself, of growing up, and different people have helped me. Man, they've made such an impact in my life that made me want to do something, made me want to be better, do better. And guess what? I want you to ask that question for yourself. Because whatever they did to you, I want you to pass it forward and become that to somebody else. Section 2, why leadership is needed. Yeah, you know, it's needed in today's time, as we can see. If Dr. Martin Luther King wouldn't have stepped up, what would have happened to the civil rights movement? Would we even had any of those things? Or maybe we still would have segregation on the buses. Well, let me give you this. And here's the deal. Kodak, you know Kodak, we used to have the little cameras, you take a picture and then you take them down and get them, developed, right? Well, Kodak, once a giant in the photography industry, they failed to adapt to the digital revolution despite having the technology in their possession in as early as 1972. The leadership hesitated to innovate. They feared it would cannibalize their film business. This lack of vision led to their downfall in the face of agile competitors. Similarly, Blockbuster, the same, dominated the video rental market, but they ignored the potential of online streaming and eventually on demand. So they rejected the opportunity to buy Netflix at the time for $50 million. Netflix was ready to sell. They were just sending out CDs, but they had the vision for the future. Their leadership's inability to foresee the shift in consumer behavior resulted in their demise. They're no longer here. Okay, these examples to me underline the importance of visionary leadership in navigating change and driving innovation. This is why leadership is important. But not only leadership, you got to have the right leadership. I like to say that I'm a leader leading from the future, right? I'm always on the cutting edge, always moving ahead, leading out so that I don't have to be behind. Because either you're leading out or eventually you're going to be leading from behind or not leading at all. And so you got to have not only leadership, but you need effective leadership. Jacinda Ardern, the former Prime Minister of New Zealand, and her empathetic yet decisive response during crisis in the Christchurch shooting and COVID-19. Her leadership is needed, and your leadership is needed. So, number one, why do you need leadership? Leadership brings order to chaos. You have chaos, you need a leader, right? Things are going haywire, you need somebody to take charge. Number two, leadership inspires faith and hope in challenging times, right? During the 1929, that was a mess. But guess what? Leadership rose to give hope to people. We'll give you food. People was lined up to get food, get cheese, get this, get a little money here or there, right? It inspired faith. It inspired hope. Number three, leadership fulfilled God's purpose on the earth. The reason we have leadership, that's a God idea. God is the one created leadership. He's the one created you to be a leader, whatever leader you are. If you become a father or a mother, you're automatically in leadership. And not only that, 1 Corinthians 14:40 said, let all things be done decently and in order. So in order to have, listen, can you just imagine this world without order? Can you imagine no street lights? No stop signs? Oh my goodness. You ever had a traffic light go out and they got the four-way stops and everybody, for a moment, they're courteous, and you, next thing you know, you got a few people that ain't letting you go by. You're like, wait a minute, I just got to go. That's what we would have. Nothing but chaos. I promise you that. So leadership is needed. And why leadership? Because of all those things I just mentioned. All right. Now I want to give you the traits of a great leader. Right? If you are a leader, if you're not a leader, I want you to know there's a leader inside of you waiting to come out. Because in order to be a good leader, you must become a good follower. And if you're not a good follower, then you're really doing nothing. You're not making any noise. Okay? So here's the traits of a great leader. I want to use Nehemiah from the scriptures as my backdrop. Nehemiah's leadership in rebuilding the walls of Jerusalem. The first thing he had was vision. So traits of a good leader is vision. Even we saw that without a vision, people perish. Nehemiah saw what others could not see. He saw that the wall could be rebuilt. The second thing he needed, or you need as a leader, is courage. He faced opposition with boldness. Dr. Martin Luther King faced opposition. Helen Keller faced opposition. All right? So, vision, courage, and then teamwork. Being able to galvanize others to walk with you. Teamwork, he rallied people to work together. Then, so we got vision, we got courage, we got teamwork, and then guess what? He didn't quit. He has resilience. Despite ridicule and attacks, he stayed focused. Not only that, Nehemiah 2:17 says, "Come, let us rebuild the wall of Jerusalem, and we will no longer be in disgrace." They replied, "Let us start rebuilding." So they began the good work. He said, no matter what people say, we're going to get this done. You need to have that kind of mindset. No matter what people saying, even if people do not believe in what you believe in, do you believe it yourself? You've got to believe in yourself, your dream, before anybody else would believe in it. And you got to make sure that you don't quit, cave in, no matter what the obstacle is. That brings you resilience. Listen, let's give you a modern day example. Elon Musk's leadership. Wow. You know, with SpaceX and Tesla. Man, he dared to come against Ford, Chrysler, GM. What? He dared to come against Honda and all of the Chinese corporations and said, y'all ain't doing it right. I got something for you. His ability to push boundaries and inspire his team to achieve what seemed impossible is a testament to his visionary leadership. Not to mention, soon people will be taking space rides just for the joy of it. Wow. What traits from Nehemiah and Elon Musk can we incorporate into our daily leadership? Think about it. And now he's appointed by the president-elect to be an innovator. Wow. Here's the traits you need. I'll highlight them for you. Vision, courage, integrity, servanthood, effective communication, resilience, and of course, faith. You're going to need it, right? Those are the traits you need for good leadership. So the next one is how then to step into leadership today. What can I do? You say I'm a leader. You say that there's a leader inside of me waiting to come out. Well, I told you everyone born is born for a purpose. So you have to find your purpose so you can begin to live your life. In living your life, you then can leave a legacy. How do you do that? I'll tell you. Align your passion. That's right. What are you passionate about? What are some things you said, man, I can do that all day, all night, even if I don't get a dime. I'm passionate about that. And then, is it lined up with God's purpose? Because he's the one created you. He says, I know the thoughts that I have towards you, thoughts of good and not evil, to bring you to an expected end. Jeremiah 29:11. Find your purpose, because you have one. You just haven't found it yet. But once you find it, then you'll start living your life. I promise you that. Number 2, start developing yourself. Work on yourself. Stop working on other people. Man, I wish I could fix him. I wish I could fix her. I don't know why she ain't hearing this. No, fix yourself. Work on yourself. Commit to learning and growing. Commit to developing so that you could be a person, as Proverbs 27 says, iron sharpens iron. Why don't you become iron so that you can sharpen somebody else? Discover your purpose, and then, of course, develop yourself. I think if you start developing yourself, then you can demand the money you need, right? A lot of people want more money, but they haven't developed themselves in order to demand the money that they're asking for. If you start developing yourself, developing your skills, working on yourself, I promise you the money will show up. Amen? It will show up. The third thing you need, if you're going to step into leadership, is lead where you are. Lead where you are. Leadership doesn't require a platform. Rosa Parks didn't have one. She didn't even have a title. But she began to lead. It begins with serving those around you. Just start serving. Who's ever great among you, let them become the servant. Many people don't want to serve. They want all to bow to them. Well, if you become a servant leader, then guess what? You'll get elevated. You'll get promoted. And the level of your authority will come to the level of your submission. I believe that with everything in me. The fourth thing you need is you need to know how to build relationships. You can't talk about, I can't stand people, don't want people. All I want to do is be in a corner, shut the door. No, you got to learn how to build relationships. Great leaders prioritize connection over control. I want to be able to know people, connect with people, influence people. Different people know me. And then build the relationship, because that gives you influence. Are you listening to me? Then the fifth thing you're going to need is to rely on God's strength. God will give you strength to overcome. He will give you wisdom. You know, Paul even said these words, I can do all things through Christ who gives me strength. You know, you need strength for the journey because things get rocky. Sometimes the boat get to waving. The winds get brisk. And you're going to need some strength. All right? Because we do get tired. Right? So I want to encourage you to identify one area in your life where you can lead. If you're not leading right now, if you're not serving right now, look around and see a need and see where you can begin to serve, because as you begin to serve in that area, you're going to be leading that area. There's nobody in the children, working with children. Then you go do it, right? One of our leaders, they started working as a volunteer, if you will, subbing. And the next thing you know, they had their own room. And they wasn't even a teacher. People thought they was a teacher because they just started serving and working. And then later they said, wait a minute, I think I better go get my certification and get everything to be a teacher, all right? Because you just start serving and you become the leader, all right? So I want to encourage you to do that. Start leading at home. Remember I said serve. If whoever's great among you, let them start with serving. So start serving at home. Serve at work. Serve at church. Serve in your business. What about your community? Go work with some elderly, right? Whatever it is that you need to do, I want you to begin to do it, because it's only going to help you become better in your leadership. Somebody say, become better in my leadership. I don't hear you. I want to become what? Better in my leadership. That's right. I want you to become better in your leadership. Because when you talk about moving forward, then you know what you're going to need? You're going to need commitment. I tell people all the time that if you can commit without wavering, because a double-minded man is unstable in all of his ways. Matter of fact, I don't think no person wants a person who's indecisive. What do you want to eat? I don't know. Where do you want to go? I don't know. What kind of clothes you want? I don't know. It's hard to work with a person like that, right? Because you're trying to shoot out everything and they don't know what they want and they're indecisive. And because they're indecisive, you can't help them. Well, listen, leadership is about influencing. And you want to be able to influence people in order to move to the next level. And not only that, what are you going to do? You're going to sit there? Are you going to be average? Or are you going to be below average? No. There's a need for you. There's a need for leaders. You know what Jesus said when he walked the earth? The harvest is plentiful, but it's the laborers, it's the leaders that are few. That's amazing that he would say that the harvest is plentiful, yet we need some leaders. Amen. We need some good leaders in this place today, and I want you to be one of the next leaders that's going to help walking out as the power of leadership. I want you to know this, that you can be a leader who's going to change, innovate, lead, and then do it with generosity. I want you to not only lead, but I want you to do it with generosity. I want you to be able to do the stuff that you're supposed to do to help other people overcome. Because when you are an influencer, you can help people and push people to a whole new level. I call it a life without crumbs, but a life full of the overflow. Do you know that I think it says, the thief comes to steal, kill, destroy, but I've come that you might have life to the full till it overflow. I believe that you can overcome, you can have expansion, and you can grow. I want you to start thinking about where you are and think about what you need to expand and think about where you need to grow. Not only in the natural, but also in the spiritual. I need you to find yourself stepping into areas that you once thought were beyond your reach. Your leadership can do that. Do not doubt your capacity. Do not. All right? I don't want you to doubt it. I want you to begin to move, to walk upward, and I want you to walk onward. You know what someone said? Start where you are, use what you got, and do what you can. Arthur Ashe said that. Because if you got that, then you can move into leadership. You can move into what I call love and compassion. Because if you're going to be a leader, you're going to need to walk in love. You're going to need to love people. I mean, all kinds of people. And you're going to need to have compassion. Compassion is an action word. Okay? You can't have compassion and sitting down in a corner. No, compassion moves you to action. It's the love for the people that will cause you to have compassion for people. The Good Samaritan, he had love for his employee. And he went to get some help for him. Who do you have compassion for? See, I want you to understand that in today's time and in today's leadership, the leadership is going to help you, push you, and catapult you into what I call thrive, flourish, and increase. Your leadership can only develop as you develop. The people under you, I think John Maxwell calls it the law of the lid. He says that if you go to a 7, then people under you can only go to a 6 or a 5 at the most. You got to keep growing and going. You got to get to 20, 30, 40 so people under you can grow and expand. The more that you grow, the more you expand, the more that you develop, the better it's going to be for you. And I want you to know that you can be that person that you want to be. You can be that person you desire to be. You can be the person that I need you to understand that you are. So I want you to say these 5 things. The first thing I want you to say is this. I choose to have a positive day and be positive on this day as a leader. Don't be a negative leader. Be a positive leader. I don't know what anyone else has to say, but I can tell you this, that Donald Trump won the president election race. He's the president-elect, and he just didn't win by a few margins. He won by a long shot. Now, I don't know how he pulled that off, but I can tell you this, that somebody must have been believing, and somebody must have been confessing, or somebody paid a lot of people, okay? One of the 3, all right? But I want you to say that you're going to be that leader, that you choose to have a positive day and be positive all day in your leadership, all right? Then I want you to say this, number 2, I choose to be grateful for what I have and everyone in my life. I want you to begin to be thankful for whomever's in your life. You got a husband, start thanking him. Your wife, start thanking her. You got friends, start thanking them, right? Because you could have nobody. You know how many people are lonely and alone? They have nobody in their life. Well, I don't want that to be you. So, number 3, I want you to say, I am capable of accomplishing great things, and I am the one to get it done. That's right. You're the leader that's been called to get it done. They don't have to call Steve. They don't have to call the Orchid Man. They calling you. right? And you're the one that's going to get it done. Don't doubt yourself. Don't you dare say, I don't know. I don't know why they calling me. I know why they calling you. You're the one. You're the leader that's going to get it done. All right? Start looking at yourself different. Start saying these things about yourself so that you will go and accomplish it. So number one, I want you to say, I choose to have a positive day and be positive in my leadership. Number two, you're going to say, I choose to be grateful for what I have and everyone in my life. Number three, I am capable of accomplishing great things, and I am the one to get it done. Number four, you're going to say this. I give myself permission to dream bigger and to become healthy and wise in my leadership. Did you hear that? Wow. You got to give yourself permission as a leader. Yes, you do, because people will talk. People will say things. I heard Joel Osteen say, I never preached a message. My father was trying to get me to step up into the leadership, but I never did. I was behind the cameras, he said, for 10, 15, 17 years, whatever it was. And one day his father passed away. And what's amazing is the week his father asked him to preach for the next Sunday is when he passed away. He steps up for the first time. You know what he said? Everybody was saying, you don't sound like your father. I wonder if you're going to tune up. I wonder if you're going to preach from this way or that way. And he said that out of all the noise, he had to give himself permission to be himself and trust that the leader that God was calling him to be was the leader he needed to be. Do you know that they've done way more and expanded farther than what the father wanted? It was his father's dream. But it all came to pass when he gave himself permission. Now I'm telling you to say these words. I give myself permission to be the leader I'm supposed to be, to dream bigger, to become healthy and wise in my leadership. Then I want you to say this. I embrace challenges as opportunities for growth. Whoo, did you hear that? That's some good leadership. These are affirmations, confirmations you're going to say to yourself in your leadership. That's right. I embrace challenges as opportunities for growth. Listen, success is not avoiding challenges. It's about solving the challenges like a puzzle. Because every challenge, I believe, is a puzzle. And you put the puzzles together, that's leadership. Because leaders solve problems. And the more problems you solve, the greater leader you're going to be. Right? The more people call on you. I'll never forget the Lakers when they wanted to win. Guess who they called on? Phil Jackson. He had already won some championships with Chicago. So what did they do? They called on Phil Jackson. And he brought them some championships. Because once you know how to win, once you know how to overcome, once you know how to take a step back to get ready for a comeback, it don't matter what nobody say. It doesn't matter what nobody do. You're ready to now win. You're ready to step up, step in your leadership and cause yourself to have permission to win. The last thing I want you to say to yourself is, I take action toward my goals every day. I'm not waiting around for somebody to push me, help me. I encourage myself. I believe in myself. I believe that I can do all things through Christ that lives on the inside of me. Greater is he that's in me than he that's in the world. If the God of the universe can believe in me, I better believe in me. I better push me. I better, come on now, pat my own self on the back, not out of arrogance, but to keep my confidence. I've got to keep pushing. I've got to keep believing. I've got to keep overcoming when everybody else doubts me, when everything else comes against me, when the winds are rising and the wind, I'm hearing it strong and the voices are strong. You'll never do that. Somebody said that it couldn't be done, but he with a chuckle replied, I wouldn't say so until I tried. So he buckled right in with the face of a grin. If he was fearful, he hit it. Next thing you know, he began to do the thing that he feared, and he began to tackle the thing that couldn't be done. And next thing you know, he did it. I want you to understand, to change where you are, you must become better. You must become that leader you're desiring. You must become that person you want to attract. See, what you have right now in your life is what you've attracted. That's right. You attracted it right now. So if you want to attract something else, then you've got to become a better person. You've got to become a different person. If you don't have much, then you haven't become much. I want you to take this opportunity to become a better leader. I want you to begin to read 5 minutes a day. Read some stuff. Say, I'm just going to start reading. I'm just going to start drawing. I'm just going to start writing. I'm just going to start, keeping a journal. That journal might come into a book. It might even become a movie. Just about your life. If people get on Facebook, if people get on Instagram, if people get on social media just to look at other people's lives, what you think will happen if you just start writing your life? Woo! I'm trying to help you. You understand? Because don't wish it was easier. Wish you were better. Did you hear me? Oh, I need you to get that. I need you to quote that. I need you to tweet that. Don't wish it was easier. Wish you were better. Don't wish for less problems. Wish for more skills. Learn to work harder on yourself and you'll live forever. If you only work hard for someone else, it's coming to an end. Work on yourself. I want you to understand that you can reach me. That's right. AnthonyDShannonConsultingGroup.com. You can also reach me at LeadersLiveGenerouslyAcademy.com. And, of course, I'm always doing ministry at the Victory Church, INT.org. Hit me up on all the social media handles, Anthony D. Shannon. That's right, Anthony D. Shannon. You got to put the D in there, all right? D stands for determination. I'm always determined to win, and I'm always determined to inspire you and help you to overcome so you too can win. All I know is what I know. And I want you to know that the power of leadership is needed. And why it's needed. Because there's always a harvest waiting for a leader. I need you to walk in vision. I need you to walk in purpose and be the leader God's calling you to be. I'll see you next time, wherever I see you, but it will be at the top. I'm Dr. Pastor Anthony Shannon, signing off, saying deuces, double victory come in your life. Thrive. You got it.
Hey everyone, how are you? My name is Sharon Combs and welcome to the Comeback Champions. Listen, if you're here, it's because you are a comeback champion, whether you feel like it or not. And that's what we're going to talk about today, how to think, the verb, on purpose. This isn't going to be about your purpose and destiny, but about being deliberate and intentional in your thought life. So without further ado, let's jump in it because we have short time and I want to get as much information to you as possible. The reason I always start with that picture is because I don't want it to get twisted. The fact that you can, like, your past has nothing to do with your present. It can support it, but it cannot stop it. I hope you guys know what that means. And so let's jump right on in. Within this teaching, take notes. I speak fast. There's going to be value here because you are a comeback champion. There's going to be something you can use to help others, things you can use to help you. So take notes, take notes, take notes. First things first, the inevitability of success. Success is not an accident, and success is something that can be inevitable. If failure can chase you, so can success. And so that's what I really want to talk about today with the Think on Purpose. We'll talk about enjoying how to live in the moment, fear-free, and short, being present so that when you are somewhere, your mind is not somewhere else. We'll identify the undermining thoughts and thought cycles. We'll talk about origin and intent. Woo, I have a story for that will make you be like, stop playing. We'll talk about how to create change in your own thought patterns and how to influence those around you for good. Not just good opposite negative, but good as in permanently being able to influence someone there. Again, my name is Sharon Combs. I want to let you know it's difficult to master that you don't stop to understand. And maybe you feel like, well, I already know about thoughts and mindset. But listen, if your cup is full, no one can pour into you. And you know what happens with a full cup that never is poured into? It gets stagnant. Oh, I'm just saying, let's keep it real. It will get stagnant on you. And I don't want that for you. I don't want that for pretty much anybody. So, what is a thought? It is an idea or opinion in the mind. It is that fuels your POV, your world perspective, your point of view. It is the action or the process of thinking. How do you string your thoughts together? How do you connect your thoughts in such a way that it makes sense? And it is where you form your opinions, especially as a philosophy or as a system of ideas. Some of the young people say, and actually some of the professionals I coach will be like, make it make sense. And I always laugh because what that means is make it make sense to me, to my formation of opinions, to my formation, my philosophy, my system of thoughts. Now, that's what a thought is. Now let's talk about think as far as the verb. It means that you are creating reality with what you think. When you add your voice to your thoughts, manifesting, but that's another teaching. So I do subscribe to biblical principles, want to let you know that, not ashamed of it. And without it, I wouldn't even be where I am today. But nothing is impossible to the person who believes. But in order to believe, the thoughts have to be in action. And maybe you're like, well, I don't know where to get those thoughts, or my thoughts run all over the place. Then you know what? Borrow some of the thoughts that are solid and are proven. His thoughts are higher than our thoughts. His ways are higher than our ways. But this isn't church. This is think on purpose. Now, what could block us from being able to have the thoughts or being able to believe some of the thoughts that drop into our mind? Why is it that we're so quick to believe what can go wrong instead of what can go right? Well, let's look at it. Some of the things that help us do that is because we're used to, oh God, y'all, let's just keep it real. We can be used to something going wrong. That picture of the young girl that was before this teaching started, kind of used to things going wrong, waiting for the other shoe to drop. This is good, but why, it's only good for a little bit. You know what I'm saying? And that's not the case. If failure can chase you, so can success. So what does fear actually look like? Nausea. You can see people biting their nails. Anxiety, sweating. Message. Anxiety is fear in your thoughts. It's your imagination imagining what can happen. It's not actually a real thing. Fear is designed for safety. Fight, flight, freeze. If you're just anxious about something that hasn't occurred in your mind, that's anxiety. And if you know that, give it a nomenclature, you can fight it. Being scared, alarmed, suspicious, feeling dread, paranoia. These are what fear actually looks like. So in order to identify some of these undermining thoughts, and the reason why we want to identify them, guys, is because an unchecked thought is pretty much a reality. If you just let your thoughts run wild and like this, and this, you will follow those thoughts. Why? Because you're going to speak on those thoughts. And when you start to speak on those thoughts, you are creating your reality. You are creating your reality. Something can come across your path that doesn't line up with your thoughts, and it can be something good, an open door, an opportunity, a paradigm shift. But because you're so busy following the unchecked thoughts, you will deny that open door. You'll be like, no, I don't want it. So unchecked thoughts are a reality, but here's the deal. A checked thought is just as inevitable. So check your thoughts. And I don't mean stop your thoughts, be like, check that. No, check it, look at it, review it. Do I want to keep this? Do I want to let this go? Because a checked thought is just as inevitable as an unchecked thought. Disclaimer here. This doesn't mean you're going to ignore natural laws. I'm not saying, oh, I believe I can fly, and you jump off a building. Please stop. That's not what I'm talking about. I'm saying if failure can follow you, so can success. Notice I've said that a few times because I want that to get just massaged in to how you identify and how you think. Well, Sharon, what is an undermining thought? Let's look at it. Undermining thoughts, you can identify them. They're going to be harsh self-judgment. What might that look like? It may look like you made a 98% on your test, on a test, any test, to become a lawyer, to graduate college, any test. And even though you got 98 right, you're going to give the 2 that you did not get right the equal footing. That's harsh self-judgment. How many people are so hard on themselves? Feelings of unworthiness, treating an exception as a rule. Woo! Relationships and meeting people that we may have stereotypes about, be they men, women, whatever races, religions. What it means is if 60% of the time it's all good, 70% it's all good. We're having good interactions, great things. Maybe you have a neighbor that is a different demographic than you, and 90% of the time you guys are all right. 1% of the time something happens, and all of a sudden that exception is the rule. It is equal to the rule. They always, no, it's not always. Remember, I said I subscribe to biblical principles. That is an unbalanced weight. We're given that unbalanced credibility. We're looking at that from a dynamic that is unbalanced. And so be aware of that, and be aware of the qualify disqualify principle, because that is an undermining thought. You may say, man, she can speak well, or she seems to be good with words, so let her speak, but I'm going to be quiet. What? How are you going to qualify me and disqualify you at the same time? Guys, that's an undermining thought process, okay? And those things will serve as cycles. Giving up before you finish, passing up opportunities repeatedly, believing you can change or control another person. I'm just going to let that sit there. I'm not going anywhere else with it. You can influence, but we control no one outside of ourselves. And then there's something called a shame, fear, control cycle that is really prevalent with undermining thoughts. What that means is you're ashamed of something and you're afraid that someone is going to find out about it or know about it. And so you try to control every situation, every conversation, everything. Those are undermining thoughts and cycles. Now, in thinking on purpose, by identifying those things, awareness drives behavior. When we see them or when we experience them, we can do them less and less. The next thing I want to tell you about is origin and intent. Here's the deal. When you have a thought, the origin of that thought may not even have anything to do with today, but it's still being applied today. And so I want to tell you a story. I went to a friend of mine, a mentor actually, a mentor of mine. It was her birthday. I got there a little late. And so everybody had already had their cake, and eat it too. But they'd had their cake, right? And so I went into the kitchen to get me a piece of cake. And I came out with the cake. And my mentor said, hey, Sharon, put it in the microwave. And I said, why? You want some? Just immediately, like, why? You want some cake? And she was like, no. And she just looked at me for a pause and she said, I want you to taste the cake warm. Up until that time, I had never tasted like warm, soft cake. She wanted me to experience a cake in a way that would be beautiful for it. But I was like, what is she talking about? She was talking about something that would help me. But the origin of that thought was, I'm the last of 7 kids. She wants some of my food. I always got to share my food. And so that was the origin. And the intent would have had me not be able to experience the beauty of this beautiful cake, this beautiful thing, and origin and intent. How many times might the origin of your thought process, your zip code, how you look at things from the past be adversely impacting a conversation or opportunity today? Again, guys, this is think on purpose, thinking deliberately. So where did the thought come from and where is it leading you? Sometimes a thought from our past is blocking us from something that we actually want. This shows up a lot in relationships, and it shows up a lot in professional development when we're going for jobs. So cognizant command means how we believe and think about something. Zip code, previous experiences will determine our feelings about that thing. And how we feel about it will then determine our actions. And our actions are going to definitely directly impact our results. And then we're either going to reinforce what we already thought, or we're going to stay in the same pattern. I want to let you know, here's something I want you to think about. I would love for you to think about, what if you did not just go only by your feelings? What if you didn't do that? What if you went straight from beliefs and thoughts to actions? Biblically, that means taking on somebody else's thoughts, the Lord's, and letting it drive your results. Because maybe you don't know, or maybe the way you thought about it before is not serving you well. This also happens with financial planners, coaches, physical trainers who are going to help you get in shape. Sometimes you don't know. And so you have to borrow their thoughts and their beliefs and put their beliefs into actions, and you'll get different results which will change how you think about something, be that investing, be that eating healthy, be that paying a couple of extra dollars for something that's good for you. Or you can say, no, man, they don't know what they're talking about. I'm going to keep my money in my pocket. All right. Those that argue for their excuses get to keep them. As a matter of fact, they marry them. And so you may be marrying an excuse because I'm going to keep it like I like it, huh? Shoot. Self-justification is cancerous, guys. It's cancerous. It is cancerous. So you have to be able to open up and see things differently. Be willing to listen to other points of view. Take what you're hearing, listen to it, and then add it to what you know and make a decision after you've been fully present and you listen to it from a present place. From a present place. Right now you're listening present. If you're listening to me, but also thinking about something else or trying to counter what I'm saying right now, you're hurting yourself. Listen to this fully and then bring what you know and weigh it. Weigh it, not unjustly, but weigh it justly, as we talked about earlier. And if you don't want to retain it, then that's okay. Don't retain it. I still love you. I still want the best for you. And when you get new information that you're like, oh, that does make sense. Wait a minute, that may work. Please know that you don't have to keep doing something because you've been doing it. You're under no obligation to be the same person you were 5 minutes ago. You have the right to make a U-turn. You have the right to do something new and do something different. Now, I've been talking a lot and already we're almost out of time. That's why I said, stay with me, be present and be here. My credentials, I have a leadership studies degree, background in social work and leadership studies, licensed member of a ministers network. I'm a certified human behavior consultant and I'm certified from John Maxwell and I'm founded a few things. You may call me a serial entrepreneur, but I've been doing it for about 20 years. I publish books. I've authored 4 books. I've published over 10 books. And I just like what I get to do. I love helping people find their hum, find their stride. I don't want you to be beholden to me for the next 10 years. Let's work it out in 3 to 6 months blocks. And then you can go and bless somebody else and help them be who they are called to be. You can think on purpose. And then all of a sudden what happens is things unlock. Well, Sharon, how did you start thinking on purpose? I'm about to tell you. Who am I? I just said some things about the credentials. But at the end of the day, I'm somebody that bumped their head quite a few times. And then one day, by God's grace, I was sitting somewhere and I was just boo-hooing. I'd already done the ugly cry. So now I'm just sitting and I'm doing that type of cry where the back of your throat is burning. It's just like, oh my God, Lord, it's a quiet cry, but it is a sincere one. And I'm like, Father, I've done everything I know to do. Everything I know to do is not working. And I was just at the end, I was like, my God, I'm following the rules. I'm doing it right, the best I know. And he said, but did you do everything you can do? And I was like, yes, I've done everything I know to do. Man, God, help me. And it was, again, just a small, still voice. Did you do everything you can do? And about the second time it unlocked. I didn't do everything I can do. I can learn something new. I can let go of the things that don't serve me and open my mind and use these mental faculties that the Most High has given me and begin to learn new processes. Who said once your education is finished, you stop learning? We are to learn forever and a day till we're in eternity. And all of a sudden, I quit thinking I've done everything I know to do. And I began to say, what else can I learn? What new can I learn that I can apply and that would help me? And I've been doing it ever since. And I've been able to work with people who are small business owners, executive women doing the executive coaching, authors, helping people get their books out there, podcasts. I have a podcast network. How did I end up with these things? I'm going to tell you how. Because I began to think on purpose, being deliberate and intentional about what's in my thoughts. And I'm telling you, I'm ruthless on the foolishness. I don't do dead conversations because they lead to dead endeavors. I don't do it at all. So, guys, think on purpose. Think is a verb. It's a verb. Don't be at the mercy of your thoughts. Your thoughts are designed to serve you and not vice versa. So if this is hitting for you and you're like, man, I know my thoughts are running all over the place. How do I, get better in my thought life? Just embrace this paradigm shift and then be fully you. Be fully you today, like you were fully you yesterday, and be fully you tomorrow. But those individual representations may be different. They may not be the same all the time. And so I promised you that I would let you know how to reset your thoughts, and this is it. View the thought as a standalone. Don't justify it, don't disclaim it. View it as a standalone. Discern the origin and intent of the thought. Make an informed decision. And based on that informed decision, decide whether you want to cast that thought down or whether you want to keep it. Do you want to rock with it? If you want to rock with it, rock with it. And then repeat. Train your brain. It's a muscle just like other muscles, and muscle memory will serve you well. And so that's all I have for us today, guys. I told you I speak fast, I talk fast, but you will be able to listen to this again and again. And for those of you who are listening, I do want to let you know, if you are interested in the Think on Purpose program, you will get the book. Booyah, let me show you the book. Here's the book. And if you can see right here, it is actually going to show you the code that you can use. And that's it. That's it. If you have any questions, let me know. If you are interested in connecting with me, please let me know that also. I'm on LinkedIn. You can find me on LinkedIn. Sharon Combs. Sharon is spelled with a Y. Also, there's an app I have called Push App, Push. That is not pray until something happens with me. It is protest the underlying systems and habits. So go to pushapp.sharoncombs and you'll be able to see some free tools that we have there. Guys, listen, I don't care who you are. The hardest part of leading is leading, and you have to lead yourself as well. And if you are somebody who's strong, how they say, check on your strong friends. If you are the strong ox, so to speak, you may be carrying more of the emotional labor, more of the focus labor, just more of the cheer on thing. Listen, you too need a place that you can go to heal, to refresh, to have a solid sounding board. And joining the Think on Purpose program may help you do that. Being here on Comeback Champions is going to help you do that, no doubt about it. And so I just want to say thank you so much for joining us. Thank you so much for spending time here. I love what I get to do. I absolutely love what I get to do. And top of October, we will be starting the next Think on Purpose program. So if you're interested in it, let's do it, because who's going to have to think on purpose is you. Holiday season is coming up. Is you. Nothing like being around our family and our loved ones. We love them to death, but they also can bring stuff sometimes from our past, and we have to make a choice. We have to make a choice to think on purpose, to have emotional regulation, to choose what direction we want to go in. And so if that should be encouraged, I'm glad you are a champion. I'm glad that you're here. I want to thank Shay Brown for consistently putting this on and giving us a place where we can be filled ourselves, as we are even sometimes filling others. I love it. I love it. I love it. God bless you. Be kind to somebody. Be nice to somebody. Not for wealth or fame, but because it is a great thing to do.
Hey, I want to speak to you today from this topic: disrupt imposter syndrome and boldly shape your success. Have you ever walked into a room and looked around and thought to yourself, what am I doing here? I don't belong in this space. That, my friends, is called imposter syndrome. And it is sneaky. It shows up on stages, in boardrooms, in classrooms, in pulpits, on Zoom calls, and even at the dinner table. I'm often asked, what is imposter syndrome? Well, imposter syndrome is that inner voice that tells you you're not enough, even when you are. It's that nagging feeling that you don't belong, that you are a fraud, or that your success is just luck. And one day, people will find you out. And here is the challenge. Imposter syndrome is something we don't always want to talk about. We don't always recognize it when it's happening. And sometimes we don't even realize how much it has influenced us or is influencing us. You see, it often shows up in three ways. It shows up as self-doubt right in the middle of our success, by making you downplay your own achievements, and it will hold us back from stepping into opportunities that we are fully qualified for. But let's be clear. Imposter syndrome isn't a disease. It is a deception, a false narrative, a distortion of the truth, a distraction from your purpose. And there is no cure because you're not sick. The answer isn't medicine, it's mindset. You see, mindset is the battleground where imposter syndrome either wins or loses. The thoughts we choose to agree with that shape the stories that we live. That's why imposter syndrome is not about perfection. It's about protecting our mindset and deciding every time it shows up to reject the lie and walk in our truth. Because imposter syndrome, it will whisper to you, you're not enough, you're not ready, you're not prepared, you're not trained. One day they're going to really find out you really don't belong. And if you're not careful, those whispers can get so loud that they drown out your brilliance. But the moment we shift our mindset, we shift the narrative and silence the lies, disrupt the doubt, we begin to reclaim our power. What I know is imposter syndrome feeds on fear and failures. It will paralyze you. It will attack your purpose. It'll make you begin to second guess the very thing that you are created to do. But here's what I've learned. Failure is not final. It's feedback. Every stumble, every mistake, every moment of doubt, it is simply an opportunity to grow stronger, wiser, and bolder. Fear will always whisper, what if you fail? But faith rises up and declares, what if you fly? Even when you're winning, there's still doubt. That's how imposter syndrome will rob us. It'll make us question our own victories. Here's facts. We don't have to shrink back. We don't have to silence our voices. And we are not called to shrink back because this is not the season to play small. I want to stop here and introduce who I am. I'm Dr. Sonia Ricketts Stinson. I'm a retired nonprofit CEO, a consultant, a coach, and best-selling author. And I partner with multidimensional women over the age of 50 in business, nonprofit, and beyond to disrupt outdated norms, to lead with vision, and create legacies that outlive their work. After stepping away from my day-to-day responsibilities as a founding CEO, my passion remains to empower both emerging businesses and nonprofits to disrupt the status quo, fund their mission, clarify their message, and build lasting legacies. Today, I want to show you how to disrupt imposter syndrome, quiet that inner critic, and boldly shape your path and your success. I also want to share why I wrote my book, because I wanted women just like you and I to have the tools to silence self-doubt and step fully into their power. So let's dive into number one. We must shift the narrative. You see, imposter syndrome is fed by lies. Lies like, you're not smart enough. You're not trained. You're just lucky. If they really knew you, they wouldn't even respect you. But the first step to disrupting imposter syndrome is to shift the narrative. You see, as an ordained minister, I love this scripture. Proverbs 23:7 says, as a man thinketh in his heart, so is he. What you repeat to yourself eventually will shape how you show up. Here's what I've learned. My scars, my struggles, my setbacks don't disqualify me. They actually qualify me. And the same is true for all. So one of the first steps to disrupting imposter syndrome is we must shift the narrative. And let's be real. Sometimes that's not easy. The noise is loud. Life is always lifing and can knock you down. The people we trust may betray us. We may have to start over, rebrand when we thought the road ahead was so secure. I know what that feels like, to pick up the pieces and wonder, How do I start over again? Do I even have the strength? But here's what I know. Those knockdowns don't define us. Betrayal don't have the final word, and rebranding doesn't erase our worth. It proves that we are resilient, adaptable, and still standing. Today, take a moment and write down one lie that imposter syndrome keeps telling you, such as replace the untruth with I'm fully equipped for this moment. Or I don't belong. Replace that with I bring something valuable to every space I enter. When we shift by rewriting the script in our own voices, everything changes. If we don't challenge the stories our inner critic keep telling us, we will stay trapped living out someone else's script. But the moment we shift the narrative, we silence the doubt, break the cycle, and step back into our power. Number 2, power is not about titles. It's not about positions. It's not even about money. Power is about presence. It's about confidence. It's about clarity. It's about using our voices even when it shakes. Power is about speaking truth in face of doubt and fear. Power is about leaving a mark that outlives our name, and power is about building something that lifts others as we rise. And when we stand in our power and walk in a room, standing tall in your power, people treat you differently. When you speak with conviction, people lean in. When you know who you are and whose you are, you can't be erased or shaken by someone else's thinking of who you are. When you stand in your power we present and we show up. We own our story, we own our voices, and we own our gifts. We know our values and refuse to shrink back, and we walk in integrity and excellence, and we know that we are resilient, rising after every setback, betrayal, and doubt. I will never forget walking into a room full of leaders who had more degrees, more resources, and more experience than me. I could have shrunk back, but instead I straightened my shoulders and whispered to myself, I belong here. God didn't make a mistake putting me in this room. So when we shift and choose to stand in our power, everything around us will shift too. You see, my energy changed, my posture changed, and even the atmosphere in the room changed. People could feel the difference. They didn't question my presence because I no longer question my presence. They didn't doubt me because I refused to doubt myself. I want to share with you a story when I recognized my battle with imposter syndrome. While working towards my doctoral degree, I had made it all the way to the dissertation phase when I encountered a professor who tried to portray me as not being enough to complete this program, and that I wasn't qualified. It boiled down to one paper, and it was brutal. For a moment, the self-doubt creeped in. I wondered, maybe I don't belong here. Maybe I can't finish. And when someone plants that self-doubt, it can easily erase your confidence. But here's the difference. I didn't stay there. I spoke to my power. I found my student support group. I got a coach, and they pushed me forward. And my own decision not to doubt. I reclaimed my own power. Lifted my head up and declared, I'm not going to take anything less than what I came here to complete. And that was that program. And guess what? I did. The results of standing in your power, we must not shrink back and declare our worth. Doors will open, obstacles will move. Power doesn't come from a title, it comes from presence, conviction, and refusing to settle for less than your purpose. Why is this important? Here are some takeaways. So when you step into your next meeting, your next interview, on your next stage, be present, pause, stand tall, and tell yourself out loud, I belong here. I am enough now. Let's practice that together. Say it with me. I'm standing in my power. I belong here. I am enough now. You are enough now as you stand in your power to disrupt imposter syndrome and shape your path. Number 3, shape your path. Here's the final piece. Stop waiting for permission, because permission doesn't just mean someone saying to you. It often looks like waiting until the timing feels perfect, until the resources are better, until every piece is in place. But that kind of waiting can lead to procrastination. And procrastination is a killer of our purpose, and it fuels imposter syndrome. Procrastination convinces us that you'll never be ready, that you will always be one step behind, that our dreams are deferred and they'll always be on hold. But the truth is, each of you already have enough to begin. Every bold step you take, even with limited resource, disrupts the cycle of doubt and moves you closer to your purpose. Too many brilliant women delay their dreams, waiting on someone to say, now you're ready. Or often we are always waiting to be in that perfect moment, that perfect timing, that perfect resources, or having those perfect plans. But perfection is another killer. It's partners with procrastination, and together they will open the doors wide to imposter syndrome. Because perfection tells us you're not ready. Wait until it looks flawless. But here's the truth. Purpose doesn't wait for perfection. We don't have to be flawless. We just have to be faithful. We don't have to have it all together. We just have to start moving forward. You see, if we wait for the world to give us permission, we will stay parked forever. Purpose isn't fulfilled in the parking lot. It's fulfilled in motion. It's time to leave the parking lot and drive in the lane that God created you to do. Imposter syndrome loves parked cars. It keeps us stuck. It silences us. But it's time to turn the key, press forward, move out of the lot. Our destiny is waiting down the road. When I wrote my first book, the timing wasn't perfect. And here's something many don't know about me. I grew up with a severe speech impediment. You might be able to hear a little bit of it, and a disability. I struggled in school. I graduated with one of the lowest reading scores in my class. But today, I stand honored to say that I completed the highest education all the way through advanced degrees. When I launched my business, I didn't have all of the resources. When I stepped onto international stage, I wasn't 100% ready. Truthfully, I was scared. But I stepped in anyway, not seeking permission, not waiting for permission, but moving forth in my purpose. Because here is the truth. If we keep waiting for the world to give us the green light, we will stay parked forever. And purpose does not happen in park. We must turn the key, shift into gear, drive forward, and get out of the parking lot. And let me add this. Imposter syndrome loves a parked car. It thrives when you're standing still. It whispers you're not ready, you're not enough, you don't belong. But the moment you press the gas, turn the key, take the first step, you silence that voice of self-doubt. Prove that you are equipped all along. Today, I want you to take that one bold step. Put it in gear. Maybe it's writing a book. Maybe it's launching your nonprofit. Maybe it's saying yes to an opportunity that scares you. Whatever it is, don't wait. Don't seek permission. Take the step, because your purpose is waiting on the other side of the action. Get out of the parking lot. So let me quickly recap. First, shift the narratives. Silence the lies and rewrite your story. Second, stand in your power. Show up with confidence, clarity, and be present. Shape your path. Stop waiting for permission. Get out of the parking lot and take the next bold step forward. Now I have something very special for you. For everyone watching this presentation, I want to invite you to stay connected. Join my mailing list and continue the journey with me as we keep driving forth and disrupting imposter syndrome, boldly shaping our path and our success. When you do so, you will receive my free resource, 9 Steps to Disrupting Imposter Syndrome and Why It Matters. Just head over to my website, www.drsonia.com. Get on my mailing list and you can download your free gift today. That is www.drsonia.com. Now let's walk in our purpose, disrupt the status quo, and boldly shape our success. Have an amazing day. Bye-bye.
Hello, good morning, good afternoon, good evening, good day. I am Elizabeth, Dr. E. Carter. So excited to talk to you today about my topic, 7 Steps to Succeed, the Path to Elevating Your Value. Today, I'll focus on 3 main objectives. First, how to make the connection. Realizing your purpose, your mindset, understanding these 7 steps and how you can leverage them. Number 2, gain clarity and confidence from 7 questions that align to these 7 steps to ensure that you are moving forward into excellence. And last, contribution. You're going to move from being a passive participant to an active contributor. So join me and let's have this conversation. Connection. There was the first day that I walked into a meeting of Toastmasters. Have you had the chance to be part of a great organization where you knew you could learn and grow, but you were afraid? I talk to so many people about development, whether it's communication, leadership, getting out of your own way. But when I think about communication, people always said to me, well, I talk good. Why do I need Toastmasters? Or I'm an expert in IT. I don't need any more IT training. I'm an expert in fill in the blank. And the person will always think that they don't need any more information, no more training. But the world is moving so quickly. Things are evolving. There's new information, new things to learn. You have to stay abreast of what's going on in your area of expertise. But you have to be clear on what you want. We all talk about we want to be successful, but successful means something different to every single person. But we all can start at the same place, with purpose. Know the who, what, when, why, how, and how come of what you are working on. That's the first part of the succeed. Now, often we are just doing our thing. We love what we do, not looking for anything else beyond what we do today and where we sit in our lives. And we get the tap. Have you tap? That is when someone comes over to you and taps you on the shoulder. This is one scene from the Santa Claus, when the little girl walks up to Santa Claus and he's in his regular clothes and she taps him because she knows he's Santa Claus. And he turns and says, "What?" But what the tap really is what I call thrust and push. Thrust and push. Because there is someone who has tapped you because they trust that you can do a great job. But you need a push, a little nudge, a little acknowledgement, a little affirmation that you could be great at it. But sometimes we're in the right seat at the wrong time. And I love talking about our great coach here. He was coach of the Philadelphia Eagles, and the team did not do well. Andy Reid. And they fired him. Fired him. Those of you who are from that part of the world, I am in the Philadelphia, Delaware, Pennsylvania area. I remember that well. But he went on to work for the Kansas City Chiefs. And they have gone on to win multiple Super Bowl. Same man, same Andy. He didn't change a thing. But sometimes we're just not in the right place at the right time. The second step about succeeding is understanding your value. And more importantly, knowing when your value where you're sitting has changed and it's time for a shift. Don't think that it's you doing something wrong. It is just that the environment has changed. The season has changed. And you now need to move on to someplace else. Because you're still you. What you bring to the table is valuable. It is just that every single group has a different acceptance level, I would say, of you. And I've learned that quite often. I've moved a lot of times for different corporate jobs, and every group received me differently. I hadn't changed. I may have grown over time, but my same core values were the same. So understand your value. I received the tap again for a higher level of leadership. And have you had that thought when someone talks to you about an opportunity and you're like, oh, I don't have it. I don't think I have the right skill set, or I don't have the time, or I don't have the energy, or I don't have the wherewithal. But what we have to all understand is that you do have the skill. You do have the skills to be a leader. You do have the skills to step into what may be your next, even though you're afraid. Your prerequisites from your past experiences, whether at work, at home, at any other organization that you are leading, you have the skills. But the important thing to realize is that in leadership, sometimes you'll take punches that aren't meant for you. Sometimes you'll have conversations that have nothing to do with you. I love being part of leadership because people will come to me with either a compliment or a complaint. And I embrace them both because every person needs to be heard. And we need to understand that our voice is of influence. What we say to that person, how we respond to their concerns makes a difference. You want them to walk away with their problem solved, or at least there are some clear takeaways as to what's going to happen next. In order to do that, you need to communicate confidently. And sometimes we may not have the answer, but be confident in saying that you don't know, but you will follow up. And please follow up. That is very important. And when we move on and think about our life, it's a maze. We make choices. We may go the wrong way. We may bump into a wall. It may be a roadblock. It may even be a detour. But what we have to realize with everything we do is that it's a learning experience. And every step we take, every move we make, every dime we spend on ourselves is about the return on the investment. And you are your best return on investment. As you're thinking about what success means for you, what is that fuel that makes you want to work harder, work smarter, do more? What gets you up in the morning? What gets you excited? Focus on what that is for you, because time is precious. We don't know what tomorrow will bring. We don't know if tomorrow will even come. We have to maximize every single moment of our lives. And with that, we need to commit to growth. We can't stay stagnant. I've heard the saying many times, there is no growth in the comfort zone. You have to step into discomfort to grow. Now, when people talk to me, they feel intimidated because I've got all these letters after my name, alphabet soup, between my leadership organizations, my educational accolades, everything else I do. I know that I have done a lot in order to gain additional confidence, knowledge, and experience. But what you have to realize along with that is there's always someone watching. No matter how great you think you are, you always have to walk in that spirit of excellence and that you're always serving someone. And it's usually those who never speak. Do you know, when you think about on social media, you put something out there, it's a fantastic post or a lesson learned or a story, and it's crickets? That does not mean that no one looked at it. It just means that no one clicked the like or the comment. But it will show up in everyone's feed and they will look at it and not respond. But that does not mean that they're not watching. Because you never know when someone will reach out to you and say, hey, I saw that post, or hey, I know that you're doing Toastmasters. I know that you're doing book anthology. I know that you're doing virtual summits. Well, why didn't you click on like? But people just like to look and lurk. So never stop displaying what you're doing or what you're working on. But also, when we think about what we don't share, what we don't post, the bad news, the things that didn't go well, regardless of whether we share that publicly or privately, remain focused that failure is not final. Failure means you stepped out on faith and not everything went as expected. But consider if you had done nothing. I know it's scary. It's scary because we always think negatively about everything. We're saying it's not going to go well. Something's going to go wrong. What if this happens, that happens? But we never think about, what if it goes great? What if it goes really well? What if someone you didn't know was in the room comes up to you and says, I like what I heard? But if you hadn't taken that step and that leap of faith, you would never know. That's why we have to embrace failure. Because we learn from failure. We know what to do differently the next time. But if you never tried it, you don't know what worked or didn't work. And people are forgiving. They see your evolution. That's why they're watching. If they remember what you did a year ago, and now here you are a year later, elevated, evolved, have more tools, now they'll want to talk to you. So keep moving forward regardless of the results. Now, I started my company Appeal because I wanted to empower other corporate employees to learn from what I had gone through. I did not have mentors or sponsors or people to talk to when I was coming up through corporate. And I wanted to be that resource that I didn't have because it's getting more challenging. You would think it's getting a little easier. I would suspect to say that it's harder now, even with more information and more resources. I started my company Appeal because I wanted to be able to share with others. I wanted others to move faster than I did. I want to be able to grow and groom others from my knowledge. And I love when someone comes back to me and says, I remember when you provided this tool, this training, these words of wisdom, helped me up from when I was down. And now look at me now. That is so empowering to me. It's no longer about me. It is about what I can do for others. And that is what you should be looking to do also. Elevating others. We always talk about the generations. We always want to have our children do better than we did, and they'll want their children to do better than they did. We are continually lifting as we climb, and we need to continue to do that. And I want you to think about, who have you elevated today? Who have you provided some words of wisdom or some words of clarity or a story of something that happened to you that could help them later on? And the last piece is when we think about what's next and what could ultimately be our final speech or calling or action. What do you want people to remember you for? When they're peeking out, looking and thinking and remembering, what is it and who is it that they will remember? So it is so important to determine your legacy. What will people think about when they hear your name? You want it to be wonderful, good things, how you've touched them, how you've helped them, how you've made them who they are today, help them get to where they are today. Because that will live long after you are gone. So these are the 7 steps to succeed. Start with purpose, understand your value, communicate confidently, commit to growth, embrace failure, elevate others, and determine your legacy. When you're thinking about what area you'll need to focus on, that's where you'll want to think about getting clear and confident. Of those 7 areas, where might I need to focus right now? And I want to share with you questions that you could ask yourself to determine whether or not you're already clear and confident in that area. Or if you can't answer the question clearly, then that would be your area of opportunity. First, start with purpose. What is one goal you want to achieve this year? Just one goal. We're not asking for a list of things. I know I am one. I have stopped doing New Year's resolutions. I just keep a list of ongoing activities I wish to complete, because a goal is ongoing. The New Year's resolution feels like it's a once and done, and once you've missed it, it's over. That's why I don't like New Year's resolutions. We need to have goals that are continuous and that are flexible. For understanding your value, what are your top 3 strengths? When we're so humble, we're like, oh, I don't know. I don't know what they are. Often we need for someone else to tell us what our strengths are based on what they see in you. But I always tell people, be mindful of what they say about you and ensure that you agree. It's also all about branding. People will come to you based on what they think your strengths are. Ensure that that they are your strengths, and that it's not misleading, that people are coming to you for a particular reason and you don't understand why. So know your top 3 strengths. Ask people what they think, your closest friends, confidants, what they think, and that will guide you. And if you think that's not a strength, consider how you will develop it into a strength. For communicating confidently, what is a way you can improve your communication skills? I will plug Toastmasters all day, every day. A wonderful organization. They are global, all over the world. You can find a club. Some are meeting in person, some are meeting online, some are hybrid. It's a great place to be able to practice situations that you may come across. Maybe it's a presentation at work. Maybe it's a conversation you need to have at work, or a conversation at home, or you're working on a longer presentation for work or for some other venue. You get great feedback from your fellow members that allow you to learn and grow faster than any other communication organization. That's my personal opinion on that. Next question is, for commit to growth, what is one area that you want to develop? When we think about, especially when I talk to employees who are being laid off, they are wondering kind of what they did wrong. You didn't do anything wrong. It's just the nature of the organization changed. And not because you weren't the right fit. It's just that situationally they had to make decisions. I no longer feel it's my fault if I am displaced. I take it as a means to start something new or do something different. I love to be able to take that additional time to develop something new, something I had an interest in and never had time because I was working all the time. Sometimes you can find resources and trainings that are free or very nominal. So think about, what are some interests that you want to develop in? And it could be something fun. It could be a hobby or some particular skill set. I had taken a class on podcasting. Now I have a podcast, but I wanted to get those tools and understand what does it entail. And I had a course on it. It didn't cost me that much money, but it was well worth it. And I had the time to do it. So what is an area you want to develop in? Of course, if the company will sponsor you to do it, even better. But going back to our best investment is in ourselves. Sometimes we do need to spend our own money to grow. For embrace failure, think about the last failure you had. It could have been a big one, could have been a small one. It's all relative based on your thoughts. But what was the lesson that you learned? And now you know how to do something in the same vein differently the next time. And that could have been you forgot to share information, or you missed. I'm in finance. Sometimes I'll miss a calculation, or I won't spot check every single word and there's a spelling error. It could be a small error. And I'm not saying that, something went horribly wrong and we're calling that a failure. Failure has different sizes. But whatever it is, whatever has happened most recently, what lesson did you learn? We cannot have a failure without a lesson learned. For elevating others, who can you mentor or support? Who have you met recently? Have you been to a networking event, a conference, convention? Maybe you even at work, even in a supermarket. How you meet people. strike up a conversation. There's something about them interests you, or vice versa. And suddenly you have a friend or someone who reaches out for a question or a support. I talked to some people the other day. I was talking about my PhD. I have a note. Someone wants to work on their PhD and wants to pick my brain about my process and how I did it. That's supporting. You never know. We think that no one wants to know about what we've been through or have or learned. People do. There's always someone behind waiting for that hand of help. For determine your legacy, what do you want to be remembered for? And that takes some thought. And that may cause some redirection in what you're doing. We all don't have the means in which to have tons of letters after their names, but there is something special about you. Maximize that and get your voice out there. Share your story. Share what you know. People need your help. Those are the 7 questions that will allow you to understand the areas in the Succeed framework that may be your next area of opportunity. When we think about contribution, it really is, how do we move from being this passive participant where we're just showing up, we're just observing, we're holding back. You've seen those people in meetings. You've seen them in the street. You've seen them looking like as if they're drained. And if you even talk to them, like, what do you want? Because they're just passing the time. We call it passive. But what we need to be is purposeful participants. We have to be engaging. We have to be contributing. We want to be creating impact. That goes back to that fueling the fire. When we're not being fueled, we become passive. What might you need to do differently to reignite that, to jump back into where you feel engaged, where you want to create impact, where you know people will value your contributions? So here's my challenge to you. Number 1, choose one of the steps in the framework. Look at that reflection question and think deeply about it. It's not a 5-minute conversation. It could be a 5-minute outline, but possibly hours or days should truly, deeply answer the question, honestly. And I want you to take one action this week. Step out into your discomfort zone today, this week. I am Elizabeth, Dr. E. Carter, PhD. If you scan this QR code, it takes you to my link tree where you can stay on top of what I'm working on next, where I'll be speaking, what projects I'm working on. And I'd love to be able to talk to you about how I can allow you to succeed with this path to elevating your value. I appreciate the time. Have a wonderful morning, day, evening, or night. Thank you so much.
The day was December 18th, 1987. The location, Boston, Massachusetts. Slightly below freezing, a light snow flurried over the city. A late teenage girl and a man in his early 20s were headed to the hospital to have their second child. The child was born addicted to crack cocaine, would spend the first 6 weeks of their lives in NICU. Upon release, that baby's father was told to flee the city and never return. By age 3, that child was a ward to the state, separated from his mother and sister after being neglected and abused by his stepfather, in which his mother married. For the next 6 years, from the ages of 3 to 9, the child would stay in foster care as a ward to the state, only to be giving back to their mother, and then be taken to meet their real father, although the previous 9 years they thought that their stepfather was their dad. So from Boston, Massachusetts, they traveled to Dayton, Ohio to meet this child's father. And then that child's mother left them again. Clothes in a grocery bag, a note, your father's taking you home. And that child went to live in yet another stranger's house. That child was me. Mike Little, known by many as the broker from the bottom. I'm elated to have been invited to speak to you for the Champion Comeback Summit of 2025, because I consider myself a comeback champion. From an at-risk youth riddled with pain, addiction, violence, anger, misunderstanding, being tossed about, to military service, to a divorce, to the military trying to send me home in a fashion that didn't make sense to anybody, really. I fought them for 9 months. I won. I went through a divorce. I came out unscathed, most would say. And now I'm elated to have primary physical custody of my children as well. I also run the #1 Iron Valley real estate franchise in the country, and I own and operate a title and escrow firm. Those two companies collectively have assisted over 15,000 families in buying or selling a home. And I'm not telling you that to brag. I'm telling you that as a frame of reference to understand that if a poor orphan boy, once homeless from Dayton, Ohio and Boston, Massachusetts, can grow to own companies that service thousands of people and put people in houses that they can turn into homes, those homes that I never had, the same ones that I longed for, the ones that they get to raise their family in those same circumstances that I dreamt about, that I wanted. That's what I get to do today. After all the trials and tribulations, not having my parents, both of my parents actually being deceased from heroin overdoses, I met my grandfather because of my father's death, who I never knew, who also recently passed away, while I was writing my second book, Be Tenacious, a true story of tenacity and the blueprint to succeed. And that's what I'm here to talk to you about right now, is the blueprint to succeed. Because I believe that tenacity is the key ingredient and the #1 ingredient to winning at anything in life, in any arena. And I've redefined tenacity as the power of sustained superior resilience. Because to be a comeback champion, to win at anything in life, you're going to have to possess tenacity, the power of sustained superior resilience. Because you're going to have to bounce back over and over and over again. And while writing the 7-step framework for the tenacity blueprint, I came across the risked lifestyle that I've created. Because if you want to win in life, if you want to rise every time you fall, if you want to make an impact everywhere you go, and if you want to sustain that, tenacity is required. So you're going to have to be tenacious. If you want to live a great life, it's all in the wrist. And I break down the wrist lifestyle and my 7-step tenacity blueprint in my newest book, Be Tenacious. The 7-step process of being tenacious, or possessing tenacity, operating within tenacity, is one that works in any situation in life. You can look at what's going on in your life or your business, in relationships, financially, whatever it may be, and you can refer back to the Tenacity Blueprint and take one of these steps and apply it to your life. Now, I'm not going to give you all that's right here, right now for free, but what I will tell you is a couple of the items in that formula. One of them is laser focus. You have to be locked in. And to be laser focused, you have to possess clarity. What do you want? And how are you going to get it? What are the actions that are going to be required to get you there? That is laser focus, tunnel vision. I am seeing this through until completion. Laser focus, one of the 7 traits. You're also going to need to possess adaptive determination. Well, what is adaptive determination? What does that mean? Well, you can be determined, but sometimes you have to change the path to completion. You have to be willing and able to adjust on the fly. And that is what I refer to as adaptive determination. I'll give you one additional piece of the Tenacity Blueprint without spoiling the whole thing, so you can go get a copy of the book when it comes out. Courageous action. It's the 7th and final step of my Tenacity Blueprint. And the reason that it's the final step in the blueprint is because it doesn't matter what I say to you today. It doesn't matter what anybody else says to you who's speaking at the Comeback Champion Summit. It doesn't matter if you hear it or if you're listening. The only thing that's going to matter is if you put it into action. You have to be willing to take courageous action. Courageous action is being willing to be uncomfortable, to step outside your comfort zone, to do whatever it takes to accomplish the goals that you've set in front of you. So, I've given you about 40% of the Tenacity Blueprint. I think it would be unfair for me to give you the entire thing. In the book, it's tied to life stories, my history. I went from being a poor orphan boy from Dayton, Ohio, to the CEO of million-dollar, billion-dollar corporations, a speaker, an author, a father, a husband, all of the things that I always wanted as a child, growing up the way that I did, all the things that, my previous spouse in the Navy tried to take from me that I had to go earn back. Those moments in my life are what created tenacity, this ability to be tenacious, and really, over the last 2 years, my ability to go get coached, be coachable, and put my demonstrated capacity together as educated material for people like yourself, for people like me, because I'm actually just like you. I've been homeless. I've been an orphan. I didn't have a family. My parents are deceased. The Navy tried to send me packing. My first wife left me. A lot of these things would have had any other human crumble. But I kept going. And I know that it's because of tenacity, sustained superior resilience, my ability to possess adaptive determination, to have resilient recovery, to be able to learn from the mistakes and turn them into lessons, not losses, because we don't have losses, only lessons. And if you want to live a risk lifestyle, if you want to win, rise, impact, and sustain, tenacity is required. You're going to have to be tenacious. And I'm inviting you to learn how to be tenacious with me right now, because I am living proof, I'm a walking testimony that turbulence is only to later have triumph. That you get tested before you can have a testimony, and that you can live whatever dream it is that you want to live. You just have to be willing to do what it takes to get there. I also wrote another book titled Conquer the Summit of Life, 5 principles to live at the pinnacle personally and professionally. And the 5 P's in that book: purpose, passion, patience, perseverance, and position. And if you read that book and you study those 5 chapters, you can overcome anything in your life. And if you take those 5 P's and you mix it with the Tenacity Blueprint and you meld them together and you apply it to your everyday life in business, in personal life, relationships, in your relationship with yourself, in your mind, because everything starts in the mind. Mindset, execution. So again, refer to the 5 P's. please go get a copy of Be Tenacious. Visit brokerfromthebottom.com. Learn some more about me. Find my books, get a copy of them, study them, use the notes sections, put them into play in your life. And I know that you too can live the risk lifestyle and be a comeback champion.
Good afternoon, beautiful souls. For those who don't know, I'm Trish Caparata. I'm a #1 international best-selling author, a certified manifestation coach, and a life transition mentor. I help women 50 and over rediscover who they are after a traumatic life event, such as divorce, empty nesting, childhood trauma, or just one of those major life shifts, so that they can rise into their new chapter with clarity, confidence, and purpose. I want to start by saying how honored I am to be sitting with you here today, because I know what it takes to show up, not just emotionally, but physically and emotionally. To show up when you're exhausted, when you're wearing 1,000 different hats, when your smile is the only thing that's keeping you together. I see you because I was you. Let me take you back to one morning standing in front of my bathroom mirror. Mascara on my face, hair in a knot, the caffeine not even touching the exhaustion that I felt. And I remember looking at my reflection in the mirror and thinking, who is that woman staring back at me? I wasn't just tired, I was gone. I didn't recognize my own reflection. I had no connection with that person in the mirror, and it terrified me. I'd spent years being everything for everybody else, a wife, a mother, a fixer, a helper, a peacekeeper. I do it all with a smile at the same time kind of woman. And somewhere along the line, I lost the sound of my own voice. And I know I'm not alone, because studies show that 60% of women report losing a sense of their identity at some point during their lives. That's not a small statistic, people. That is a silent epidemic. So today I want to share with you how I found her, the woman I was always meant to be, and how I began to hear her voice again too. We are wives. Let's talk about the roles we play first, okay? So we are wives, mothers, daughters, caregivers, coaches, employees, entrepreneurs, counselors, cooks, chauffeurs. The list goes on and on. And the world applauds us for doing it all, but nobody talks about the cost. From the time we were little girls, we were taught to be polite. Don't be too loud. Don't be too much. We were praised for when we were helpful, patient, and quiet. We learned to put others first by doing this, to smooth things over, to say yes when we wanted to scream no. And slowly, without even realizing it, we disappeared behind the curtain of all of those roles. We stopped asking ourselves, what do I want? And started asking, what do they need? And after years of living like that, the effects show up, not only in our hearts, but in our bodies physically and in our relationships. You start to feel emotionally numb. You resent the very people who love you because your cup is empty. You feel disconnected from yourself, from your dreams, and most of all, from your joy. You look in the mirror and you don't even recognize a woman staring back at you. And let me tell you, that moment, that ache in your soul, that's not selfish. That is very sacred. It's a sign that you're ready to come home to herself. I call it drowning in silence. It's when you're screaming on the inside, but no one hears you. Not because they don't care, but because you become so good at hiding the struggle, so good at being fine, you can't even make the simple decision yourself because you've second guessed every instinct for so long that you feel invisible. If you're here, if you're there for everyone else, okay, let me start this over. I call it drowning in silence. It's when you're screaming on the inside, but nobody hears you. Not because they don't care, but because you become so good at hiding the struggle, so good at being fine. You can't even make the simple decision for yourself because you've second guessed every instinct for so long, you feel invisible. Like you're there for everyone else, but no one really sees you. And somewhere along the line, you started confusing being needed with being loved. You give until you have nothing left. You take care of everybody else. You're silenced your passions. You ignore the signs that the body gives you that you're in trouble. And you forget what really lights you up. And all of that silence, it builds, it weighs you down. It turns into burnout, anxiety, resentment, and life looks fine on the outside, but it feels hollow on the inside. But there's some truth. Silence doesn't mean absence. The woman inside you, she never left. She's just waiting. My own breakthrough didn't come through some dramatic eat, love, pray moment. It came very quietly, like a gentle whisper. It was a quiet moment, again, in front of the same mirror, where I stopped trying to hold it all together and I finally broke. And in that breaking, something beautiful happened. I realized I hadn't really lost her. She was still there. She was quiet, waiting for me to return. And that's when I created my own way back. Not a checklist, not a 5-step fix-it plan, but a journey I call her. Hold space. I paused. I created silence and started actually listening to myself, because that's the hardest thing to do, is to calm the voices in your head and listen to yourself. Express the truth. I acknowledged the grief and the pain and the anger and the guilt and the woman I had been. I reclaimed myself. I began to choose again, new thoughts, new actions, and new energy. I remember who I was before the world told me who to be, and that changed everything. So what does this look like for you? And let me make it simple, because the last thing you need is another overwhelming to-do list. Here are a few gentle micro steps that help me that also might help you. First of all, take one pause moment each day. No phone, no noise, just breathe and let the silence speak. It might be terrifying at first, because most women don't take the time to be silent, because we got the voices in our head. This is a practice that's going to silence those voices just to be with you. Okay, so it's good practice. Second thing is to journal. This isn't to fix it, but to feel it. Ask yourself, what am I pretending not to know? I remember when I first put pen to paper, I didn't put down what I thought somebody else should say. I put down exactly what was in my head. And what came back at me from the page, I was terrified. I was going like, okay, that's bad. And I decided right then, that's it. That's not where I live anymore. I don't want to be there anymore. And I started to change that. But journaling, pen to paper, a pretty powerful exercise. Reconnect with a lost passion. So if you like to paint, or you like to dance, or you like to garden, I love to build puzzles. I love to cook. If you like to sing badly in your kitchen, go for it. Whatever made you smile when you were 10, do that again. Set one loving boundary every day. No, let's go back. Set just one loving boundary. Say no to something that drains you, but just to one. And my favorite question of all is, what did I do and love before they told me who to be? That's a good one, right? What did I love before they told me who to be? Think about when you were back there, when you had the imagination of a child, like I said before, and go back there and try and find those things that made you laugh and feel like life was all there and like that lit you up. This isn't about becoming someone new. It's about remembering who you've always been. And let me leave you with this. You were never broken. You were never truly lost. You've always been there under the layers, waiting for that moment to feel safe enough, strong enough, ready enough to return. So if you're sitting here wondering where to begin, I want you to say this with me. I am not starting over. I'm starting from wisdom. That, my love, is the difference. You're not a beginner. You're a warrior. You walk through fire and you're ready to rise. If anything I shared with you today touched your heart, I invite you to connect with me. Follow along on this journey. Join my community of women who are rising one quiet, bold, beautiful voice at a time. And yes, I'm writing a book, my book. It's called I Found Her. She was me all along. And it's filled with stories just like mine, just like yours. It's for every woman who has ever felt invisible, unworthy, and too tired to keep trying. You're not alone. Because when you finally find her, that version of you that was buried under everyone else's expectations, you have to realize how powerful that's going to be. It was you all along. So I want to thank you for listening to me, and I look forward to speaking with you in the future.
Well, hello, I am Lisa Blackman, and I have the esteemed pleasure of talking to you today about Brave by Nature. Now, you might say, Lisa, what in the world are you talking about? Hang with me for just a little while, and I'll explain it. And hopefully, when you leave this conversation, you're going to really understand it, and you're going to have some tools and tips to implement so that you can truly be brave by nature. So when I was a little girl, I remember distinctly that I was pretty much unafraid of anything. I would try everything, and the people that surrounded me, meaning the other kids, they would try anything as well. So during the summer, we played outside. It wasn't like it is now. We didn't sit inside all day and play on video games. What we did was we played with one another. We had activities outside. So it's from sun up pretty much to sundown. So when the street lights came on, you knew it was time to go in the house. If you got thirsty during the day, you ran around to the side of the house, turned on that green hose pipe, and got some water. Was it cold? Absolutely not. But did it take care of the need? Yes, it did. So I can really remember games that we played that reminded me when I thought about it, about I didn't have a fear factor. There was one game called Punchinella. So I'm going to tell you how this game worked. So we'd have one person in the middle, and all of the kids would gather around in a circle around that person. And we begin to chant together, meaning the people in the circle. Look who's here, Punchinella, Punchinella. Look who's here, Punchinella in the shoe. And then we'd say, what can you do? Punchinella, Punchinella. What can you do, Punchinella in the shoe? And then the person in the middle had the opportunity to do anything that he or she wanted to do. So that person might be a daredevil and they would do a backflip, a cartwheel. They could do just about anything. So that was what they could do. And so we in the circle will look at them and say, we can do it too, Punchinella, Punchinella. We can do it too, Punchinella in the shoe. And then without a thought, everybody, all the kids, we would immediately make an attempt to do whatever Punchinella did. No fear, no doubt that we could do just that. And so somewhere along this thing called life, things changed. I can talk about things change for me. And I know they change because of conversations that I've had with people, experiences that I've had with people, exposure to media, what people are saying you can and you can't do. And even sometimes when you have people that'll say, well, baby, don't you think that's a bit much? Are you willing to risk it all? All these conversations and interactions that we have had can cause us sometimes to be in a place where we begin to shrink and we forget or we've forgotten that at one point we were super brave. We were super courageous. We were people that said, you know what? It doesn't matter what it is. I can do it. But like I said, life happened. So what I know is something was inherent in us. Something was built into us that said we don't have to fear, and we didn't fear. So I want to reignite that flame. I want to reignite that fire in you. And if you want to go along with me on the journey, buckle up and let's get to it. So I want to suggest a couple of things that we can do to reignite this fire. And you say, well, Lisa, why do you want to reignite the fire? Because what I don't want you to do is miss out on the things that you said you really wanted to do. Those unspoken things, or even the things we've hidden in our journals, we've written on the vision boards. And sometimes we've even been brave enough to say it to other people, but they have yet to come to pass. And so it's important because you need to show up as the true, authentic version of you. So the first thing that I want you to do is this: make a decision. Make a decision. Now, a desire is different from a decision. I tell people many times, honey, I want to lose 10 pounds. But that's simply a desire when I don't make a decision. Decision leads to action. Action leads to change, right? That's what it leads to. And so what we have to understand is just because we said we want it to happen, just because we wrote it, it doesn't mean that it's going to happen unless we're intentional, unless we begin to make some baby steps. Maybe that looks like a plan. Maybe that looks like, a phone call. Maybe it looks like some research. Maybe it looks like pulling back out those things, that you'd written down before and revisiting those things and saying, what is one thing that I can do to move this needle forward? So, decisions. We make them every day, and our actions line with them. But when will our decisions align with becoming who we're truly supposed to be? That bold, courageous person that we once were. Again, it's already on the inside. I simply want to stoke the fire so that you'll remember who you really are. So making a decision, again, good thing, great thing, puts you in action. But one of the things that will come up even when you begin to get in action is the old mindset. Like, can I do it? Will it happen? Will anybody help me? All the narratives that play in our mind, all of the negative Nancy's, all the things that say, maybe you can't do it. Maybe this was just a vain effort. But I want you to understand this. What you have to counter that with is this thing called courage. Courage. You have to counter it with that, because sometimes you'll make a step and then you go back. But courage is the thing that can help push you forward to really, truly igniting those flames again, being again brave by nature. So I want to share with you all my definition of courage. So courage is that mental strength that helps us to push past the fear, the doubt, the naysayers. Oh, you put in the adjective, whatever it is. It helps us to get past that. You fill in the blank. But it's a mental strength. And the way that you fortify anything for strength is you work it. You work that muscle. So I talk about this thing called the courage muscle. Yeah, it relates to how we were when we were younger, when we thought, believed, and truly knew that we could do anything. And so what it's going to require is for you to, again, work the muscle. So when you go to the gym, you do not pick up the 30-pound weight if you've not been in there for 6 months, 7 months. You don't try to run 2 miles if you know you're struggling to walk up the steps. Baby steps. We don't eat the elephant whole. We take a piece here and a piece there. So what I'm simply saying is do something that makes you shake just a little. Do something that causes you to pause and say, can I do it? And then you push past it. What is going to happen is once you begin to push past those things, you begin to build confidence. Confidence feeds into our courage muscle. Now, just know this, everybody's had a first day at everything. So it's not like you're by yourself. So understand that as well. Don't think that you're the only one that's trying to move forward with increasing your courage muscle. There are plenty of people that are out there doing it. So I want to encourage you to jump on board. Let's go. Let's get the strength. Let's get the tenacity. Let's get it going. Let's do it anyway. Even when you have faced rejection, do it anyway. E. Cummings would say it like this, and this is one of my favorite phrases. He says this: it takes courage to grow up and become who we're really supposed to be. So understand, this is not something that's unusual. It's not an anomaly to have courage. But what is an anomaly is those that will put on that cloak of courage and move forward. This is where the trailblazer shows up. This is where the first in your family shows up. This is where the dream that you really wanted to see manifest begins to come to life. But you've got to have the courage. One of the things that I encourage people to do is this: get around other courageous people. Begin to do things that fill you up. Begin to do things that really light your fire. Things that encourage you to keep moving. So that might also mean as you're on this journey that you have to let go of some relationships. Yeah, that's a challenge sometimes because we become comfortable being comfortable. Oh, I know I'm right about it because I can talk about myself. It's easy to do the things that you've just slid on in life and you just la la la. But when it comes to courage, sometimes you're going to hit a mountain, and that mountain might knock you down, and you're looking up like, oh my goodness, can I get up? The answer is yes, you can get up. But the question becomes, will you get up? Will you be courageous enough to try it again? Sometimes courage looks like just trying a different strategy. So if the mountain knocked you down and your strategy was to run right at it, maybe the next time you need to go around it. Maybe you need to go over it. Perhaps it might be a situation where you just need to speak to it. Whatever you do, again, I say, get up. Somebody is waiting on you to be courageous enough. Somebody is waiting on you to make a decision to follow your dreams, to really reach for the stars and the moons. When did it become okay for us just to shoot at this level? When did that become just the norm? At some point in our lives, it did. But I simply want to instruct you on the fact that you don't have to stay in that place. You don't have to stay in that place. We need some bright, shining stars. We need some role models. We need some people that say, you know what? Shoulda, woulda, can, and will. Shoulda, woulda, can, and will. Shoulda, woulda, can, and will, and did. Then you look back and say, huh, I was able to accomplish that. So again, courage is going to be necessary. Decisions are going to be necessary. And then I would say a third element is this. As you're on the journey, begin to look for your team of people. Now, many people automatically think, that requires money. No, it doesn't. What it requires is the doing. You write the vision. Someone else is going to see the vision. I guarantee you that there are more people that are willing to help you, to walk with you, to pick you up, to push you than you think that there are. They simply need to know that you have a vision. They need to know that you are in action. They need to know that you've been courageous enough to make a decision. You've made some steps towards the goal. That's what they're looking for. They're searching for you, but they can't see you if you're not in action. They can't see you if you're not doing what you've been called to do. So I want to encourage you to look for your circle. There is really a whole concept around the circle or the people that are around that you spend the most time with. These are the people that we become most like. But we also want to make sure that these are people that not only encourage us, but they can give us constructive criticism when necessary. These are the people that say, come on, honey, come on, baby. Remember what you said that you want. These are the people that can also open doors for us. They can connect us to the other people that are necessary to move to the next level in reaching our goals and dreams. So I want to encourage you, get yourself a circle of people. And finally, I would say the main thing about getting a circle of people is this. You have to realize that at some point, the baby is going to grow. The vision is going to grow. The goal is going to grow. And you cannot carry it by yourself. John Donne would say this, no man is an island. No man stands alone. So I want to encourage you not to try to do this thing by yourself. I don't believe that we're meant to walk by ourselves to try to do it by ourselves. I got it. No. I encourage you to, again, get that circle of people. So as you make a decision, walk in it courageously and have your team of people, I believe that that memory of who you once were will now become your reality. That memory of being brave enough to do the backflip, to do the cartwheel, to jump off things. It was high. That memory will be that, yes, a memory of your childhood, but it will become a new reality for you because you will begin to be brave by nature again. You'll begin to be who you've really been called to be. So listen, I'm hopeful that I have said something today that will provoke you to think and promote you to change. Change is the only thing that's going to get you to the next level. So again, remember, it's on the inside. Make a decision and be courageous enough to be brave by nature once again. Somebody's waiting on you.
What is grinding through your calling actually costing you in your health, your relationships, and even your joy? Hi, I'm Dr. Rhonda Simmons, your executive leadership consultant, and this is Grace Over Grind, how to lead from overflow, not obligation. So let me share my story with you and how I got to this point today. I recently retired as a school principal, not because I couldn't do the job or that I'm actually at retirement age, but it's because the job was becoming so overwhelming until it was affecting my health. It was hurting me more than it was helping. I found myself working so hard and putting in so many hours until I was literally grinding myself into exhaustion and sickness, physically sick, to the point where the day that I resigned, I drove the hour-long commute from work to home. And the further I got away from my campus, the better I felt, literally. By the time I got home, felt great. You can't tell me that there isn't something to be said about the grind and how much it costs you. And so this reminds me of a scripture that really transforms how I think, and I think it'll help you too. In Isaiah 30:15 from the King James Version of the Bible, it says, "For thus saith the Lord God, the Holy One of Israel, in returning and rest shall ye be saved. In quietness and in confidence shall be your strength, and ye would not." Wow, what a way to end that powerful verse. So the cost of the grind is indeed expensive. It costs you an overcommitment that leads to exhaustion. It costs you in what I call approval addiction, where you want everyone's approval so much until you say yes to everything despite the expense to you. And if you're like me, you know the word expense means far more than money. It's costing you to keep grinding at the pace that you've been. And it leaves you with no capacity for your real assignment, what you've been called to do, and the people you've been called to serve. You find yourself producing results just fine, but privately, you're running on fumes. There's no fire within you anymore, just the thought of it, the memory of fire. It's just fumes. And then you find your voice is silenced or diminished because you have so many obligations. These are just some of the costs of the grind. This is what it's costing you in order to maintain the pace that you've been going at. Now, you may think, what does this graphic have to do with the presentation, the 3 faces of malnutrition? Well, let me explain. First of all, I did not create this graphic. As you can see, the organizations who did are printed at the bottom of the graphic. And yes, this graphic has to do with malnutrition. But can we think metaphorically for a moment? In this graphic, you see these 3 different types or faces of malnutrition: stunting, wasting, and overweight. And yes, this graphic has to do with children under the age of 5. And I certainly wouldn't insult your intelligence by referring to you as children. But here's what I want you to see. When it comes to burnout, you find yourself in one of these phases. First, with stunting, for example, with malnutrition, the children are too short for their age. They're not growing. They could be 5 years old. They look like they're two because they are not getting the nutrition that they need in order to grow. And when you are burnt out, you're not growing anymore. You're just rinse and repeat. You're rinsing and repeating every day. That's what the grind is. I know what that's like. When I was assistant principal for 6 years, let me tell you, I stopped learning after about year two because it was so repetitive and I wasn't growing. And so I was in that state of stunting. Or you may find yourself in the wasting stage where you're too thin for your height. It's almost like a rubber band where you stretch it and you stretch it, and the more you stretch it, the thinner the rubber band goes. That's not a sign of a great thing for a rubber band. That's the sign that that rubber band is going to break sooner rather than later. And some of you have been stretched so thin by all the obligations that you are trying to meet until you have no more fire left in you. You have no more strength. You're stretched out of proportion. You're too thin, metaphorically, and you're wasting away. It's not that you're not talented. It's not that you can't do your job. These are not the factors I'm talking about. I'm talking about being burnt out and being to that point where you have nothing left to give. Or maybe you're in the overweight stage. Now, for most of us, I don't have to define being overweight. But here's what this means metaphorically. When you are overweight, do you know that in some cultures, being overweight is a sign of prosperity and success? Go figure. But here's the thing. People assume that you're all right because you make your success look easy. You make it look good. And so they keep piling on. Reminds me of that scripture that says, to whom much is given, much is required. The obligations keep piling on because you can handle it. You did so well with that project. You did so wonderful with that other project. And now here we are. And you're overweight and you can't continue to move with all of the extra obligations and baggage that you're carrying. You weren't designed to carry the excess weight. And so you're thinking, I can see myself in all three of these scenarios, and maybe you can, but it's time to do something about it. And here's why change is necessary. This picture of the staircase is so profound to me because it reminds me of a time when I was suffering with arthritis and I was having a really bad flare up. And it was affecting how I walked. It was affecting everything. All of my movements were so painful and labored. And I remember the day when all of a sudden something just hit my body and the pain released. And it was so sudden until I stopped walking to my car and I looked down as if to say, what just happened? You know, I didn't know what happened. And when I say the pain was gone, it was completely gone. It was great. I was able to move freely. I had great mobility. It was fantastic. Fast forward 2 or 3 days from that time, and I was upstairs in my office needing to go downstairs. And when I got to the top of the steps, I started going down the steps like a toddler would, you know, one step, two step. And I did that for like 3 or 4 steps before the thought occurred to me, why are you walking like that when you're not in a flare up anymore? You feel fine. All of a sudden, I straightened up my back and I went down those steps like it was not a problem. You know what that taught me? It taught me that the reason I walked down the steps initially like a toddler was because I was accustomed to the pain. I was accustomed to the grind. This is what I was used to, and it had become my normal. So change is necessary because without it, you're going to continue the cycles of burnout and overexertion and exhaustion. You're going to totally miss your vision. But with change, you have freedom, you have alignment, you have overflow, and you have grace. So let me tell you about grace and my proven grace framework. I'm just going to give you an overview of it. GRACE is an acronym that stands for Grounded in God's Rhythm, where your systems or your rhythms sustain you. Then you release what God did not assign to you. You stop carrying false burdens. You were not created to be everyone's savior. Sit with that for a minute. Then you need to align with your purpose, not the pressure. You make decisions that fit into your destiny, not demands. Then you need to cultivate that quiet confidence and lead with authority, not apology. And finally, expect grace to carry you. You're not doing this alone. You're not having to navigate your leadership all by yourself. There's grace and you have help. And so where do we go from here? What's the next step? Now that you understand exactly where you are and you can relate to the grind that I've been describing, and you realize that there is help out there, I want to remind you that there is a cost of staying stuck. You can stay exactly where you are, keep doing what you're doing, and nothing changes. I don't have to explain that to you. You do nothing different, nothing changes. But this will delay the vision that God has entrusted to you. This will keep you from becoming what God has predestined you to become. You're going to miss opportunities. You're going to miss the chances that you have to go to the next level and to build the legacy in your leadership that you really want to build. So there's a cost of staying stuck. And between me and you, I don't think you want to pay that cost. But you do have three choices. You can do nothing. You could do it yourself. You can make those changes all by yourself. That would be great. But if you had the strength and the inner motivation to do that, we wouldn't be here today. Or you could do it with me. The benefits of saying yes is that you begin to lead from overflow, not from overcompensating, not out of obligation. You lead from peace and not pressure. You get structure and clarity, and you get sisterhood. Now, I say sisterhood because I serve C-suite women and women in other areas of leadership who are trying to find that balance between their marriage, their callings, and their careers without burnout. And so there is a benefit, many benefits to you in saying yes. And so here's what I want you to do right now. Snap a picture of this QR code and grab your free Grace Over Grind reflection guide today. It will help you. It will help you to remember what I've discussed and to take action. Now is the time to take action. It's time to do something. It's time to change the narrative. And so here's how you contact me. You can email me at admin@coachronda.org because there is an overflow waiting for you. And I'm here for it to walk you through the journey. I'll see you next time.
Hello, my name is Dr. Bobby Battle Carter. I am a registered nurse. I am a public speaker. I am an educator, and I am also an inspiring author. I would like to take this opportunity to thank Mr. Shea Brown for inviting me to be a part of his Comeback Champion Summit. This is a great opportunity. Now, my topic today that I would like to speak on is Rise and Thrive with a Positive Mindset. And the topic is having that positive mindset. And how can we do that? Well, let me tell you, I first started out not having a positive mindset as a young child. I grew up in a small town in Texas where blacks were not allowed to come or go through the front door. We always had to go through the back door. We were treated less than human. And as a child, I was curious about why. Why is it that I can't do what others do? And then I thought about it. Why not? Why can't I do what others do? Even though I worked in the cotton fields, even though we had to work 12-hour days because we were poor. I was raised by a single mom, and I had 8 siblings. And this was not my destiny. I believed that this was not my destiny, was to go through that back door. And so God told me, no, you deserve to go through the front door. So I started doing things that would help me and elevate me where I would be able to go through that front door. And no one would ever be able to stop me except for myself. And so this is what I want to talk to you about, is your negativity or your negative mindset stops you from being who you can be and are. You have to believe that you are better. You are stronger. You deserve it. You deserve anything that you put your mind to doing. So you have to start each day with a dose of hope, healing, and high vibrations, no matter what is thrown your way. Because you're not always going to get everything that you want, right? But you have to have that mindset that says, if I can't get it now, I'll work to get it later. No one can stop me. So you have to say, okay, I am not my thoughts in my head. You can't say that, oh, I can't do this and I can't work this and I can't finish school and I can't do any of these things. Because if I had that mindset, I would not be where I am today. I graduated top of my class. I did the things that I needed to do in order to get where I needed to get. And I'm telling you right now, you can do that as well. But you have to have that mindset. You have to be able to rise. You have to be able to thrive. Okay? So I've created this acronym for RISE. Okay, RISE, R, redeem. So redeem. So no matter what, God is here for you. I, inspire. You have to inspire yourself. Sometimes others will not inspire you, but you can inspire yourself. And S, strengthens. You have to have the strength to move and to work and to do what it is that you need to do to get where you need to go. And E, empowered. So others may not empower you, but you can empower yourself. You know your self-worth, right? You know your self-worth. So you have to empower yourself, whether it's working, doing, supporting, whatever. You have to be out there. You have to not just sit back and just wait for things to come to you. You have to go get them and thrive. T, trust. Trust the process. Trust the process. Trust yourself. Trust that you can do all these things. Hope. For H, hope. There's always hope. If you rise and shine the next day, there's hope for you to do something different. Righteousness. Yeah, follow righteousness. You know the right things to do, right? Integrity. Be honest with yourself. Be honest with yourself. Are you able to do these things? And then you have to say, yes, I am. I am strong. I am powerful. I can do all things through Christ who has strengthened me. You can do this. And victory. Victory will become yours. right? Victory. And then E for endurance. So we have to endure all things, right? No matter what. As those things will not kill us, it will only make us stronger. So we have to continue to do those things, right? Okay? You are not your thoughts, and you are not what others think of you. That's the first thing that you should understand, that you are not what others think of you. Okay? So I want to talk to you about why a positive mindset is important. Everything you do has to start with your mindset. So you need to start shifting yourself, doing the right things, doing the things that you need to do right now, not tomorrow, right now. Start today saying that I am going to be somebody, no matter what anyone else says to you. So you know the mindset is like cracked glasses. If there's a lens that's cracked or muddy, then you can't see. So you have to clean your lens, clean your eyes, open your eyes, and see that this is who I am. This is not who they say I am. This is who I am and who I will be. I may not be where I want to be right now, but I will continue to strive for that. So what is your mindset really? Mindset is the lens, the thoughts which you view yourself. How are you viewing yourself? Right? How are you viewing yourself? It is shaped by your beliefs, your expressions or your experiences, your inner diligence. Okay? So you have to work together and get all of those things done and make them stronger. Good news is that if you think that, you can fix that. You can fix the way that you're thinking, right? You're the only one that can fix the way that you're thinking, no matter what anyone else say or who you are. But you have to believe it, that that's not you. You must choose faith over fear by healing your inner voice. Stop listening to your inner voice to say that I can't do it, right? That inner voice will always kind of tell you that you can't, but you have to be stronger than your inner voice. You have to be the one who's in control. No one else outside you or your mind can be in control, right? So as you continue to move forward and think about, wow, I can do this. I can do this. I can do all things, right? You can do all things through God who strengthens you. But you have to want it. You have to believe it. You have to do it. You can't sit back and think it's going to come to you, right? Is it going to come? If you're going to sit back and wait for it to come to you, do you think it's going to come to you? Because you got to show them that you want it. You have to show the world that you want it. You have to show anyone that comes around you that you deserve it. Don't you think you deserve it? Right? You have to have that positive mindset to say, yes, I deserve it. I deserve it. So what are you thinking right now? Do you think you deserve it? Or are you going to continue to say, woe is me? Woe is me. No, there's no woe is me. It's about you being strong, powerful, enduring all things, strengthening yourself, inspiring yourself. And as you're inspiring yourself, you're inspiring others. You're inspiring others with your actions. Okay? especially if you have children, right? I have three. I have 3 adult children. I have 9 grandchildren. And I thank God every day that they are inspired to do things. I have nurses. I have a nurse in my family. I have coaches in my family. I have EMTs in my family. But I inspired them. I inspired them to do, not to sit back and wait for it. Not to sit back and wait for people to come and bring you things or do things for you. You have to go out and do things for yourself. Right? Go out and set your goals. Set your mark. Show your children that they can also set their mark as well. Right? They can set their mark, but they need you as the catalyst. As the catalyst, you can do all things, and you can show them that they can also do all things. Right? Okay. Again, you must choose faith over fear. Fear not, because God is with you. God is always with you. Okay? So start fresh. I want you to start fresh right now with a mindset that everything begins right now. Everything begins today. I will, I will, I will, I will, and I will. I will not let anyone stop me from being who I am supposed to be. You're supposed to be a queen. You're supposed to be a king, right? So believe that. Believe that. And I want to say, rise and thrive with a positive mindset, because that is your duty and that is your destiny, to rise and thrive with a positive mindset. So remember, you were made to rise. You were born to thrive. Keep showing up with love, with dignity, with grace, and say, I rise. I rise with a positive mindset. Thank you. Have a good day. Bye-bye.
Welcome to the Comeback Champion Summit. I am so excited to be a part of this incredible event. And I am excited to be sharing with you about the psychology of explosive success. I am Dr. Gladney, better known as Dr. G, and I'm going to walk you through some formula and steps that is going to help you have explosive success in your life. I know that we all are looking for success. And for the last 27 years, I have been talking to people about how to get the success in their life that they are looking for, that they desire, and that you deserve. So I'm very excited to share my system with you on this pathway. I do have a PowerPoint so that you can get ready to take notes, because it's so important to help you get where you're going. And let me just let you know in the beginning, explosive doesn't mean it's going to happen overnight. We know that it's going to take some work and some time, but I'm going to give you a formula that if you stick to it, it will explode in no time. Are you ready? Let's get ready to look at what it's going to take for you to get explosive success in your life. As I begin on this journey, I'm going to talk to you about what success means. Now, let me tell you, success means something different for everybody. And it's real important for you to understand what your success is. What are you looking for? You first have to define your success. As we're looking at the formula, write down what that means. What does success look like for you? Is it more money? Is it a bigger house? Is it having an incredibly large company, starting your business? Is it exploding because of your hobbies that you're wanting to? Do you want to become an entrepreneur? Do you want to retire? What does all of that look like? And so we're going to look at that as we are going through this formula. Are you ready? The psychology of explosive success. Now, you have defined it, but let's look at what it really means. So, explosive equals compounding consistency and constraints. We're going to talk about how those small little changes can look sudden over time and building the high performers system. So, I'm going to talk about that. It's not just motivation. When I was in school, I studied and researched motivation for 7 years to understand how to become intrinsically motivated. So it's not just feeling like you're motivated, but actually internalizing and understanding motivation. I'm going to be giving this to you in these little small steps so that they will add up to the bigger steps. So there are little small shifts that create big results. When I work with my clients on an individual basis, and I help them to unblock the psychological barriers so they can get to the next level. What that means is taking those little steps at a time. And one of my clients in particular, I would just call her Claire. One of her challenges was time, is the organization of your time. Now, we all have the same 24 hours in a day. The difference in you and somebody else that you deem as successful, who may have lots of money or the big house or the car or the whatever it is that you're looking for that is success, the company, the promotion on the job, whatever that is that means success to you, the difference between you and them is generally how you spend your time. That is such a key element. So in working with Claire to help her to organize her time, because she kept saying, I don't have time. You know, I'm overwhelmed. I have a job, a family, kids, all of these things that were going on in her life. When I could help her to focus in and understand how to manage her time and to see that actually after work she had 7 hours. That's I know sounds impossible, but that's what it was. When Claire saw that, the time management included the other principles of what we're talking about, the explosion happens. So it's just little shifts that you have to make. Before she was overwhelmed and she didn't have the clarity, but applying the system, she was able to get to where she was wanting to go. The breakthrough happened. I'm going to use the explode framework. That's going to be easy for you to remember. I love acronyms. I've been using acronyms long before 35 years. I started using acronyms because I started out as a school teacher. And I understand and know how your brain can process information easily. So putting it in explode a framework is going to help. So we're going to go through each one of these. E, emotional regulation. X, exact goals. Prune the path. Leverage through your habits and assets. Ownership mindset and deliberate practice. And your energy. Get ready. The E stands for emotional regulation. Now, you are going to have to regulate your emotions. I started out really focusing on emotions, and I was the emotional wellness doctor. So everything that I did was built around emotions and helping people to understand how to manage their emotions so they can manage their stress. And regulating your emotions is so important. We all have heard of emotional intelligence. But now it's deeper when you have to regulate those emotions. And so there's simple things that will help you to relax and to breathe and to pause. There's other things that I call the PAR system, that to pause, assess, and respond. You do this to help you with your emotions. So there's a pause, an assessment, and response. And in the pause, you're breathing. Sometimes all you need to do is learn the breathing techniques that help you relax and get your brain in gear so it can get ready. Because right now you're so overwhelmed and your brain is just going crazy. So we want to reel all of that in first with understanding how to regulate your emotions. So the E stands for emotion. The X stands for exact goals. You have heard about goals so much in your life. I know you have. That's all we talked about for decades was goal setting, goal setting, goal setting. 90% of the people do not set goals. And so the top 10% of the people that succeed, it's because they're setting their goals. What are your goals? What are your outcomes? The measurement. You cannot get away from that. As much as I like to change it into something different, you have to have a goal set. And the goals also have to be so that you can see them. So you have to write them down. No matter, we have all this technology and everything now. So actually, you can speak it into your phone. But I'm old fashioned. And I know that your brain is going to process the information more when you write it down. My degree, instructional psychology and technology, a piece of that focuses on how your brain processes information and how you can write things in order to process so that your brain can remember. When you write down your goals, when you write them down actually with an old-fashioned pen and a piece of paper, and you write them down, then they are written actually in your brain. So I want you to focus on what those exact goals are that you're wanting to achieve that will help you. So now we have a measurement of your success. So your exact goals, that is number 2. Number 3 is understanding. The next one is the P in explode, stands for prune your path. I know that's a real interesting word, but when you prune something, you cut away. Some of you have a lot of stuff in your life that you need to cut away. For one, there's tons of distractions. We have distractions everywhere, all the time, noises, everything dinging, your text messages that you get, your notifications, your emails, the phone calls, it just goes on and on. Social media. OMG. We all are distracted by media. by things that we see that in the handheld computer that we all carry around, our phones. So much distraction. We have to cut this away so we can prune a pathway to where we're actually going. So that means setting constraints so that you can focus on fewer things. And remember, I talked about Claire and how overwhelmed that she was, but it was a pruning process that we had to go through so she could understand how to cut away and find and understand that she has time in her schedule that she didn't believe that she had. So the P stands for prune your path. Next, we have the L and explode. Laser focus. Now, we just talked about pruning your path and getting rid of the distractions that are carrying you away. They're overwhelming you. Laser focus to eliminate and concentrate, use your energy to concentrate. When I work with my individual clients, we do what is called a focus plan. And it's really, that's where we get down to the nitty gritty and manage the time. Focus actually stands for follow one course until successful. Because there's so many things that we can grab onto, it is so hard to have that focus. But having your laser focus is going to help you to explode in your success. So the L stands for laser focus. Next is the O, the ownership. You have to have an ownership mindset if you want to have the success and you want it to explode. You have to believe that you are the owner of your life. Let me say that again. You have to believe that you are the owner of your life. You say, well, Dr. G, what does that really mean? Of course, I believe I'm the owner. No, because you know what? I hear every day in what I do and working with all of the people that I've worked with throughout the years, hundreds and hundreds of people, it is so easy to feel like that life is just happening to you and there's really nothing that you can do about it. Because something happened. It was either in your childhood or it was either on the job or some colleague or neighbor, your parents or your family, or something happened that shaped your life. And it keeps us from understanding that we own our life. You do that through the language that you say and you choose to say in your thoughts. You have to take control of your life. I choose every day, just like you choose every day, the course and the path that you want to take. I have a book that I wrote called If You're in the Driver's Seat, Why Are You Lost? It's a roadmap to an amazing life. Now, when I tell you that particular book helps you to understand you are the one in the driver's seat. You get to make the choices on what lane you're going to drive in, and every day you have a free will to make choices of your life. You have to have that ownership mindset so that you can control your language, your thoughts, and your choices. And you know what that also means? Controlling your time. Okay, O stands for ownership. Next, the D stands for deliberate practice. Now, you've heard practice. You've heard that all your life. That to get really, really good and become an expert in anything, you have to practice. Now we have become I think we've become very jaded because it looks like that people explode overnight. It looks like that people are experts at things that they're not really experts at because guess what? They have a microphone and you have a platform. And now because you call yourself something, it seems like that you are this expert, but no, to be an expert at something, you have to practice at it. In order for you to change your life and to explode and have the success that you want, you have to practice. So you're focusing on that one skill that you're trying to develop. And we're going to talk about this loop, but you creating whatever that is. So with Claire, for instance, she had to practice on eliminating those distractions. And when she pruned her course, become laser focused and had to focus on it and then practice, practice, practice. Because guess what? You have habits that you have created and that you have been doing that it's going to take practice to undo it in order to get on the course that you're wanting to go. And then E, last, it stands for the energy. You have got to protect your energy. Listen, people, when I tell you it's so much out here right now that's draining every fiber of your being and it's draining the energy. All of what we see in the news, all the chaos in the world, the chaos of the people that you have in your life, it is draining your energy. If you want to have success and you want to explode your success, you have to protect your energy. You know what that means? You need to get enough sleep. That's right. We're sleep deprived. I could tell you tons of research on that. We don't have time. You're sleep deprived. So I'm going to ask you to focus on getting your sleep, drinking your water, exercising, doing what you need to do to protect your energy. Now, we've gone over the formula for exploding your success. Now I'm going to help you to kind of break through some of these barriers that have been hindering your success. We say these all the time, and I told you this was Claire. I don't have time. I don't have time. I don't have time. Remember, you have the same 24 hours in a day that everybody else on this planet has. 24 hours a day, that is the only thing that makes us all equal playing field. Same amount of time every day. So you have to reprioritize your calendar. I'm overwhelmed. Well, you got to prune your pathway. Got to cut down some of that stuff so that you know the clear pathway you're going. And when you feel like you're not motivated, understand that action creates motivation. Action creates motivation. Now, here's the loop. You got to regulate. You have to decide. You have to pave and prune your pathway. You got to become laser focused on practice, practice, practice. Makes perfect. Refuel. Protect that environment and your energy. Repeat. Repeat the cycle. Repeat the cycle. This is the explosive success loop. I want you to get into this loop if you are desiring to have your explosive success. Now, I'm going to leave you with 5 moves to explosive success. We've gone through the formula, but number 1, I want you to define your 90-day exact goals. What is your 90-day goals? Okay, for 3 months, that's a quarter. A quarter of the year, what does that look like? Number 2, I want you to do the daily top 1 domino before noon. Whatever that is, that daily 1 main goal, work on that. Number 3, I want you to prune 2 things from your life and from your day that do not serve that goal that you are trying to achieve. Just 2. Get rid of 2 things. And I want you to, number 4, weekly have a 20-minute feedback loop. 20-minute feedback loop. And number 5, you have to have an accountability partner. It is so important to have accountability because it's easier to achieve things when you have somebody that will hold you accountable. That's actually one of the keys to motivation. So we have gone really fast to understanding how to have explosive success. I am excited to share with you how that all is done. So I hope that you've taken notes and that you get this. Now, offer, I want to offer complimentary 20-minute session to you. So what is that going to look like? If you are interested and want explosive success in your life, you're going to send me an email at info@drgladney, and I will give you a complimentary 20-minute session to kind of look to see, hey, this is what you need to do. Here's the steps that you need to do to take it to that next level. Also, you can go to my website at drgladney.com. You can get me there. I have resources, I have books, a lot of things, courses there at drgladney.com. Listen, my goal and my purpose in life is to help you succeed and have the life that you so deserve. Reach out to me, info@drgladney.com. Follow me on all of the social media platforms, Dr. Gladney. I hope you have enjoyed this time. I would love to meet you and love to hear about your success story. Love to guide you getting there. Until the next time, make sure and own your life and create the success that you want.
Love this metaphor because being engaged is so exciting and it makes you feel wanted and loved and like your whole future is in front of you. It makes you feel like you want to celebrate and people congratulate you. Oh, congratulations, you're engaged. Who doesn't remember that moment? That moment when you just felt like you were on top of the world and it was so exciting and wonderful. And that is the way you want your audience to feel. Loved, wanted, loved, wanted, valued, like their whole world is in front of them. Their whole future is in front of them. And it feels good. It's a feeling. You want your audience to feel that way. So I love this metaphor. And it's something that I use a lot because we need to engage people more, not just talk at them, not just have a talk or a presentation or teach, or more importantly, is the engagement. People will remember how you made them feel more than what you said. And your communication is only 7% the words you say. It's 20% your tone, and it's a whopping 70% your energy. And energy it's not just body language. We used to say it's 55% body language, but it's more than that. It is your body language. On Zoom, it's your facial expressions. So many people come on and say, "Oh, I'm excited to be here." Well, you don't seem excited. So how can you use your facial expressions congruent and your body language congruent with your message? That's really important. Your passion's important. Your conviction is important. And your confidence. All of this comes into your energy. And then there's this other little part of it that we can't even explain in words. Energy is just something like chemistry between people. We can't really explain it, but we feel it. Maybe you met your spouse that way or your best friend. You just felt something when you met them. They drew you in. And they didn't necessarily say the perfect thing or look the perfect way even. It was this chemistry that happened that you just felt drawn into and you wanted more. And that, my friends, is what we want to do when we speak. We want our audience to feel so inspired and so moved that they want more. So how do we do that? There's so many ways. Yeah, a little depends on whether you're on Zoom or whether you are in person, but so much of it is the same. The first thing you always want to do is hook people. You hook them from the beginning. You become Captain Hook. It's like you got a hook on the end of your hand and you no longer have a hand. And there's so many ways to do that. You don't start like we used to with even thanking the host. Yes, at one point you want to thank the host and thank the audience, but you don't start with thanking the host and you don't end with thanking the audience. That comes in the middle. You start with a hook. And that could be a story, which we're going to talk about more in a moment. It could be a statistic, if it's not a really, really common statistic. If it's a little bit of a shocker, the more of a shocker it is, the better. It could be humor. Start with making them laugh right away. We talk about emotion, which is one of the ways to hook that we're going to talk about. Doesn't have to be that kind of emotion. It can be actually making people chuckle, laugh, smile at least. So there's so many ways to hook the audience, but you always start with a hook. If you're writing a book, you start with a hook. If you're writing a speech, you start with a hook. So that is one way. Like I'm hooking with the idea of the metaphor of getting engaged and asking you to marry me in the first line. So there's so many ways you can do it. The second thing is storytelling. And there's good ways to tell stories and there's kind of boring ways to tell stories. Most people, just like if you're telling someone something that just happened, a friend of yours, let's say, a lot of people will do it chronologically. This happened, then that happened, then that happened, then this is the background. When you're doing a speech, when you want to engage people, and this is true even for your friends, you start in the middle of the story, not in the beginning. You start where the action is. You start where the emotion is. You start with where their pain lives, not yours. And it could be both. It could be yours and your audience's, right? But you start by bringing them into the story with word pictures and action. And also, it's always important to not just go on and on about what happened in your story, but interweave in there, what does that mean for your audience? So that's how you tell a good story. And you want to tell all kinds of stories. There's your origin story. There's why you do what you do. There's your trauma story, which depends on your message and your call to action, because we work backwards from that. It could be just the funny thing that happened to me today story. An everyday story really grabs people because they can relate to it. Everybody can relate to certain things like driving in a car or even, being in an airport or being in a restaurant or, something that happened with your kids or someone else's kids or cooking, right? We all do some of those things. So that can also really, really, really bring people in because they can relate. The next thing is a little unusual, and I call it stagecraft. So stagecraft encompasses a lot of different things. It is starting with music or starting with, if you're on an actual stage, a live stage versus video, then you might do something with the lights or the curtains or the props or how you set the stage, all of that. It's not just you, but how do you create that environment? And if you're on Zoom and you don't have all that, then there's other ways to use technology. I like to use is OBS Studio. There's a lot of different ways that you can use that. You can create a show, for example. Notice the movement. OBS really helps create movement in their mind, in the audience's mind, because of the movement that it creates. So I'll just show you one more. It looks like you are in an actual studio instead of in your living room or in your study. I'm normally in my study, but I'm having a lot of remodeling done to be totally vulnerable here. And so that's why my technology is not what it usually is, and my background is not what it usually is. But here's one more thing. Let's say I'm going to talk to you about money. And so if I'm going to talk to you about money, I might do something like this. So let's say we're going to go to Las Vegas. So I can have any background and use that as a way to create some interest instead of a typical PowerPoint or just staying with one background when you're talking. So there's all kinds of things you can do with OBS. But since I'm not at my normal studio, I am going to not show you all of the tricks. And we don't have a lot of time today. So that is another reason why I am not going to show you all my tricks, but I hope to connect with you after. Another thing you want to do is have a signature move or sound. So some people wear a hat. Some people will dance. Some people, not like that, hopefully. Some people will have a certain word or phrase that they use. Or what I like to do, especially if I'm in person, is I have people squeeze my chickens. So the chickens are, when I talk about being chicken to be on video, or I talk about being chicken to start your speaking career, or to be in front of 1,000 people instead of be in front of 20 or 30 or 50 people, things like that. And people love to squeeze those chickens. They're little chicken toys that I don't have with me right now, but you get the idea. Or there's ways that you can just create something that people will remember you by, and that they might even look forward to if they hear you speak more than once, and hopefully they do. Other thing you can do is get your audience to move. Really important. Even on Zoom, I know everybody says, put me in the chat or put a 1 in the chat. And that's better than nothing, right? And it's a way to engage people, but it's really overdone. And I like to get people to move a little bit more. So I might say, wave at me if, or I might say, give me a thumbs up if, and you know what? I even do this if I can't see you, because I can't see you right now, but I know you are there. I feel your energy. I have the intention of having it be a two-way conversation, even though it's not exactly that. Verbally, it's not that. Energetically, it's that. So I think it's really important to know how to receive the audience, which is a whole other issue, and also to be able to get them to move. So I might say, give me a thumbs up if you agree with this. Put your hands in the air if you want to be a speaker. Sometimes I have people stand, and especially if it is in person or if I can see you, I do a lot of the movement because it really shows me that people are engaged. So I get that feedback, and it really helps people to be engaged. And then another thing you can do is create an activity. And the activity can be so short. If you're on Zoom and there's a lot of people that are live in the call, you can have people just kind of say, turn to the square next to you. That's a person there. Look at them, see them, give them a high five. You can have them do something really short. I like to do transition exercises where people really transform. So I do a lot of visualizations when I get to speak for longer and bring people up on stage, or I have volunteers when I'm on Zoom and take you through exercises to create presence, to say more with less, and to do a lot of different techniques that we can demonstrate, because that's really powerful. And even if you're not the one doing the exercise, to be able to witness, and I really like that word, to witness other people going through any kind of transformation is powerful. And usually people are moved by that themselves. They might have that same transition even though they weren't the volunteer. So any activity you can do is really, really helpful. If you have, let's say, 30 minutes or more, that's really great. And you can do it in a shorter, especially if it's live. You can do it in a shorter talk, but especially if it's 30 minutes or so, put in 1 or 2 or 3 exercises if it's even longer than that, because that gets people going, it gets them engaged, And it's really, really important for them to assimilate and really, really get what you're teaching and not just intellectually kind of have it all shoved up there. This one is a little more challenging. So another way that you can engage people is to be fully expressed. And that you might think you're fully expressed, but again, I take people through exercises. Pretty much all of my coaching is exercises because that's how people really learn and transform. But for now, think about it as it's not about making you like Tony Robbins or like Oprah. It's not trying to change who you are, but what qualities might you be subduing? I want to take just 30 seconds here at the most for you to think about, what do you subdue when you speak? And if you haven't started speaking yet, then what might that be? And I know some of you maybe just speak one-on-one. You're not speaking on a big stage or to a big group. And some of these same techniques, almost all of them apply, even if you're speaking one-to-one. So some of the things that people subdue, for example, what I used to subdue, two big things. One is vulnerability, and one is my femininity. But people subdue their authority. People subdue their sense of humor because they're afraid, well, what if they don't think I'm funny? But really, people love humor. You don't have to be a great joke teller. Just add humor. What if you want to be a little on the bossy side? Because there's times you want to be a little bossy. Now, not in a mean way, not in a bossy way people usually think of, the toxic bossiness, but that leadership energy that is directive, that tells people and guides people more than just talks at them. So what do you subdue? Is it your confidence? Maybe you're confident in so many ways, but you get on a stage and you're not confident. Maybe it's your some quirkiness that you have and you really subdue that. But quirkiness makes us interesting. If you think about a movie or a novel, the characters, even the villains, they're quirky. They have some multiple facets to their personality. They're not just one thing. How do you do that? You're probably saying, but Marla, how do you do that? How do I become fully expressed? Especially if I'm not even sure what I'm subduing. So I'll give you an opportunity to do that in a little bit. All right, I don't want to miss any of these. Oh, there's only a couple of more. One is emotion. And again, emotion doesn't have to be sadness. Yeah, if you can help people feel their pain and then move them to a place of hope, absolutely, that is what makes a great speaker. And there's times for that. There's also times for humor. And that still makes people feel something. It's still an emotion. Or you might make people feel angry. Not angry in a toxic way again, but it's just angry enough about their situation that they're ready, that they're willing to take that next step to make a change. That is powerful. So there's a lot of different emotions, and the more you can put in there, the more you can make people laugh, and the more you can put in there as far as emotion goes, the more you will engage people. And then this is one that's very, 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 very important to me, and that is presence. So when I used to speak years ago, I was a practice management consultant, and I grew up in musical theater. I grew up in dance companies. I was always performing, and I was very used to and very comfortable being on stages. I never had stage fright because I'd been on stages since I was 9. I learned how to perform. So I was comfortable doing that. But when I started my own business and I had to sell me, that I was not very good at. I was not good at vulnerability, as I mentioned, and I was not good at engaging with presence. Because you want to be entertaining, but you can't just project or just have charisma or just be putting yourself out there in an exciting, entertaining way the whole time. You also have to build trust. And you do that by mixing presence with the entertainment. And again, I have exercises I can take you through. If you want to connect with me, doesn't take more than 10 minutes at the most, where I can change your content, your confidence, your message, the way it lands, the way you will be perceived by audiences just by this simple exercise. And it's so powerful. It's how you become more present. And being fully present isn't just about not thinking about the past or not thinking about the future, just thinking about the moment. You're still in your head energy. So to be fully present, you need to master your energy inside your whole body and this globe around you, this space in front, behind, above, and below, this globe of energy that surrounds you. When you master that internal and external energy, then you are truly present. And it makes a big difference. I would love to do that with you. And it's something you can practice before you speak. You can also practice, and it makes a big difference in your personal relationships, your business relationships, not just speaking on a stage. It's wonderful. And last, the way to engage your audience is to have an irresistible call to action, one that makes sense from everything you've been talking about, not just it's all of a sudden you switch to, oh, and then I'm offering you this. And it has to be one that people want. And so what I've created is a hot or not so much speaker eval. And that's where you can bring any part of your marketing message, your storytelling, your offers, your delivery, any part of your talks. And we will see what is sizzling hot and what needs more spark. It's just you go to speakwithmarla.com and you can sign up and pick a time. You master your energy, fall in love with speaking, and change lives by making a bigger impact.
Hey guys, welcome. I am Victoria and I am your holistic health strategist. I am dedicated to helping women reclaim their confidence and clarity, especially during the transformative journey that we head through in midlife and perimenopause. I have a background in yoga, meditation, holistic nutrition, and mindset and manifestation coaching. I specialize in guiding women through this stage of chaos of perimenopause and beyond, empowering them to reconnect with their authentic selves. I am the author of From Chaos to Confidence Method, and also the international best-selling author of my very first book that just came out this past June, The Chaos, Clarity, and Confidence, Finding You Again. I offer personalized coaching programs and resources to support women in navigating the challenges of midlife with grace, strength, and confidence. My mission here is to help women embrace their true potential, prioritize self-care, and to step into a life that they love, rooted in balance and a feeling of empowerment. I am so honored to be here with you guys today, sharing this knowledge with women all over the world. Whether you're joining me live for this masterclass or you're happening to catch the pre-recorded version, I want you to feel the energy of what it means to truly come together as women. In a world that often feels overwhelming, it is important to take a moment to clear the chaos and to find some clarity in that noise and step into your confidence. So whether you are or wherever you are or whenever you are tuning in with me, know that this space is here for you to reset, to reflect, and to reconnect with the empowered version of you that you truly are as a woman. I'm excited to be here, and I'm so excited to share with you these moments today. So let's just dive right in. I have created a PDF version of the reflections and the journal questions that I'm going to be walking you through today. So you can go ahead and download it right now. I'll give you a second here and wait for you to grab it. So the website you're going to head to is my Stan store. So it's stan.store/Victoria L Strategist, all one word. And you'll find the PDF downloads in the Start Here section. You are looking for the Talk Reflection download, okay? So go ahead and grab that, stan.store/Victoria L Strategist. You'll find it there, okay? So I want you to have that at least downloaded, bring it onto your computer, because this way you can stay focused on listening to the message and you don't have to worry about whether or not you're getting everything jotted down as we go. So even though, we're just virtually connected here, I want this space to feel real for you. I want you to imagine we're sitting together in a coffee shop. We're catching up. It's been so long. We've been apart, and it's finally time to sit and have a nice big chat. Okay? So let's start with something real. Let's do something that can connect us, even though we're meeting virtually and potentially meeting through pre-recorded talk. I want you to think back and ask yourself, have you ever had one of those moments where you look around the house and it feels like, oh my God, a bomb went off here? Or maybe, you're standing there and you're like, I have no idea where this mess came from. Maybe it's 9 o'clock at night. You're completely exhausted, and yet you look back at your day and you're sitting here thinking, I have literally accomplished nothing today. I have done nothing. Or maybe you stood in the mirror or you caught a reflection of yourself in a store window and you thought, who is that woman? And why does she look so worn out? Listen, I've been there too. And let me tell you, that mirror moment, that was when I had a wake-up call that forced me to see that I needed some sort of change. And I really needed to learn how to shift out of the chaos that was happening in my life. So I want to take you back to that moment, because I'm sure that there are so many of you that have experienced this exact moment. It was one of those mornings. It was the kind where, like everything goes wrong. I was running late for work. The shower was freezing, and the only clean towel available in the whole bathroom was one of those little hand towels, the one that is supposed to be like literally just for drying your hands. It's a small hand towel. There I was. I'm pretty much naked, attempting to dry off with this tiny towel, staring at my reflection in the mirror that was like covered in toothpaste splatters. And it's my master ensuite, so I'm really unsure who was in there splattering it with toothpaste. It was disgusting. I didn't recognize this woman, though. As I was staring at her, I didn't recognize who she was. My skin had broken out. It was teenage acne 2.0. My body had changed in ways that I couldn't even explain to people. I was exhausted, and my eyes, looking in my eyes, and all I could see was they were tired and they were empty. And I whispered to myself, I don't recognize you. Who the heck are you? It was a wake-up call. I was looking at this person, but I wasn't looking at Victoria, and I knew it. I knew that I was looking at this person who was a mom, who was a wife, who was an entrepreneur, but I didn't recognize myself anymore in that mirror. Have you ever had one of those moments? Have you ever had a moment like that where you feel so overwhelmed and lost in the chaos that you no longer recognize this woman who's sitting here in front of you in this mirror? I want you to take a moment and reflect on this. And if you feel comfortable, I encourage you to, jot down a note here for yourself. When was the last time that you truly felt like you? Not the role of, mom or partner or, whatever your job title is, just good old fashioned you. When's the last time you felt like good old fashioned you? Jot that down. Really take a moment to reflect here. No rush. Like I said, you have the PDF access to that. So if you want to do this later, you can absolutely. When I look back at that time, I see that the chaos that got me to that point of standing in the mirror, not recognizing who I was, it didn't happen overnight. It had been building and building slowly and for a lot of years. It was the quiet chaos, I like to call it, the kind that sneaks in between the school pickups, the endless to-do lists, the constant ping of notifications on our phone. So what does chaos look like for you right now? Are you finding it in the overwhelm? Are you finding it in brain fog? Are you finding it in silent frustration? Maybe it's the feeling that you're trying to juggle everything, but you just keep dropping so many of the balls. For me, my chaos was that I was doing everything for everyone and feeling guilty if I wasn't, right? We all know that mom guilt, or it's not even mom guilt. I have friends who aren't moms that feel like they have to do it all as a woman. I was losing my voice, and not physically, but I was finding that I was no longer able to speak up for myself, to express what I needed, because truth be told, I didn't even know what it was anymore. I was losing me physically, mentally, emotionally, just in that space of, what am I doing here? Who am I, right? And let's not forget, ladies, if you're in your mid-30s, mid-40s, there's also an added layer to this chaos. We call it perimenopause. Ah, yes. The rage, the exhaustion, the anxiety, the mystery symptoms. It can feel like your body is literally betraying you. If you're kind of like nodding along right now, yes, I get it. You're here with me. I am you. We are one together, ladies. The chaos we're talking about isn't just, the demands on your time. It isn't just the things that you have to do physically. It's about the emotional, the physical, the toll that it takes on your inner soul. It wears you down from the inside out, right? That chaos. Okay, I know this is heavy, and I know that, maybe some of you are also feeling like me, like, oh, this is bringing up so many things and so much is happening inside me, right? So let's slow down for a minute. I want you to take a moment and I want you to take a deep breath. I want you to place your hand on your heart and take a deep breath with me, okay? Good. Now I want you to open that workbook or the journal, or even a notebook on your phone, whatever you have. And I want you to write down the answer to this simple question. Now, it's a simple question, but it may not be a simple answer for you. Question is, where have I gone missing in my own life? Take a moment, pause, breathe, write down whatever comes to mind, okay? There's no need for perfection here. I'm not even going to give you examples of what I mean for this, because for each person, this question is going to bring up so many different things. I want you to just let it flow. Maybe you don't have the time to do it right now and you want to do it later. Just write this question down. It's also in the PDF. Don't worry about that. But I want you to really sit with this question and I want you to let it flow. I want you to write, okay? As you reflect, I also want you to know that you are not alone in this. For every person that writes an answer here, there's probably 100 other women that are writing the same answer along with you. Okay? So how does that feel to answer that question? Did it bring you clarity on, where the chaos is coming from in your life? I know for many of my clients, even for myself, clarity doesn't come in as this lightning bolt revelation all the time. Sometimes it can come in super slow and super gentle, and it can come in like a little whisper asking to be heard. For me, clarity started when I began to ask myself the really tough questions. And often when I work with my clients or in the group coaching sessions, when we dig into these questions, it's when we really start to see clearly who we are and who we want to be as we move through this midlife transition. So we ask questions like, who was I before the chaos? Whatever your chaos storm is that you're facing right now, who were you before that? Was there things that you loved to do that you've had to let go of, right? What is this feeling that I have? When you think about the overwhelm or the chaos or the things that are going on around you, what is the deeper feeling? Dig into that. What does this version of me really crave? So this is a deep one. This is one that we dig in really, really deep in my coaching courses. I'm going to give you an example. So we were doing this exercise and I had a client say, as a joke, she said, "Oh my God, I crave ice cream." And I said, "Great. Why?" She's like, "I don't know. It's delicious. I just love it. I love to sit and have ice cream." And I said, "Yeah, but why? Why do you love ice cream so much?" And she said, "Oh, it's something we used to do as kids. I love, as a kid, you have ice cream." And I said, "Okay, expand on that. Dig deeper into that. What is that actually? When did you have ice cream as a kid? Let's dig into this." And it turns out as we dug in, she used to, as a family, when she was really little, they would go for a walk to the local ice cream parlor. And they would, as a family, get ice cream, and her siblings would goof around and they'd have this great time. And it was this big, beautiful memory of this ice cream. And as we dug into it, she started to see, oh my God, it's not the ice cream that I crave. It's the connection, the fun. That is what I crave. So these exercises can really help you dig in and find, deeper meaning to these little things, right? So as we do this, and as I learned how to do this, what I discovered was that the woman I missed, who was my little kid craving ice cream, she was a barefoot, carefree, creative little person full of dreams, just wanting to get out there and have a great time. And I wanted to find her again. So I want you to take a moment and reflect on this. I encourage you to write down your answers to this in your workbook, wherever, honestly. Just write them down. If pen to paper is always better, but if you don't have that option, don't worry. It can be an app or whatever you have. So we can do those questions, and then we can take some time to dig into these things, these questions. Like, before the chaos, I loved to. What did you love to do? I worked with women who absolutely loved to paint. They got in the chaos of raising kids, and it's not a bad thing. I want us to stop labeling like, oh, I lost myself because, it's such a horrible thing and I lost myself. No, it's not a bad thing. You are who you need to be in those moments. But as we come to this midlife transition, as we see that the chaos is starting to move away, we see things more clearly, right? We see that, oh, our kids don't need us as much. So now I see that, oh, what can I do for me? How can I bring back myself, right? That's all that this is. It's not a good or a bad or anything like that. So before the chaos, I love to take a moment here. Remember what you love to do, right? And I love that you're here as part of this community listening with all the hundreds of other people that are probably listening at the same time as you. So I want you to really think about this. How can you support each other in reconnecting with who you were before the noise took over? How can you get back to that person, right? So here's the thing. As you begin to find the clarity, as the chaos starts to dissipate a little bit, or we learn how to navigate the chaos without it becoming so overwhelming. It's one of the things we do in the group coaching is chaos is always there, right? There's always going to be chaos in life. There's always things because we can't control all of our external circumstances. But how do we become that person that isn't stuck in the center of it and swirling and being pulled and dragged all over the place? How do we take a step back and observe what it is, right? That's one of the things that we learn. Really, really good tools on how to do that in the group coaching course and through the book as well. I teach you guys a lot of that stuff in the book as well. So how do you find this? How do you begin to find your clarity? How do you do that, right? Well, like we talked about, we dig deep. And then as we start to find the clarity, this is when our confidence can really start to emerge. And this confidence, I don't want you guys to envision your confidence like this fake it till you make it person that's like, I'm so awesome, look at me go. No, it's not fake it till you make it. We are not faking it till you make it anymore. We align until it's mine. Okay. This is a strategy that we work through in the group coaching as well. We align until it's mine. Simple as that. And, it's not about putting on a mask. It's not about pretending. It's not about being somebody who we're not. It's about becoming and stepping into the person with confidence that we know we are meant to be. It's real confidence, because real confidence is quiet. It's grounded. It's the knowing that you are enough just as you are. You don't need to fix yourself more. You don't need to change yourself more. You are enough just as you are. And when you start connecting with that inner knowing, your confidence becomes unshakable. And one of the things that I have really learned in this last year is that confidence doesn't mean you're always going to get it right. Like you could go confidently into something and it could be a complete fuck up or screw up. Excuse my language. But at the end of the day, you had the confidence to try it, right? And to step into it being like, I'm going to give it my best go. And that's what I'm learning that confidence is really all about. It's the confidence that allows you to say no without guilt, to stand your ground when the world really wants you to move, to push you down, and to stop shrinking yourself to fit into spaces that you have outgrown. Okay. So let's take a moment here. Let's reflect, again, in your workbook, your journal, wherever you want to do this. It's also on the PDF, so don't worry about getting it written down if you don't have the pen and paper right now. I want you to reflect on this sentence and finish it. I feel most like me when I. Okay, finish that sentence. When I am in nature. When I am standing in front of a group giving a speech. When I am helping in my group coaching. When I am at the park with my kids, right? Whatever it is, I feel most like me when I, okay? This simple but powerful step in this program is really going to help you to connect with who you truly are, okay? So, before we close, I want you to know that you are not alone here. Even though, this is a pre-recorded, whether you're probably watching this as a recording, okay? You are part of this community now. And together we are rewriting our stories. You are surrounded by women who are watching this recording too, who are all reclaiming their confidence, who are stepping step by step into themselves again. So as we wrap up, I want you to reflect for a moment in your workbook, quietly, again, however you want to do it. Just write down one word that is describing how you are feeling right now. This word will be your anchor, your reminder of the work you've already started just by being a part of this talk today, okay? And remember, the chaos that's around you, it doesn't define you. It's around you. It's not you. Clarity is 100% possible, and confidence is yours to reclaim. And when you do, ladies, the magic begins to happen. So let's end together. Wherever you are, however you're watching this, I want you to repeat this mantra to yourself. I am not too much. I am not too late. I am just in time for my real life to begin. Thank you so much for spending this time with me today. I am cheering you on every step of the way. You are powerful, you are worthy, and you are here to show the world who you really are. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen, for being here. I am so honored. And make sure to head to www.chaosclarityandconfidence.com to learn more.
Hey everyone, I'm Tina Torres, founder and CEO of Pink Door Marketing Agency. I want to tell you a little bit about myself before we get started. 6 years ago, my life took a very dramatic turn when I faced divorce after being married for 20 years. I became an empty nester and I started fresh in a new town, and I just lost a 6-figure corporate job. But through my determination and a lot of pink, I built my Pink Door Marketing Agency, helping women like you transform their stories into successful books. Today, I am so thrilled to share my journey with you and insights on how to write, publish, and profit from your book, creating multiple streams of income along the way. So let's get started on why writing matters. For me, writing began as a personal outlet and it evolved into a powerful business tool. Many of you may be sitting here with a story itching to be told. My advice to you is start with what moves you. Identify a topic that you're passionate about and that resonates with your audience. Finding a niche is very crucial. It sets the foundation for a book that not only sells, but also deeply connects with your readers. I understand the struggle of choosing the right topic is very daunting, but trust me, your perfect story is out there. It's what you're passionate about. It's what keeps you up at night and what you can't wait to share with the world. So here are some tips to help you get started. So the first thing you want to do is start with your why. You want to clarify your motivation. Before you even begin writing, it's crucial to understand why you want to write this book. Your motivation will be the fuel that sustains you through the challenges of writing and publishing process. Are you sharing a personal story to inspire others? Do you have an expertise in a specific area that you want to share with a wider audience? Or are you looking to establish authority in your industry? I recently worked with a client who, like many of you, had a story to share, to tell, but struggled with where to start. Through our coaching sessions, we were able to dig deep with her why. in the driving force behind her desire to share her journey of resilience. This clarity not only inspired her writing process, but it also guided her marketing strategy and connected authentically with her target audience. Step number 2 is you want to outline your vision. You want to create a clear roadmap. Creating a clear outline or mind map of your book is like sketching the blueprint of your dream home. It serves as your roadmap, guiding you from the initial idea to the final manuscript. Now, an outline helps you organize your thoughts and structures your content logically, and then you can maintain focus throughout the writing process. Now, I understand that outlining can be daunting, especially if you're unsure about the structure or flow of your book. But find yourself a coach who is an expert in this field who can reach, or you can reach out to me and my company because we specialize in guiding you the entire way. Tip number 3 is I want you to research your audience, understand their needs. Knowing who you're writing for is essential to crafting a book that resonates with your audience. Researching your target readers' needs, their preferences, and their pain points allows you to tailor your content and marketing strategy effectively. Understanding their demographics, their interests, their behaviors enables you to create content that addresses their specific challenges and provides valuable insights. So one thing that one of my clients did, she was a life coach. She was targeting women in career transitions. She wanted to write a book that offered practical advice and emotional support. Through an in-depth audience research, we uncovered some key pain points and aspirations among her target demographic. Armed with this knowledge, she tailored her book's content to address these specific needs, positioning herself as a trusted mentor in her niche. Now, once you have poured your heart out into your manuscript, your next step is getting it out to the world. Publishing my book was a journey of highs and lows, but it taught me the importance of quality and perseverance. So the next phase of the book writing process is probably the hardest, I think, and that is editing and formatting. So here are some tips for that. Number 1, quality matters when it comes to the subject. When it comes to publishing your book, quality is non-negotiable. Rushing through the editing process can lead to overlooked errors and inconsistency that distract your message. Investing in professional editing services is essential to ensure your book is polished and error-free. But I don't want you to think you can't do this, because you can. You can, and there are several online editing software programs out there that can help you. And like I always tell all of my clients, done is better than none. And then there's something else I want to tell you too. One thing that I always tell my clients is, if this book were to help just one person, would it all be worth it? If it was just to help one person, would it all be worth it? And their answer is always yes. So tip number 2, I want you to captivate your audience from the first glance. Your book cover is your first impression, and that's what grabs your reader's attention and entices them to pick up your book. Investing in a professionally designed cover that aligns with your book's genre, tone, and target audience is so crucial. A well-crafted cover is not only attracts potential readers, but it also communicates the essence of your book. At Pink Door Marketing, we collaborate with talented graphic designers who specialize in book cover design. Our design process begins with understanding your book's theme, your audience, and the desired aesthetic. Whether you prefer a minimalistic design or vibrant illustrations, we ensure that your cover stands out at bookstore shelves and online platforms, and we believe that captivating cover is the key marketing asset that invites your readers to explore your story. And then tip number 3, I want you to navigate the publishing options effectively. Choosing the right distribution channels is essential for reaching your audience and maximizing book sales. Traditional publishing and self-publishing each offer distinct advantages and considerations, but you want to understand these options to help you make those informed decisions that align with your publishing goals and your budget. We guide you navigating the complexities of publishing options, whether you choose traditional publishing with its established distribution networks, or you're going to the self-publishing route, which we do here at Pink Door Marketing Agency. We get that creative control and faster time to the market. We help you weigh out the pros and cons, and our goal is to empower authors with the knowledge and resources needed to navigate the publishing landscape confidently. The next and final phase of getting your book out there and expanding your reach and maximizing revenue streams. So let's talk about turning your book into a business. Beyond traditional sales, there are numerous ways to monetize your book. I want you to think audiobooks, merchandise, courses. The possibilities are endless. Diversifying your income streams was a game changer for me. It not only increased my revenue, but it also expanded my reach. So don't limit yourself to just your book sales alone. Explore audiobooks for a broader audience and consider creating merchandise that complements your book. Each product extends your brand and income potential. So here are 3 tips during your writer process that I want you to worry about. Let me pull this note up here. The first thing I want you to do is build your author platform. Now, while you are writing your book, I want you to establish your presence online through social media, a website, a landing page, and email newsletters. I want you to engage with your readers and build a community around your book. They want to know the process of how you did it, the struggles, the late nights that you spent writing, etc. Share with them alongside of you as you go. And then the second thing I want you to do is your marketing strategies. I want you to plan your book launch strategically. It should be about 4 to 6 weeks of marketing. You want to utilize social media advertising and collaborations with influencers. A virtual book tour is to generate buzz and reach your target audience. And the third thing is your long-term engagement. I want you to keep the momentum going after you launch. I want you to continuously promote your book through blog posts, podcasts, speaking engagements, and networking events. Stay connected with your audience to sustain interest and your sales. And I want you to include reviews from your clients or your readers in your social media strategy. Bring your book everywhere you go. This book will help you get on stages like this one and for years to come. As you embark on your journey as an author, I want you to remember that success comes from passion. It comes from perseverance and strategic decisions. And your book isn't just a story. It's a business opportunity waiting to be realized. Thank you for joining me on this journey today. I'm so excited to see some of your stories come through. And before we wrap up, I have a special gift for you. A free guide to 10 steps to becoming a best-selling author. If you go to 120 days to bestseller.com, you can grab your free guide. Your story has the power to inspire and transform lives. So let's make that happen together. I'm Tina Torres, Pink Door Marketing Agency CEO and founder, and I hope to see you guys in the bookstore very soon. Bye-bye.
Hello, hello, hello. I'm here today to help you with your business. And what is greater than that? Not much, if you ask me. My name is Alicia Pisani. I'm an author. I've got books that can help you. I've got courses that can help you. I'm a coach. I do work toward business success. And today, that's very different than it was 10 years ago or for our parents. So let's dive in, shall we? I'd like to share something with you that's very important. It's a secret that's going to help you. You're going to actually be able to launch your business and grow your business, sustaining any challenges that you might face. And isn't that exciting? Think about that. Imagine a challenge that you're facing today. Take a moment and think about that. Now, This presentation is going to help you to sustain your business. I've mentioned that already. I wanted to go over things with you and tell you what we're going to talk about. We're going to talk about mindset. We're going to talk about growth. We're going to talk about strategy. And these are the things that are going to help you. Now, one of my favorite quotes are, life is either a daring adventure or nothing. You may have heard me say this before, but the truth is that if you could imagine someone like Helen Keller, she was stricken blind, unable to see, unable to hear, yet she was the first woman who got a graduate program. She was able to go through that and make it. She was facing odds like no other. And I can relate to that because I also have found that. Now, if you're a person like me who's been through things and you're on a career path or a business path, I want you to take this worksheet that I've provided and I want you to write your dream on the very first spot. I want you to think about what it is that is your ultimate goal, your dream. Now, I've had dreams, and some of them I've accomplished, and some of them I haven't, but it's true. People see me as a CEO, a best-selling international author, a resilience expert. I coach people thousands of hours, and I'm trusted for my success guidance. But it wasn't always this way. I was presented challenges in my life, and I learned that I have to ask for help. Not because I was unable, but because I'm understanding that business is hard. You can't do it alone. Are you with me? Willie Jolly said, a setback is nothing but a comeback. And it's so true. I want you to think of this workshop today, this talk as a workshop, not just a talk, but a workshop. And because life is a series of setbacks, I'm here to teach you to overcome. As I stand here, I want you to know that I was given a chance. I could have given up. Just like my mentor, Les Brown, says, I could give up or I could get up. And I got up and I defined my business goal. And that's why now I have podcasts, I have business solutions and frameworks for people to lead with influence, make needed impact, and earn more income. So let me ask you, are you in a place where you're facing challenges? Do you know that your mindset matters? And business acceleration is about transformation. So write that down. Transformation. And the only way to do that over any challenge is resilience. So resilience is the way you adapt to change. It's the way that you stand strong and keep going in the face of adversity. Harvard Business Review says that 75% of people had a challenge, and it wasn't what you might think. It was managing difficult people or politics at work. And imagine the stress brought on when you're trying to navigate those different personalities, those different people coming from different generations with different beliefs. And there's no answers for those, right? There's not a guidebook for that. So only when you discover your core is when you can figure out what it is that's going to help you to transform. And the way to do that is through mindset. So you can choose. You can be the king of your comfort zone, or you can grow. Growth is the thing that's going to set you up. Growth requires you to set goals up here. And you may find that the first time you try something, you may fail. You might fall. You may lose money, lose relationships, contacts, connections. But if you get back up, that's the thing that's going to get you there. That growth is going to take you where you want to go. So as my mentor, Barbara Corcoran, shares, she shares that businesses who fail fast Leaders who fail fast are the ones who are going to have the fastest growth. So if you're thinking that you are afraid to fail, just remember you will learn how to go faster, stronger, more determined, and reach goals higher. When I started out, I was speaking to kids, and I didn't know that I was going to end up where I am today. Now I'm speaking to corporations and leaders, and I didn't know I would succeed. So I want to ask you to do something for me. On that next line of the worksheet, I want you to think about the order of the business steps that you want in order to grow. Think about the steps that you're going to end up with and get you further along in your path. It might be operational, it might be connections you need, it might be research, more information. You might need to figure out that thing to take you to the next level. So if you think you might have some of those things, put them down, order them 1 through 5. They could be simple, such as you need a podcast, you want to start a book, you need additional income, maybe you need to make partnerships. Write those things down. Accomplishing things without planning is going to lead you to a path where you're either going to be burnout or you're going to fail altogether. And you don't want either of those things. You want your business to succeed. You want a strategy. And that's the lesson, that it's hard to stay on track sometimes. It's hard to focus. But what I want you to do is think about how lucky you would be if you landed in the right spot. Did you ever have a day where things are just going your way? When I was younger, I wrote a resume for someone who was in need of a job, and that led me to helping people and becoming a career coach. It was one action that took me. I knew I was groomed for something. So even though I was following the steps that I had taken out of school, I had gone down and listened to people and took a job that paid well, it wasn't what was aligning with my heart and who I am. So if you think about this, I want you to take note that growth comes from you taking steps, failing fast, and getting where you would like to go. I have some things that will surprise you. When you filled out those things on that worksheet, you filled out your dreams, you filled out your goal, you filled out your, if you haven't done it, that there's a section for the top 3 things to ensure. But when you fill that out, you've actually written your story. You've written out the thing that's going to take you to that next step. It's going to take you to the place where you want to go. More customers, growing your business. You can take those things and use them. You can use them in a book. You can use them in a podcast, both of which will give you more credibility. They'll give you more income. And this is a surprise. So if you wrote down your goal, normally I'd pick someone from the audience, but I'll tell you a story. When I had my last presentation for business owners in Orlando, I came and I called on someone from the audience, and he was a speaker. He was a poet, and he wanted to know how to take his craft, his gift, and bring that into something. So I asked him, well, what were the 5 things that you wrote down? And he wrote down lead generation. He wrote down needing a marketing plan and needing resources. Then he told me his goal was to connect with people using his poetry. And I told him that he could take that. He could make a course, how to use your creative gift to get more leads or get more revenue or get more resources. And in that moment, the spark happened. The spark flew, and he went into this place of knowing that he could set his goals and he could reach it. So when you sit down and you look at what your gifts are, what your talents are, what you can do, you can train others. You can use that to tell your story. You can create solutions, courses, and at the same time, you can get things in this world today that people need. You can create books, you can create podcast tools that you'll be able to use. You can do webinars, you can do business offerings that grow your business to the next level. Constantly learning is going to help you sustain your business. You're going to keep going, and you're going to be able to look at things that might help you in your business and in your life. When you're thinking about your career, there's final takeaways I want to give you. I'd love to help you. I've got so much information for you, but for today, I want to give you this last 3 takeaways. You need a strong, unique brand to get customers and then get more customers. You need that framework as well. You need a CRM solution with all the funnels, all the strategy, all the emails, all the connections on socials. You need the automatic build up for your content online. It's not easy in business today, but there is a strategy and there is a path. You have to be mindful and wary of people who's going to sell you something that doesn't work. So keep in mind, do your research. The next thing is market research. When you think about marketing, and we've already said you need a strong brand, you need to market that brand. And you can't be someone with different messages and different platforms. You need to really focus, use your strategies. There's ways to do ads and click tests and different things over short amounts of time with short amount of money that can help you to really know what your customers want. It isn't enough to say that you have an offering. You have to partner that offering with what your audience needs. And that is not easy, but you can do it. So the third thing I want to offer, the strategy that's going to help you, is to collaborate with others. Figure out the thing that is going to complement your offer and partner with people that have that. So when you know your problem you solve, you know who needs your solution, you know what sets you apart and what your irresistible offer is, you're going to then figure out who you can partner with. Whenever you partner with a cause that's greater than yourself, it brings people in. You share those connections with others. I've partnered with Feeding America and water.org and things that are so important to me because as a child, I didn't have food. I didn't have clean water or even sometimes a reliable place to live. I know that some of you are facing things and you think it's behind you, but it's still within you, and that thing might very well take you to that next level. So think about your life. Think about this wonderful world we live in. Think about the things that you can do to elevate your business, your brand. Use this goal and connect with me because I can help you to do things that will get you farther faster. If you've got questions, let me know. I would love to work with you.
Hello, everyone. My name is Dr. Josephine Harris. I am a powerhouse psychotherapist, best-selling author, and a global speaker who helps women overcome imposter syndrome, reclaim confidence, and lead with purpose through faith, mental wellness, and bold authenticity. Now, before I begin, I want to take a moment to thank Shay Brown and his incredible team for this opportunity. I do not take it lightly to stand before you today. I'll quit polling. By show of hands, but even by typing in the chat, even by nodding. How many of you ever look at your resume, your degrees, your accomplishments, and still thought, maybe I'm just lucky? Exactly. That's why this talk matters, because those thoughts are lying to you. But here's the truth. Today I'm standing here as Dr. Harris with the titles. I'm standing here as a woman who has wrestled with self-doubt, just like many of you. There was a moment early in my career when I looked like I had it all together. I had degrees, I had the credentials, opportunities, but inside I was really deeply started drowning in self-doubt. On paper, I was qualified. In my spirit, I felt like a fraud. But that moment taught me something powerful. Credentials don't cancel fear. Faith does. Today, I want to speak to the woman who doubted herself, even after all she accomplished. The woman who still hears the nagging whisper voice in her ear. Who do you think you are? This message is for her. My topic is faith over fear, silencing the inner critic because your purpose is far too big, far too necessary, and too ever be muted by fear. Now I'm going to start off with the first point, which is recognize and challenge that imposter syndrome in your voice, in your ear. Now let me fit simply by telling you what is imposter syndrome. It's that inner fear that you're not good enough. That at any moment someone's going to impose you are a fraud. Even though you will earn your place, even though you are valued, even though you earn your keys. Now here are some signs. You tend to downplay your success. You tend to fear being found out. Your credit your wins to luck, not skills. You give your credit to your luck. You always say, this is lucky. I'm lucky. You don't give credit to your skill. Now here's the truth. Recognizing that inner critic in the first step, you have to fight what you don't want to name. The voice in your head, it isn't always telling you the truth. It's just really, really, really loud. Now, let me ask you a question. Raise your hand, mentally or literally, if you ever walk into a room, felt like you didn't belong, even though you worked so hard to get there. I'm going to wait. Because guess what? That person was me. You're not alone. But that fear is not a sign you're unqualified. It's a sign you're growing. Now, here's my point number 2. Faith grounds your confidence. Faith ground your confidence. One of the things I want to really leave with you with faith ground your confidence is the word says fake it till you make it. We all know that's not true. We all we believe that. But I'm telling you, but faith says believe it until you become it. I'm going to say that one more time. The words in the quoted words say fake it till you make it. But faith says believe it and you will become it. Believe it till you become it. Let's be real. Faith doesn't erase fear. It overrides it. When I step into a room, I don't rely only on degrees or titles or who I am, or degrees of title or credentials. I lean on my faith. Faith that I was called. Faith that God doesn't waste potential. Faith that what he started, he will finish. I'm going to say that one more time. Faith that what he started, he will finish. Now I want to encourage all of you guys. I want to encourage you. I want to encourage that woman who have that self-doubt. I want to encourage that woman who devalue herself. You don't have to feel confident to walk in your purpose. You have to trust your present matters, and even in your voice, even if your voice shakes, even if your voice shakes, you have to walk in your purpose. You have to trust that your present matters. One of my favorite quotes from Mr. Ray is, don't worry about failure. Have faith in yourself, focus on your goals, and never give up. I'm going to say it one more time. This is my favorite quote. Don't worry about failure. Have faith in yourself. Focus on your goals. Never give up. Now, here's my point I really want to give you guys and take it in. We all have to live through this. Take bold action despite of fear. I remember a time when I was in an audience full of billionaires. I went up on stage. I know that I was supposed to have been doing that speech. I know that I was called to do that speech. But I'm going to tell you something. That imposter voice came in my head and I forgot the whole speech. I forgot the whole speech. But I'm telling you, I had to overcome that fear. I had to overcome the imposter voice in my head. I had to pray, say, God, get this voice out my head, because I know that this is my calling. I know that you brought me here to give these people what they need, to lift their confidence up. So I need my confidence lifted as well. So the point is, I had to take that bold action despite of any fear that came over me. Fear doesn't magically disappear. It just gets quieter when you move away. Fear isn't passive, it's active. It's saying, I'm scared, but I'm showing up. And that day, I was really scared, but I showed up. I showed up despite of fear. I showed up despite of afraid. I showed up despite that I forgot my whole speech. Yes, I said it. I forgot my whole speech. But guess what? I showed up, and guess what? When God laid it on my heart and God put those words in my spirit to give that speech, I did. It wasn't a speech that I practiced, but it was a speech that nobody knew that I forgot my whole speech. But let me tell you, that imposter syndrome will sneak up on you. So we have to take bold action despite of any fear we're going through. So I'm going to give you some practical tools. One of the things that I learned is to speak truth over myself. So I'm telling you, you have to speak truth over yourself. You have to replace, I'm not enough, with I am equipped. I am equipped. I can do this. I can talk in front of these millions of people. I can remember this speech. I can talk. Another one, you have to take small steps. I had to really take small steps. I had to really calm myself down. I had to really pray and say, you know what? I'm going to give a speech. Bold despite of any fear I went through. So don't wait for fear to leave. Move through it. I had to move through that fear. Another practical tool is build that circle. We have to surround ourselves with people who remind us of our purpose. I had to surround myself with people who remind me of that purpose. What purpose I had for talking to these people? What purpose I had for being in the room with Mia and billionaires? What purpose that I had? We have to remind ourselves. We have to build that circle around us, making sure that we understand our purpose, because God gave us a purpose for being there. I want to take a moment of affirmation. This is what I had learned. This is what I had to repeat myself in order for me to live bold through that fear. Let's try this together. Say it in your heart, whisper it softly. I am called, I am capable, and I am enough. Let's say it together. I am called, I am capable, and I am enough. Now, the more you say that, respect that moment, live through that bowl of fearness, be bolder and live through that fearness, you will be okay. That imposter syndrome will disappear from your head. I'm going to say it one more time. Let's say it together. I am called, I am capable, and I am enough. Now, my final point is call to action. We have to take action. We have to take action. That inner critic may never vanish, but it can be overruled. Faith doesn't guarantee any easy road. It guarantees you never walking in it alone. It guarantees you never walking in it alone. I'm going to say it one more time, because we need to get this, because that imposter syndrome voice will come in your head and creep up on you, and you have to walk through that boldness. The inner critic may never vanish, but it can be overruled. Faith doesn't guarantee an easy road. It guarantees you are never walking it alone. You're never walking it alone. So I want you to push through it. I want you to say, so the next time fear shows up, don't shrink, stand in faith, speak back, and step forward. Your next level isn't waiting for you to feel ready. It's waiting for you to trust that you already are. Your next level isn't waiting for you to feel ready. It's waiting for you to trust that you already are. So I want you guys to remember that. I want you guys to take that in and enjoy that. So thank you all so much for listening again. And I also want to thank Shay Brown and his amazing team for giving me this opportunity to bring this forward. So I'm telling you, we have to push through it. Remember, faith over fear, silencing the inner critic in you. This is Dr. Josephine Harris, and I will see you on the other side. Thank you so much. Enjoy.
Welcome to Build Your Own Stage. If you are here, it's because you feel this inner desire of wanting to turn your mess into a message and wanting to help other people. Let me start by introducing myself. My name is Heather Nielsen. I have 5 kids. They are range in age from 6 to 24. This picture is a few years old, but you get the idea at least. I've been married to my husband, Tyler, for 14 years, and I love the Rocky Mountains. I grew up in Colorado, and now I live in Utah. Love being right in the mountains. Some other things about me are that I love dancing, but I also love reading, spending time with family and friends, and that includes staying in touch through talking on the phone. Another thing that is dear to my heart is volunteer and service work. And so I'm often out serving in our schools and in our communities. So that brings me a lot of joy. As far as professional experience, I got my teaching degree from BYU and I taught high school physics for 3 years before I started my family. I also have my real estate license in Colorado for 15 years. And when you add up all the different things I've done, I'm kind of a serial entrepreneur and I have over 24 years of entrepreneurial experience. Today, I'm a speaker, mentor, and a business and tech coach. I'm the founder of DivineDaughter.org, and I co-own or own My Divine Joy, Choosing Wisdom, and Think and Grow Tech. Now, first thing I want you to know is that you absolutely can build your own stage. If you look at my experience, you'll see that both teaching and real estate are highly regulated industries, as they should be, but you need to have, special teaching or training. You have to pass tests, you have to get licensed, you have to do your fingerprints and pass a background check. And all those things are important for those industries. However, because of that experience in my life, I realized at one point I was wanting to do my coaching business, but it really wasn't working. And the thing that was holding me back was me. I was like waiting for someone to say, yep, you're good, you're ready, you can go help change lives. And you don't need to do that to be a speaker or to be an instrument to help other people. So I want you to know that you absolutely can build your own stage. You don't need a degree. You don't need to be licensed or certified, although you can be. You also don't need anyone's permission to shine. Use your experiences to help guide, teach, and bless others. And don't wait to be invited. You could be waiting a long time. Just make a decision that this is what you want to do and then do it. So here's some tips. Why you want to build your own stage is because speaking, whether it's in person or online, it is one of the fastest ways and one of the most powerful ways to grow your business and expand your reach. And when you're speaking at events, you're not just talking, but you are building credibility. People are seeing you as an expert. They see you as a trusted resource, and that credibility is just growing every time you're on stage. Also, this might seem like a no-brainer at this point, but because of our worldwide connection with online events, your visibility can spread not just within your local community, but truly around the globe. And then when you have your tech set up correctly, that visibility and credibility can translate into profitability for your business. So let me introduce you to the master builder who taught me to dream. This picture is actually of both of my parents, and they are both wonderful. But the master builder I'm going to focus on today is my father. My dad was a superb general contractor. But I want you to know that with the right mentorship, you also can grow in impact, visibility, and your reach. So let's talk about building. Using the general contracting background of my dad, everything that you're building starts with a blueprint. And so for you on your stage, this is getting clear on your vision. So every great structure starts with a blueprint. And I remember when my dad would unroll those big, huge rolls of blueprints and turn to different pages, I did not understand what they meant. But to him, those lines, symbols, numbers, words, it all made sense. And he used that to, create bids. And then if he was awarded the bid, he would order materials. He'd work with the subcontractors, with his crew, and get everything so that the building would turn out the way that the engineer and architect designed it, right? So your vision is really the plan that turns your spiritual creation into a physical creation. Let's first get some tips on creating your vision. So first, let's talk about who is your audience. Think about the version of you like 5, 10, or 20 years ago. This is likely the kind of person that could really use your help now, because you can think back to like, what were you struggling with and what did you wish that someone had told you back then? So that's like the perfect audience, is someone who's in a very similar position that you used to be in, but you've overcome that. So next, think about what you have walked through. What were the things that you've overcome? Where were your heartbreaks? Where did you have healing? What were your aha moments? Those are your message. And then think about the pain that you've gone through and how you can turn that pain into purpose, because it's really hard to go through things, but so often if we know we can help other people, it makes it worth it, right? Okay, then the next thing, think about how you can help them. So as you go back and think about what you've gone through, think about your life experience, realize that that positions you perfectly to offer hope, clarity, and help someone with the next steps to go through something that you went through in the past. Okay, here's a blueprint or a template of what you could, how you could create your vision. So I help think of the audience, think about what they're going through, because I know what it feels like to what you've experienced, right? And I want them to know whatever it is that you've gone through to help. Let me give you an example that'll make a little more sense. This is for me. I help moms who are starting a business because I know what it feels like to juggle motherhood, a big dream, and confusing tech. I want them to know it is possible. They can learn, they can grow in confidence, and they can build something beautiful without sacrificing what means most to them. So once again, here is that template about creating your vision, about who you can help and what you'll be helping them with. All right. The foundation. Whenever you're building a building, you start with the foundation because that's what holds everything up, right? So your stage needs to be built on something solid. And before you get started speaking on stages, whether it's in person or online, you want to make sure that you have your tech set up so that it will support you. So most new business owners start out with a website. Recently, I've heard multiple people that have spent $20,000, $25,000 or more getting a website because they think that's what they need for their foundation. However, your website is not actually your foundation. It's not where the real connection happens. And it's really easy to get drawn into the idea that you need to have something that looks really nice, right? The appearance of your business with a fancy logo and a fancy website, because that's what we think we're supposed to do. However, your goal with speaking is to really build relationships and to grow your impact. So your foundation needs to start with a simple way to capture leads and then continue to nurture trust automatically. So I want to talk about some missed opportunities. When I had my real estate business, I did not have this tech set up. So I would meet people, whether it's at an open house or just out and about, and maybe find out that they were interested in buying or selling. So I would jot their name and info down and stick it on like the back of an envelope or the back of a receipt or a Post-it note. And then likely that would get shuffled in my purse, stuck in a notebook, whatever. When I rediscovered it, either weeks or sometimes even months later, sometimes I wouldn't even remember what it was about. But if I did, I would be embarrassed. Often I didn't reach out, but if I did, more times than not, they'd say, oh, we already sold our home, or oh, we've already listed it with somebody else. And so there are so many missed opportunities because I did not have a simple text system to capture those leads and then nurture them. So what does a business foundation look like? What does your basic tech foundation look like? You need to start with a simple lead magnet or free offer, something that you share with them that they're like, oh yeah, that sounds good. I'm interested. And they will fill out a form with their name and email, sometimes their phone number, in exchange for getting that free thing that you are offering. And then when they fill out the form, it kicks off some things below the surface so that the email system automatically delivers what you said you would get them. It's all automated. You don't have to remember to go home and do things with names jotted on a piece of paper. It all happens quote unquote magically when you have it set up properly. So once your tech foundation is set up, it's time to start building up. And this is the part that's so fun. When you are building a home or building a building, you start getting the structure built, you start getting the frames up. It looks so amazing because you can start visualizing like, oh, look, this is where the bedroom's going to be. This is where the kitchen's going to be. It really starts coming together. And so your visible structure is what brings your stage to life. It's so fun. It's like some of the most exciting parts. So let's talk about how the structure of your message will reach your audience. Now, there's so many opportunities these days, but here's just a few to get the ideas rolling in your head. So another common one these days is being a guest on a podcast. There are so many podcasts and they're always looking for guests, right? So that's a great way. It's to be a guest interview on a podcast. You could also reach out to someone that runs a Facebook group that has a similar audience because you know what your audience is now. And you could offer to do a short training to their audience within their Facebook group or on a Zoom or, reach out to their community though. You could also do something locally where at your church or at a library, you could do some sort of free local workshop, free training and offer that to people. And then of course you could get started online too, whether that is a Zoom call that you hold every month or a webinar or a summit. There's lots of opportunities. So this is just to get some ideas flowing. And I want you to know that this is such a fun part. This is where the momentum really gets going. And I'll share a little bit about my journey and you'll see how one little domino really gets things going. But I want you to know that action builds confidence. You might be feeling a little insecure, but if you're waiting to feel good about it, it's probably not going to happen. You just got to give yourself a push. And as you do this, that confidence will grow with you. And whatever you do, don't wait for the perfect time or for your message to be perfectly crafted. Just get started. If you're waiting to get ready, it's just never going to happen. But show up with heart, share your message from your heart. That really is going to attract people to what you have to offer. And then always, always, always share your lead magnet. Because if you show up to a room full of strangers, they might love what you said, but there's no way for them to get back in touch with you if you don't ask for a way to be in touch with them through email or through a phone number, right? So you need to make sure you have that tech in place so you can stay in touch with them. Okay, step 4 is details. Now, when you're building a house or a structure, the details are what make it feel like it's your home because you get to pick the paint color or what kind of flooring you're having or the light fixtures. And I want you to know when you're looking at this, like some people really like bold, bright colors. Some people more like soft things or warm versus cozy. Like there's so many different options, but whatever you choose, I want you to choose what feels right to you, what feels like you, because when you are working with your audience, they're going to be attracted to what feels authentic and true to you. So don't try to emulate someone else. Just lean into what is you and trust that your audience will resonate with what you have to offer. Okay, so we've talked about homes, but let's talk about your stage. Your stage, it's the storytelling that's the details, and that's what creates the emotional connection. So people are going to listen to your presentation, and if you're sharing a lot of facts and figures and statistics, that's not what they're going to remember. They might remember something here or there, but really what they're going to remember is your story and how they feel when they're listening to your story. And that's even what they're going to tell people about, right? It's not the facts and figures. It's how they feel and how you are so inspiring. Okay, so I want you to think about how to bring your experiences to life. So think about something that you have struggled with, something that you faced, and then break it down. And this is a great idea to keep this in a notebook or a Google Doc or something like that, because you're going to want to pull from multiple stories as you continue to grow your stage and your message. But break down like what happened, put down the steps, how did it all fall apart, and then how did you put it all back together, right? How did you feel? Now, oftentimes when we are going through something, we're going through these hard emotions, and then later when we've healed, we sometimes want to brush off those feelings. But the people that are going through the similar things, they need to feel what you felt, and they need to know that you understand them. And then, of course, think about what changed you. What was your healing path? What did you learn? And then when you share your story and you share the steps that you took to heal or grow, you are giving your audience the path that they can follow. So you become the guide. Inspiration is great, but someone who's been before you and has paved the way, that's what people really are looking for. Okay, last, turning your house into a home. So even though you may have picked out the tile or the flooring and the paint color and all that, the thing that really makes a house feel like it's a home is the little touches, right? It's adding photos on the wall. It's putting throw pillows and blankets that are cozy. It's decorating your fireplace mantle for the holidays, right? So just like those little touches are what make a home feel like a home instead of just a house, it is the heart of your message that really is what connects people. It's your warmth, your personality. It's you. So let's talk a little bit more about that. So when you are sharing from stage, it's really your presence and it's your heart that turns the message into a mission. And these days, we know that AI can do so much. It can write emails, it can mimic voices, it can generate full video presentations that can be hard to tell if it is real or if it's AI. It's getting so good. However, recently I was in a training and we had a message that we were supposed to listen to every day. We had some different versions. One version was an actual person talking, the person that had prepared the course that I was in. And then they also had the exact same words prepared by an AI voice. Now, as we listened to them, the one that felt the most moving, the most inspiring was the real person. So even though AI might try to, it might sound so close, but really your heart can't be replicated. It's you, and it's that personal touch that people want to feel while you are sharing from stage. And then I also want to point out that a physical home, is built and it'll be generally the same unless you decide to paint or do a remodel or whatever. But your stage is fluid. And as you practice, as you perform more and you're on more stages, you're going to continue improving. You're going to tweak your message. You're going to have new stories to share. So your message will be adapted over time. But the important thing is to just get started. Just start building your stage. Okay, so I want to tell you about my journey of events and building my own stage. So my very first event was called Happier for the Holidays. And this was a short mini webinar series that I did online. I reached out to friends and family and invited them to come. And the few that came, I was so happy. I poured my heart and soul into that mini series. And I actually still have it today in my recording library. But that really was the domino that started this whole process, because shortly after, I got to be a guest on my first summit, and I learned so much by being on that summit. And then you'll see that it was just 7 months later that I co-hosted with my business partner our first summit called Joy in All Seasons. Now that was an amazing event that helped us so much, and we more than doubled our email list by that one event. And then following that summit, that opened more doors. So I spoke at my first in-person event, and again, learned so much by participating at an in-person event. After that in-person event, I started holding weekly mentoring sessions. I've now scaled those back so that they are monthly, but that really was a wonderful path that I enjoy and still enjoy doing those today. Now, remember how I participated in my first event? Well, then I held my first event called Pathways to Prosperity. Now, I don't recommend this, but from start to finish, from like booking the venue through having the event, I did all of that in 6 weeks. Don't recommend it, but it is possible. And I continue to have more summits, more events, both online and in person. And I was so excited to recommend my second annual Divine Daughter Expect Miracles event on November 7th with our keynote speaker, Elizabeth Smart. But I never would have made it to a place having Elizabeth Smart as our keynote speaker if I hadn't started with my simple online workshop. So you don't have to host your own events, but I believe that every single one of us can build a stage and build a platform to share our voice. And I want you to build your own stage. So whether you choose to host your own event or not, you absolutely can, and I would say should, build your own stage. Don't wait for someone else to open the door. Every time you show up, your voice becomes stronger, your message becomes clearer, and your reach becomes wider. And of course, if you've been paying any attention, you know that step 2, I'm going to circle back to, and I'm going to offer something that I think is truly valuable. If you have found this valuable and you want to build your own stage, I would love to share so much more with you. So I have a masterclass series called Using Events to Build Your Business. It includes using events to build credibility, visibility, and profitability. I go into way more depth than what I've touched on today. Also, I've hosted a lot of events, and I know the difference between an outstanding guest speaker and one that I will never invite back again. And then, of course, when you get on stage, you need to manage your energy. You want to prepare so that when you share and deliver your speech or your message, that you have this magnetic energy that people are just attracted to. So either scan the QR code or go to mydivinejoy.com/events, and you can grab this masterclass series for free. Thank you so much for tuning in today, and I would love to hear more about your stage. Once you grab that, you'll get my email. Email me back and tell me about your stage, and let's see if we can connect. Have a great day.
Well, stop, don't scroll, because I have got a nugget for you. Let me ask you a question. Are you single and wondering if God has passed you by and rewritten everybody else's love story and not yours? Been there, done that. You're not alone. I remember when I was single, after I had married Mr. Wrong, because my man picker was broken at that time in my life. So I married Mr. Wrong thinking he was Mr. Right, and that ended up in a disastrous marriage. And then I found myself single year after year after year after year. Those years turned into a lot of years. So for over a decade, I was single and pretty much made every dating mistake in the book. Well, today I want to share with you the secret sauce to lasting love and attracting a God-aligned love that God has for you. Are you ready for this? Okay, let's get started. So I'm Joanna Herbedian. I am the soulmate strategist, and I graduated with a PhD from the University of, ouch, that hurt, now what? Let me tell you, I earned that PhD, but those life lessons, that journey of transformation is what I'm able to share with you. Now, did I meet my Mr. Right, Dr. David? Yes, I did. And do we have a wonderful, joyous, awesome marriage over a decade later? Yes, we do. And I help women find the same. If it was possible for me, then anything is possible for you. Because with God, all things are possible. So let's get started. So what is the secret sauce to lasting love? I'm glad you asked. It's something you may not have thought that is important. I know our culture doesn't really teach it. Church doesn't really teach it, but it needs to be talked about. And that's why I'm talking about it today. It's called emotional intelligence. So what is emotional intelligence? I'm glad you asked. Emotional intelligence is creating awareness of your responses. What kind of triggers are triggering you, and how are you reacting versus responding? And awareness of how your responses influences others. So it can influence others for good or for bad, because our words build up and our words tear down. And so I want to share a couple of examples with you about emotional intelligence. Now, is it possible to increase your emotional intelligence? Absolutely. Can it be a little challenging? Yes, it can. I'm not going to lie to you. But is it possible? Yes. And the more that we become aware of what needs to shift, then the better we can make those changes that need to be made from the inside out. So in my journey, as I was single and my journey of transformation, I used to take ballroom dance classes, and I highly recommend them actually, because ballroom dancing was one of the best therapies I could have ever done for myself. It taught me about me. It taught me about men. It taught me about relationships and the roles of a man and a woman in a relationship. I wrote a book called From Solo to Soulmate. And in chapter 4, it's called Decoding His Dance Moves. You see, dance can tell you a lot about how a guy is going to respond in relationships. And this all ties into emotional intelligence, because as we learn to become awareness creates change, and change creates transformation. Now, can we all have our moments where we go from high emotional intelligence and it drops down to 0 in an instant? Yes, we can. That's normal. And this is not about being perfect. It's about creating awareness. So I want to give you this example. So I was taking a ballroom dancing class, and my dance partner was quite inexperienced. And, it took a lot of courage for him to sign up for the dance class as a guy, and learn something new and overcome his fear. It took a lot of courage for him to take this dance class, let alone ask somebody to dance who's an experienced dancer like I was at that time. So we are dancing, and you could tell he's super nervous. He kind of had 2 left feet. So I'm trying to be gracious. So we're dancing around the dance floor, and all of a sudden, boom, my head hits the back of a pole on my back. Can you say ouch? And so I stare at him, and he's like very sorry and embarrassed. And I said, don't worry about it. It's okay. I gave him grace. And so then we're dancing around, making our rounds around on the dance floor. And then all of a sudden, bam, I'm back into the back of the pole again. And I had 2 choices in that moment, right? So the old Joanna would have, kind of said to him, what is wrong with you? Are you blind? How could you not see that pole? That would be a natural response, right? However, I had a moment of decision. So in that moment, I chose to respond differently. I didn't react like I wanted to, like the old way me would have. But I responded, and I said, wow, this pole has it in for me today, doesn't it? And the look on his face was, a million words. He was relieved and couldn't believe that I didn't yell at him. He couldn't believe that I didn't talk down to him because, rightfully so, he backed me into the same pole twice. And so I said to him, you've had some great dance moves. You're doing a great job. You're learning. And that moment transformed his path. So this is an example of what I'm talking about in being aware of how our responses influences others. Because think about it. Here he had to practice courage, taking the class, ask a girl out to dance and not be rejected. And he's learning something new that he feels totally unconfident in. And then here he backs a girl into a pole who's an experienced dancer. So you see how I responded in that emotional intelligence transformed his path, because he came back and then he became a really good dancer. But imagine if the opposite response, he would have been humiliated. He probably wouldn't have come back. That would have been a failure for him. And who knows how many other failures he had. Now, I want to also share this. There are 2 sides to every coin. There's the side of the coin of the women and the side of the coin of the men. And each one is 100% responsible for their emotions and for their reactions and for their choices. So this is not to negate bad things that have happened or hurtful things that have happened that a man has done to you, but this is to look at ourselves, right? And how we're choosing to respond in different scenarios. And so as we're learning to increase our emotional intelligence, we're going to emit a different confidence. We're going to emit a different frequency that's going to attract a healthier guy. It's going to attract a great Mr. Potential. And as we're increasing our emotional intelligence, then we're going to respond and we're going to react differently. And there's another part of emotional intelligence in how we communicate. It's what I call code speak versus clear speak. And this is another nugget that I'm giving you on how to increase your emotional intelligence. In fact, if you haven't taken the quiz, I have a quiz on my website, thesoulmatestrategist.com, and it's the relationship communication personality quiz. And so if you haven't taken it, go take it. Find out how you're responding, because here's what I found. I thought I was a great communicator. Most women do. We think, we're good at verbalizing things. However, we don't realize that oftentimes our language is code speak, not clear speak. So what is code speak? Code speak is speaking out something and making a comment of some need that you have. So for example, let's say the laundry's piled up. You've been busy working all week. You got taking care of the kids. You're tired. You're exhausted, and you would like your husband to do the laundry. Code speak language is saying to your man, "Hey, honey, wow, it's really piling up in the laundry, isn't it?" And he's going to agree with you. "Yeah, it is, isn't it?" Right? And then he's going to go do his thing. And then you're mad and angry because he's not helping you with the housework and he's just going off and watching TV. So clear speak responds a different way. Clear speak is actually speaking your need and speaking it without fear. Did you catch that? You see, the reason a lot of times we talk in code is because we're trying to hint at what we want without just being honest and clear about what we need. So for example, take the laundry again. So this time, let's practice clear speak. So laundry's piling up. You would like your husband to help you. And so you say to him, honey, I am so tired and I'm exhausted. Could you help me by doing the laundry? I would so appreciate it. What is he going to do? A good man will want to help you, and he'll say, "Sure, honey, no problem." And he'll do the laundry for you because he understands what you've clearly communicated in a nice way. And then let's take it a step further. So once he's done that, then you thank him for being your superhero, because men need to be your superhero. Your man wants to be your superhero. And so they want to help you. And so then when you've thanked him, he's going to feel appreciated. He's going to want to do it again. So I'll give you a personal example. My husband, David, he takes out the trash. I don't ask him to take out the trash. He just does it. And sometimes after he's taken out the trash, he doesn't put the trash bag in. Now, I have a choice in this moment, right? I could say, you never put the trash bag in the trash bag. How easy is that to do? I don't do that. Instead, I thank him for taking out the trash, because he took out the trash. That was thoughtful what he did. And the trash bag's heavy because it's full of garbage. So what I do is I thank him and I just say, "Hey, honey, thank you so much for taking out the trash. You're my Superman," and then I just put the bag in there. And then he takes out the trash again. So you see, clear speak versus code speak are two very different things. And our emotional responses and how we respond to triggers or react will determine our success in relationships, in our marriage, to make it long lasting. So I hope this was helpful for you. Now, I want to give you a couple tips before I wrap this up. As you're becoming aware, like I said, go take my quiz and find out what communication personality style you are. There's different kinds. We've got the volcano, we've got the conscious communicator, we have the critical controller, or the shutdown queen. So it's important to find out where you're at, because like I said, awareness creates change, and change creates transformation, and transformation creates different results. And so here are the tips that I want to leave with you as you're learning to create awareness of your triggers. Now, let's say you're in a heated discussion. Here's a way that you can calm the trigger down. If you're getting really upset, really angry, and things are escalating, I want you to stop, intentionally stop, and take a deep breath. Inhale through your nose and exhale through your mouth. Can you feel that? So this takes practice. And then if the trigger comes up again, breathe another time, breathe a couple times. In through your nose, just hold it, and then exhale. And then if you have to, just say, I need a minute, please give me a minute. And then you walk away. You walk out of the room or out of the house, you walk around, take a deep breath. That interrupts those patterns of the way that you're used to responding, right? And these are some simple techniques that you can do to begin to change your responses and retrain your brain to respond in a different way. And so, like I said, this is not about being perfect. It's about becoming aware and increasing that awareness and then doing things to begin to interrupt that pattern. And over time, you're going to find yourself responding in different ways, and you're going to attract a different kind of guy. He's going to be attracted to you. But I've got lots of great tips on my website. And when you take the quiz at thesoulmatestrategist.com, you're going to get a great handout. It's got all kinds of tips on there. It's got suggestions on things you can do, and you're going to find out where you're at. Because like I said, we all think we're good communicators, but we don't realize that there are actually hidden patterns that are unhealed. And they're what I call love saboteurs. So let's get them out of the way, and let's get you on that path to increasing your emotional intelligence to attract the God-aligned love that God has for you, because your love story deserves to be rewritten. God bless you, and I'll see you on the website.
Greetings. My name is Christopher Hicks. I am a nationally recognized motivational public speaker, life coach, and the author of my first book, my memoir, Hope Beyond. I am a mental health advocate. I work in the field of mental health. I love to inspire and encourage audiences to achieve their personal and professional goals through engaging speeches, personal experiences, conferences, and personal stories. I have used my life as a template to show that whatever obstacle you're facing in life, it's not the end. Use the obstacle as a training ground. Use the obstacles to show your innate ability to overcome. Myself, I was adopted at birth. I aged out of the system at the age of 18 in Chicago, Illinois. So I was a foster kid, and the first foster home is where I experienced my trauma. Physical abuse, mental abuse, verbal molestation, and so forth. And I was told that I would always have a hard time in life, just comprehension and understanding things and so forth, learning disabilities. And today they would call that special needs. But here I am today, being a blessing, hoping I'm being a blessing, and you being a blessing to me to share my story and empower you. I was able to earn several degrees, graduate from graduate school, and write my first book. Anything's possible. Not just anything, but all things are possible. Don't ever let someone tell you what you can't do. That's false. Now, I specialize in delivering inspiring and uplifting presentations aimed at motivating individuals or groups, whether they're religious groups, businesses, social groups, community advocacy, human rights, the justice system, the educational system, etc. What is my topic? What I want you to get and understand through these presentations. First of all, my topic is this: understanding the subconscious mind, unlocking your hidden potential. There are three things I want you to gather. Hopefully you can use as a tool. Number one, how do your beliefs and core values emerge? Number two, conscious versus subconscious mind and a paradigm shift. Number three, reprogramming the mind. Now, when I was an undergrad, there was this professor, and he was a professor of one of my first psychology classes. I was enamored. I was impressed and taken back by his knowledge of the mind and psychology. His name was Dr. Greenwood. I'll never forget him. But we would talk and spend time after class. I just wanted to pick his brain. And he taught me certain theories, and the psychiatrists who taught these theories on psychology. And one of the things I learned was something called behaviorism. Now, you're probably saying, what does this have to do with anything? You will see as we move forward, but use this as a template. What is behaviorism? Behaviorism is the study of how humans and animals behave in response to their environment. It is classical conditioning, what we call classical conditioning, which was discovered by Ivan Pavlov. He was a Russian psychiatrist. He was famously trained. What he did was famously trained dogs to salivate at the sound of a bell, demonstrating that behaviors can be modified through external stimuli. Pavlov showed that dogs could be conditioned to salivate at the sound of a bell if that sound was repeated and presented at the same time that they were given their food. As a behavior sociologist, psychiatrist, they show that that this technique has since been applied to many facets of psychology, including cognitive therapy. Now, behaviorism is based on the notion that behavior is determined by your environment rather than our thoughts and feelings. That is true, that our behaviors are shaped by our environment. For example, I grew up in an area that was impoverished, right? So my thinking and mindset on money and how in businesses and so forth was foreign to me, right? Because I was taught just find a good job, get some benefits, and you'll be great. You'll be okay. You can raise your family. I didn't know that we have other capabilities that we can use our gifts and talents to bless the world. As a matter of fact, I followed that model of just working at, my first job, which is benefits and so forth, and had a salary. I was fine with that. And after a while, it served me no purpose. I didn't feel like it was not giving me purpose. And I felt detached after a while. And I had all these gifts and things that I wanted to do outside of this. And I felt like I couldn't do it. I couldn't express my creativity, God-given, creativity. 3 points that I want you to learn. So again, we discussed. The first one was, how do your beliefs and core values emerge? Well, they emerge from direct experiences, whether from birth, constructing your belief system through personal experiences, social influences, being shaped by social environmental interactions through others, which can influence how our worldview is. Internal reflection. As we grow, we reflect on our experience and beliefs, and which lead to the formation of deeper convictions, our core beliefs. Now, before I go any further, I want to share my experience. So when we talk about social experiences, right, and how it shapes how we see our influence of the world. So because of my abuse and what I went through, and the trauma that I experienced, I viewed the world even after I was removed from that house. So I was living there for like 8 or 9 years. So my subconscious and my mind was shaped in my conscious mind to view the world as dangerous. I didn't trust anyone, right? I feared everyone, right? Everyone in my life who had a little more education or who was more eloquent in how they spoke or how they looked or, whatever, how they dressed, I was inferior, right? Because of how I was raised. And again, I was always in hypervigilance, or I saw things and viewed life in fear, fight, or flight mode. And so that was programmed because of how I was raised, right? And so, again, my worldview was skewed. It was not great. So beliefs can affect our interactions and decisions, shaping our personal realities. And understand these factors, if we can understand these factors, it can help us recognize how our beliefs are formed and their impact on our lives. Now, here's the other thing people don't like to hear. We have people that may have had noble intent to help us and show us certain things in life and give us direction. But we have to examine and ask ourselves, was it accurate? Did it fit my narrative? Right? So again, people may feel that they're helping, but sometimes how we're shown in life and different things, it may be what they have been taught, and they pass it on to us, and that's how we think, right? And I tell people, examine it. Does it work for you? What are the outcomes? And so the second thing is the conscious mind versus the subconscious mind, like paradigm shift. And so the subconscious mind is all of you that is hidden from your first person experience. It is the conscious It consists of all of our beliefs, our attitudes, opinions, and the models that we hold without even knowing it. From this point of view, it is the puppet master pulling us, is the unassuming puppets, as if it pleases. Some say that it's responsible for over 95% of everything we do and for the phenomenon of our homeostasis in our mind and body. So here's the thing. It is important to understand that we are governed by our subconscious, whether we believe it or not. We hold traits to how we were taught, right? And so for example, subconscious was already programmed to think negative, to think that the world was a threat. And so I had to relearn and reprogram my mind in a certain way and be around people who had a different outlook. So the other thing is how the subconscious mind works. So think of the subconscious mind as the set point, how far we can go. I remember this preacher saying that he was at the gas station. He was filling his tank up with gas, right, his car, and the numbers or the price went up. It went to like $30-something. It was going higher and higher. And the guy on the other side, on the other pump, saw this, and he yelled, It was like $36. $36. Now, this guy didn't know this preacher. He had no connection with him. He had nothing to do with him. But it went past his set point. See, his set point was probably at fill up at $10 or $5, and that's it. Where when he saw somebody else's set point that was much higher than him, it bothered him, it triggered him. So what I'm saying in life is, think of your subconscious as an autopilot. When you fly, have the privilege to fly, myself, I fly, that plane goes up to 35,000 feet, and it does not either go higher or lower. And if it goes any lower or higher, it starts to get a signal saying, okay, you're too high, you're too low, right? And it has to go right back at that set point, which rides more smoother. Also, the pilot doesn't have to. When I first saw that, I freaked out. When I saw a pilot, my first ride an airplane, this guy was sitting in the back and walking through I'm like, aren't you supposed to be at the front steering the airplane? But what I didn't know is he put the plane on autopilot and it could move on its own. That's our subconscious. So we have to reprogram the mind to move at a higher state of being. So conscious versus subconscious mind. The subconscious mind are the habits, habituals that we learn, and our habits. They are instinctual movements and habitual actions. It's like when you typing or driving and so forth. First, learn how to drive. When you first had the car and learned how to drive, you were nervous, you were scared, you had trepidation. You were like just you didn't know what was happening, what was going on. But after a while, constantly practicing and rehearsing and doing the same thing over and over, now you get in the car, you just hit them curves and do whatever, right? Because your mind it graduated, it's set to a set point where your subconscious, again, our subconscious doesn't know what's right or wrong. It doesn't know the difference between rich or poor. Whatever you program it with, that's what you're going to move by. The subconscious, again, our habits and things we do. So when learning to perform an action, or our conscious mind registers it as successful trials. And then we correct our behavior before we repeat it. Now, that being said, we understand what the subconscious mind, changing the paradigm, right? We have the subconscious mind that's programmed and helps us think a certain way, and whether it's negative or positive, it's inputted, it's how we think, and our actions are governed by that subconscious. Right? Our conscious mind's perception of what we see and how we see things and how we do things, and our conscious mind downloads, or not conscious mind, but our conscious mind, it gets a certain stimuli, and the same stimuli, repeated stimuli, after a while, the subconscious seals it as the truth. So when a person thinks that if they have a fear of money, if they have fear of success, they have a fear of moving forward in life, they fear that wealth is wrong, or being it's evil, or if they have a fear that they won't succeed in life and other people are better than them, and so forth, then what happens if they constantly repeat that, that will go into the subconscious, and the subconscious mind will take that as the truth, right? And so we have to be conscious. We have to be mindful of how we think. And we have the capability of changing that we have to change it through education and learning, right? And being willing to change and accepting and saying, you know what I was taught may have not been accurate. So in relation to success, being a champion, here's a few things that you have to understand. Number one, first thing, mental toughness, right? Martin Luther King Jr. said this, develop within ourselves a deep sense of somebodyness. Don't let anyone make you feel that you are nobody. Developing mental toughness. Now, this is in relation to the subconscious and so forth, conscious mind. What picture do you hold in your mind? How do you see yourself? Mental toughness is defined as the ability to persistently pursue goals and remain determined, even in the face of challenges. It encompasses emotional resilience, confidence, adaptability, self-awareness. Developing mental toughness is crucial for effectively handling stress, overcoming obstacles, and achieving long-term success in various aspects of life. You give two people the same situation, and each will respond differently. Mental toughness is not about being the loudest or the brash. It's not about being the boldest or fearless. It's about, in the face of fear, having courage. Building resistance involves focusing on goal setting, positive self-talk, and stress management techniques. Never guarding. This is the other thing I say about leaving the comfort zone is also part of that. Leave the comfort zone. Take the risk. Neville Goddard says this, that a man is only limited by weakness of attention and poverty of imagination. He believed that through controlled imagination and well-sustained attention, one can transfer their world and achieve their desires. The other thing that I want to tell you that your DNA is perfect. Everything you need is inside you, not just to survive, but to thrive. Maya Angelou said it like this: my mission in life is not to merely survive, but to thrive, to do so with some passion and some compassion, some humor and some style. This quote emphasizes that the importance of living life to the fullest. It is a reminder that our purpose is not just to exist, y'all, but to enjoy, find joy, find fulfillment, and meaning in everything that we do. It also encourages us to approach life with a positive attitude, kindness, and a sense of humor, which can make our journey more enjoyable and rewarding. Here's a quote from Will Smith. He said this: don't ever let anyone or somebody tell you you can't do something, not even me. You got a dream, you gotta protect it. People can't do something themselves, and they want to tell you that you can't do it. If you want to do something, go get it, period. Enough said. Last thing I want to share. Change starts within. Van Gogh said it this way: I dream my painting and I paint my dream. Henry Ford said it this way: whether you think you can or you think you can't, you're right. You are a creative being. Thrive on adversity. The people that exhibit the highest degrees of mental toughness, they always thrive. They look at adversity and challenges as a learning tool. Viktor E. Frankl, who survived the Holocaust, and he once said this: when we are no longer able to change the situation, we are challenged to change ourselves. Now, that being said, always understand that in order to change, you have to start within. We have to look at our subconscious. What have we been taught? What have we learned? How is it affecting our lives? You ask yourself, Chris, I'm too far, I'm too old, I'm not educated enough. It has nothing to do with money or how far you've gone in school and so forth. What you learned, what you didn't learn. It has nothing to do with race or color and background and so forth, culture. All it has to do is you. What are you willing to change within yourself? Do you believe you can do it? Because you can. I did it. Am I still growing? Yes. Am I always adjusting? Yes. So I want to tell you that life can be enjoyable. Life, you don't want to, please don't think or have it in your mind that whether you were born with a silver spoon or whether you were born on the other side of the track, never say this is it. I've met or meet the pinnacle of life. This is where I'm at. You can always go further. And this thing, I want to share this to you, that look at the potential that have been lost. If you go to the graveyard, the gravesite, you see all those tombstones. You look at all the buried dreams and passions and things that probably would have transformed the world, right? You only live this life one time. There's no do-over. So you better make the best of it. Don't let your dreams bury with you. Maybe you want to be a writer. Maybe you want to go back to school. Maybe you want to start a business. Maybe you want to move to a different city or location. Maybe you want to get beyond the comfort zone. Maybe your set point has been set by other people telling you you'll never be nothing. Why are you trying to leave, man? Who you think you are, and so forth. You're going to have to fight against that. My biggest fight within was not what they told me or what they said about me. My biggest fight was me, myself. That being said, thank you for your time. And I want to share this with you. This is my book called Hope Beyond. It is available Amazon, Barnes & Noble, or just look it up on the internet. Google it. Hope Beyond. That is my memoir, and I show you how I came from tragedy to triumph. You want to learn more about me, you can go to my website, www.hicksc.com. That's www.hicksc.com. You can email me, coach.hicks@gmail.com. I am also on mostly all social media platforms, TikTok /@coach.hicks. Also on Facebook, look up Christopher Hicks. Hey, it has been a pleasure. Hope you enjoyed. You can also catch me on Instagram. Thank you for your time. Thank you for this season in your life. You got this. Let's go. Peace out.
Your smartphone is more powerful than the computers that once sent astronauts to the moon, and yet most people use it mainly for calls, text, or social media. But for entrepreneurs, this is so much more. This is the ultimate business tool. It helps you connect with the right people, follow up with consistency, and close more deals. Today, I'll show you how every innovation in history has led us here to the smartphone and how you can use it to run your business from anywhere. Before we could run our business from a phone, there was a long journey of innovation. Let's walk through it together. Before the clock, life was measured by sunrise and sunset. Work stopped when the sun went down, so the clock gave us productivity. Suddenly, we could measure hours, set appointments, and manage deadlines. Without the clock, there's no calendar, no meetings, and no business as we know it today. How many of you could survive if your only time guide was the sun? I know I couldn't. The telephone. Imagine running a business by letters and telegrams. Deals took days. The telephone collapsed distances. Suddenly you could close business across town or across the country. Ironically, those first phones were chained to the wall. Today our smartphone gives us that same power, but anytime, anywhere. Now, do you remember those dial-up internet days? If someone else was online, no one else could use the phone. So now I can run a video meeting globally from the palm of my hand. Isn't that incredible, y'all? Radio and television introduced mass communication. For the first time, a small business could reach thousands. Fun fact, the first paid radio ad was in 1922 for a real estate developer in New York. It changed everything. And today, social media gives us the same broadcast power, but instantly and for free. How many of you posted something online this week? You broadcasted to the world just like TV. The camera. Content creation before content was a thing. The camera changed how we sell. You could show proof instead of just telling. Restaurants photographed dishes, stores displayed products, and families captured milestones. Today, your phone has multiple HD cameras, and every entrepreneur is a content creator now, sharing products, testimonials, or live streams at any minute. The television and the television remote and gaming. Remote controls taught us to push a button, get an instant result. It also taught us interaction and rewards. Today, customers expect the same convenience. They want instant replies, quick payments, and seamless experiences. And that's why we have automation, mobile payments, and chatbots. The revolutionized it used computers. When spreadsheets, email, and websites all became possible, but desktops changes to desk. Yes, productivity soared, but mobility was gone. Now, then came the smartphone. Every tool we've mentioned, clock, phone, radio, TV, camera, calendar, computer, is now inside one device, and it's mobile, always connected, and always with you. Now add the smartwatch, and you don't even need to pull it out. Reminders, calls, and alerts live on your wrist. This is the great convergence. Centuries of innovation, all leading to that computer in your pocket. Now, each of these innovations solved a problem. They made life easier, faster, and more connected. And together they brought us here. Now the question is, how do we use this powerful device to build our business? So if you've ever thought about launching a business, or perhaps you have a business and you want to scale, you have the ultimate business tool in your pocket or purse. So let's discuss how we can effectively connect. So whether you're networking in person or via video conferencing, there's one tool that can help you effectively connect. And that's the digital business card. So whether you're in person or connecting online, you can disseminate your information with a tap or a scan of the QR code, or you can put the URL in the chat. So not only are you giving them your contact information, you can include so much more. You can include a payment link to sell your items. You can include your links to your social media. If you're an artist or you sell products, you can include those products there. So this is my favorite, and I'm offering you today to get your own complimentary digital business card. So stay to the end for more details. Other tools for communication and networking with your smartphone would be different messaging apps. WhatsApp, you can communicate with people around the world in closed business. Telegram, again, video conferencing, and via social media messenger, you can communicate with people. Oftentimes I'm networking and I ask someone for their business card and they instead say, let's connect on LinkedIn, and then we chat on LinkedIn. You can use like Facebook stories or LinkedIn. You can double your sales by using Canva on Instagram. You can use Canva on your phone. Who do you need to connect with this week? They're on your social media. Digital marketing. So perhaps you're using Canva to create a flyer and share it on your smartphone. Perhaps you're editing a video to share on your social media. You're editing it on your smartphone. Do you have a scheduling link so that people can connect with you in the convenience of their time, to eliminate the back and forth that can sometimes happen when looking for a time that works for you both? And are you using that contact manager on your mobile device so that you can reach out to your prospective clients and close more deals? It's important that we digitize our information. Now, we have to automate the follow-up. Oftentimes, business does not happen on the initial meeting, so we need to ensure that we're following up. So, of course, you can do it old school, email, text, or call them, or even reach out to them in the social media messenger that I mentioned earlier. But automation is going to save you time, energy, and make sure that it gives the attention that it needs so that you don't forget to follow up. So some of those tools would be, your scheduling link through Calendly, autoresponders, AI assistants, and perhaps auto AI to translate the conversations you previously had. Now let's look at the AI tools. An AI chatbot can be attached to your website, your social media, and your phone, and it can respond to phone calls and inquiries on those different platforms. Now, automation can make sure everything gets done. So I've had people connect with me and close deals because I sent them an email and it was automated, and they scheduled a meeting with me and we closed the deal. But raise your hand if you've ever lost a deal because you forgot to follow up. Let's take action to close more deals. A CRM or customer relationship manager is a must-have in your business. This is your business's digital headquarters. So inside of this, CRM should host your contact. So you can see every touch that you've had with the contact and where they are in the sales process. So you can use apps such as Square, Shopify, DocuSign to send out invoices. So for example, if you're a realtor, you can give a tour of a house and take a deposit and send the documents all before leaving the driveway on your mobile device. So without a CRM, your business is like sticky notes. Are you able to bill your clients on your website or send them an invoice? And that CRM can also connect to your accounting tools. So security and professionalism are of the utmost importance. So you want to ensure that you have two-factor authentication to ensure that in the event that someone were to get your password, they would still need that second layer of protection verification in order to actually access your account. If you travel a lot, you want to have a VPN to ensure that you have a protected connection to the internet. You want to ensure that you have a website and branded professional email. And let's address the elephant in the room, AI. AI in everyday life and business. Now, some of the uses of AI are maybe you unlocked your phone with your face, or Netflix gave you some suggestions on what you should watch based on what you've watched. Maybe you use some type of Google Maps or Siri to get you to your location this morning. The business applications for AI are the use of ChatGPT to help you create content. Otter AI can transcribe meetings that you attend. Those chatbots that we mentioned that support your business to make sure you don't forget to respond to those messenger, messages. And it can personalize your CRM. So it's your 24-hour assistant. AI never gets tired, it never forgets, and it doesn't ask for a raise. So I want you to think of one business task you hate doing. Now imagine AI is doing it for you. Don't you feel relieved? Don't let the digital age leave you behind. From the clock to the computer, every innovation has brought us here to the smartphone. So your smartphone, powered by AI, can empower you to make those effective connections, to follow up with ease, and to close more deals. This week, I challenge you to share one digital business card, automate one follow-up, and track one new deal in your CRM. Because your smartphone isn't just a gadget, it's your office, it's your sales team, it's your growth engine. I'm Crystal Gomez, small business technology strategist and digital literacy educator. I want to thank you for your time today. Now it's time to put your smartphone to work. And if you scan the QR code below, you can claim your complimentary digital business card and content strategy session. So again, don't let the digital age leave you behind. Not implementing technology into your business and fully using that computer in your pocket so that you can get those tax write-offs is like going back to hand washing your clothes. And we don't want to do that. Thank you.
Welcome. I'm Dr. Darlene Williams-Pratis. And for the next 15.5 minutes, I just want to talk to you. Yeah, you. On the other side of this screen, you in the back and you in the front. About mastering effective communication, not just in home relationships, in every relationship. But before we get started, let me ask you to do something intentional with me. Take in one deep breath, hold it, and then exhale. So let me give you a quick backstory. I've mediated in disaster zones for FEMA, coached executives in high-stake rooms, and stood with couples at the altar. And they all have one thing in common. You want to guess what that is? Just think about it. It's different settings, same pattern. Conversation breakdown. Not because we lack the right words. That's not what's happening. But because we lose the right connections. And I'll say that again. Not because we lack the right words, but because we lose the right connection. Now, I haven't always gotten the right answers myself or how to say things. But as a veteran, a mediator, and, a human, I've learned that conversations we avoid cost us the most. At home, at work, in our own heads. You understand that we talk to ourselves often. This is not sometimes. This is often as we're driving, as we're walking, in the bathroom, in the kitchen. We do. If you're here right now, you care about results and your relationships, because I do. So you want a few misunderstandings, faster decisions, and deeper trust. Fewer misunderstandings, faster decisions, and deeper trust. You want clarity without cruelty and honesty without harm. That's where we are, right? That's what we're going to do today. So in the next 15.5, I give you my promise for this. I'm going to give you 3 mindset shifts that instantly change the tone of any conversation. Also, I'm going to give you 5, 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5 practical tools you can use instantly when this is done. With your team, with your partner, with your clients, and with yourself. And with yourself. Because you're the most important component anyway. We'll practice with 2 micro exercises, so the tools are in your body and not just on your notepads. But get your pads ready, because I want you to get this. And I want you to walk away with these things, these tools. You'll leave with one sentence ready for the conversation that matters the most to you this week. And everybody's got one, whether it's with your wife, whether it's with your kids, whether it's, heck, it could be with your pastor. But that one sentence is just got to be ready for that conversation. And the only thing I request of you is to start thinking right now of that one relationship or that dialogue that truly matters now for you. And hold it in your mind so that by the end, you'll have the words, the calm to move forward in that conversation, to have that dialogue. You ready? Let's go. Let's go. So first of all, let's start with something really simple. Most conversations fail for one reason. You want to guess? We answer what wasn't asked. And we avoid what's true. We answer what wasn't asked, and we avoid what's true. Today, you'll get 3 shifts and 5 tools to change that immediately. Remember, I promised you that a few seconds ago. I'm just reinforcing my promise. This is going to be my gift to you. Absolutely. So let's start with the stakes. And that's the story and the credibility, right? So let me give you something real quick about me. Yesterday, I coached a boardroom locked in silence and an engaged couple stuck in the same loop. Yeah. All in one day. The difference between the 2 rooms is they had the same barriers. People listening to defend instead of listening to understand. Listening to understand means you're actively listening. You're not interrupting. You want to hear everything that's being said. And when you change how we relate, results change. Revenues rise. Woo! Money. And resentment falls and connection returns. So I want you to write that down, put it in your phone, whatever you got to do, but just remember that when we change how we relate, revenues rise, resentment falls away, connection returns, and results change. So let's start with shift number 1. Regulate before you relate. Now, what that means is your nervous system leads this thing here, your mouth. It leads your mouth. Calm your body down. clear the message in your head. Before you start to speak, understand what you want to say, who you're saying it to, and how you present it. The second shift is meaning before message. Validate the human you're speaking to. Acknowledge that they're there before you negotiate the issue, what the issue is, whether it is with your partner, your children, your parents, your boss, your team. Remember who and show reverence and respect. So let's do a quick exercise. It's really quick, something you can definitely sink your teeth in. What is one what or how? One what or how question you could ask today that, if answered honestly, would most improve the relationship that matters to you? I'm going to give you a minute to think about that. Write that down. We're going to come back to it later because it's important. It's important to know what is one what or how question you could ask today that, if answered honestly, and that's the key, would you most improve a relationship that matters to you? So, for that shift number 3, shift number 3 is curiosity over certainty. Curiosity over certainty. Now, please understand. Have childlike faith. Have childlike imagination. Have childlike curiosity. Because then you always wonder, but you don't put a period at the end. Questions create safety. Safety creates honesty. Honesty creates solutions. How hard can that be, right? I'll repeat it because I want you to get this. Questions create safety. The other person and for you. Safety creates honesty. Becomes a vulnerable moment. Honesty creates solutions. Now you're not talking at, talking to. And it's a very comfortable situation. Now, when conflicts do arise, and they will, I want you to try stay. And what is stay? Well, I'm glad you asked. Stay is slow down, tell the truth, ask one question. Notice that number 1 that keeps coming up. And yield your defense. If the person you most need honesty from could anonymously rate you right now, how safe it feels to be candid with you. Scale of 1 to 10, what score would they give you? And what one behavior of yours must you retire this week to raise that score by 2 points? Once again, use stay. And that means slow down, tell the truth, ask one question, yield your defenses, and build that vulnerability. Build it. Now, in all conversations and relationships, sometimes there's damage, small or large. But repair that damage fast, then rebuild. And what I mean by that is small ruptures become resentments when we delay how we apply the repair. Deploy the I'm sorry. Deploy that how can I fix it? Deploy that please forgive me. Be humble enough to deploy the fix if you created the rupture. So we've been here and we've talked about several things, but most of it is communicating effectively, openly, honestly, and transparently on purpose. In other words, with intention. So 1 tool per day, tiny behaviors, outsized impact. That's what you want. To use 1 tool per day, change tiny behaviors, and create an outsized. So let me ask you a quick question. If you could craft a sentence for a conversation that matters to you, what would you say? What would your commitment to that person be to change everything? Well, let me help you out. You don't need to struggle with this. Remember this: clarity before comfort, curiosity before control, repair before results. Master these, and you won't just communicate better, you'll lead better, love better, and live lighter. Because you don't have the weight of the conflict, of the stress, of not being able to smooth through. So the 5 tools, you can use them immediately, right after this talk. The 90-second reset that we did at the beginning, we only took 1 breath. But I advise, take 4 deep breaths in, hold it for a second, let it out. Do it 4 times before you ever speak. Literally, it is generating clear energy, clearer mind from head to toe. You are clearing out. Imagine you go to a table and you got to clean it first before you put something new on it. So why do you want to do that 90-second reset before your conversation? Because it regulates your nervous system so your words land like they're supposed to. Those 4 inhales and 4 holds and 4 exhales, they work. The next thing to do is name what's true. When you're in a conversation, don't be defensive and don't be on the attack. Try this. I notice tension in my chest. I can slow down. Note that you're talking to yourself, not to anyone around you. You, in your head or out loud, it's up to you. But notice what happens when you breathe those 4 breaths in, those 4 holds, and those 4 exhales. Watch how your body changes. Be cognizant and be committed to that 90-second reset. Just like you have to reboot your computer, sometimes you have to reboot your body. And it's intentional. Decide your intent in 1 line. My goal is understanding, not victory. It's understanding who you're talking to, what you're talking about, but actively listen. Actively listen. Do not run ahead trying to figure it out. Sit still, breathe. Okay? Then you have 4 sentences that I'm about to give you for clarity. And this is when you need to be direct. You need to understand precisely what this person is saying. So your first clarity statement would be, say the hard thing that you want to know, right? So your first clarity statement is a mirror statement. Here's what I'm hearing you say, period. And then you let them validate, yes, that's what I said, or no, this is what I said instead. Because it allows them to bring you up to speed. Here's what I'm hearing you say. Now you can say it with meaning. Here's what that brings up for me. And usually this is a conversation we have with couples. But you can also go to that ask. My request is, but your commitment becomes, here's what I will do. See, when you're mirroring them, it's one way. When you're showing that it means something to you, it's another way. When you're asking, it's something different. But when you're committing, it's very powerful. That's 4 sentences for clarity. That's what that's for. So let's go on to listener's loop. Now, listener's loop is when there's 2 minutes of them talking and no interruptions from you. And what this does is it builds safety and accuracy very fast. Here's how it works. You give them 60 seconds of uninterrupted conversation. Then you, as the listener, have 20 to 30 seconds to say, did I get this right? You paraphrase what they said, and you say, did I get this right? See, once you do that, they can once again, just like before, clarify. You know, one open question can be very interesting to anybody. Because start with what or how. You never start with why. Not for an open question, because it interrupts a person's train of thought. It really does. So what you do is you switch roles. It is either a what or a how, never a why. Now, when we're talking about emotions and things are at a high level, you need to understand how to decode or translate heat in information. Understand, just like on your laptop or some on a spaceship, there is a code going on when that conversation is going on. So what you want to do is you want to help the emotional data that you receive here be decoded here. And you have to choose the right response, which means you have to actively listen. So I'm going to pause here for a second to let you think about emotion decoding. Has anybody ever even thought about, maybe I should just slow down? Just for a minute, all right? So let me give you a quick map. I'm not going to give you the full map, but a quick map. I'm going to start with the things that usually hit, whether it's personal or professional. Let's start with anger. Understand the boundary and the need for respect. That's when anger comes in. With anxiety, there's reassurance and they need information from you or from someone else. Sadness comes from comfort or discomfort, and connection or the lack thereof. Both of those are needed. The person needs to be comforted and they need the connection. And the final one I'll give you, because it's a whole list, is guilt. There needs to be repair, and integrity is needed. So the 4 that I gave you from your quick emotion decoding list that you have to pay attention to: anger, anxiety, sadness, guilt. But you know what? I'm going to throw in a bonus. Frustration. That happens often. And frustration requires progress and support. And that's sometimes hard to figure out between frustration and anger. But trust me, if you pay attention, you give it your active listening, you will definitely know the difference. As I said in the beginning, translate the heat in the information that you're getting, and you'll know whether it's just frustration or anger. So here's what I've given you. I've given you a quick map of anger, anxiety, sadness, guilt, and frustration. But here's the key code. You need to use this prompt exactly as it says. I'm noticing, and you fill in the blank. Is the need here for, and you fill in the blank, or you fill in the blank. An example of that is, I'm noticing you're tired a lot. Is there a need for more rest, or are you feeling depressed? Don't answer it for them. Just see, what happens is the delay of you saying anything allows them to process. And then you can have the proper conversation. And why? Because delay grows distance, but quick repair reveals trust. And if you open it with, I'm noticing, they know that you're paying attention. Now, something that I practice is called the AOAA structure. Here's what AOAA stands for. Now, I'm going to give you a minute to write that down. AOAA. And here's what this acronym means. A is acknowledge. I see you're hurt, and I'm here to help. I see I hurt you, and I want to make it right. Own it. Whatever your part was. My part was blank. No excuses. Be accountable, whether in personal or professional life. Be accountable. A is ask. What do you need now? What would make this, whatever this is, better? What would make it better? And then listen. Don't tell them. Listen. And if you must, write it down. And finally, appreciate. That's the big part. Thank you for naming it, whatever it was. You matter that much to me. This matters that much to me. You're letting the person know you're paying attention from the very beginning. Because the AAO structure allows you to acknowledge the situation, own the situation, ask what you can do to help repair the situation, and appreciate that we've talked about this. And now we're coming to a resolution. So make sure that your hands and your heart meet what you need to do. If at any point, raise your hand in the conversation. If it's gone past a certain point and you feel like, I have so many questions. Don't let them talk for 30 minutes and then you have 40 million questions. No. Do the 90 rule. Let them speak for 60, and then you take your 20 or 30 to ask your questions. And keep going that way, as it works. So let me ask you a question. Write it down. Think about it. Where do you feel most misunderstood right now, at this very moment? Is it home? Is it work? Or is it within yourself? Write it down. Write it down and Share what feels misunderstood. And then, as a listener, mirror it back to someone else in another sentence to see where they feel misunderstood. Because you may be able to help them. If you ask one curious question and no leading questions every day for a week, I promise you, you will see change. Your stress, your results, your relationships, all of that will begin to calm down. Because you're not leading, it's an open question. And they can start feeling comfortable in speaking to you. You know, who is the one person right now you want to have a conversation with that matters the most this week? I asked that at the top. Who do you want to text? Is there something you want to get out of your system? So here's a mantra for you when you have to slow yourself down. Clarity before comfort. Curiosity before control. Repair before results. I'll say that again for the people in the back of the room or with their speakers down low. Clarity before comfort. Curiosity before control. Repair before results. Let's slow the room down so the truth can speed up. You know, when you're going through a conflict moment, it's like, oh, I'm going to teach you the tech that works no matter where you are or who you are or what it's called. Try the word stay on yourself. Everybody doesn't pick up as fast as you put down. Stay. Slow down. Tell the truth. Ask one question. Yield your defenses. Don't get upset because the person doesn't move as fast as you. Take it down a notch. You know, for every executive that's here, every minute of miscommunication costs margins. Every moment of clarity buys back trust. When you walk into your office and you know that your staff relies on you, and you know that the margin counts on them, remember that statement. Every minute of miscommunication, not missed, not MISSED, no, miscommunication, 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 cost margin. Every moment of clarity buys back trust. So my 15.5 is almost done. But I want to make sure that you all know you're walking away with tools you can use right now. Just like if you walked into the shoe store and you found that perfect pair of shoes. And here it is. I'm going to throw down a gauntlet. I'm going to throw down a challenge just for you. Try this for 7 days. I want you for 7 days, 7 straight days. Use the 90-second reset before your hardest conversation. That's day 1. Day 2, run a listener's loop in your head with your partner, with yourself. Day number 3, deliver one message using the 4-sentence script that I gave. 1. Day 4, name an emotion and test 2 possible needs using the decoder, whether it's anger or guilt or frustration or tired or bipolarism. Try it out. Day 5, hey, send 1. Remember I said 1 because we're not going to overwhelm anybody. AOAA repair to somebody that's important to you. Day 6, ask 1 what or how question in a tense moment. to bring it down. And day 7, reflect on changes and outcomes and tone and speed. I guarantee you there is nothing greater than knowing that communication isn't a talent. It's a discipline. Breathe first. Mirror what matters. Ask better questions. Repair things quickly and keep your word. Do that, and you will not only be heard, you will be trusted. And trust is the real finish line in every relationship. I am Dr. Darlene Williams-Prattis, CEO and founder of Superior Love Forever, LLC, where we are here to help any and all relationships prosper in every area: physically, mentally, emotionally, spiritually, socially, financially, academically, and intimately. So, call, text, email. We're available no matter where you are. We can make it happen. Thank you.
Hello, hello. Hi, my name is Dr. Linda Jordan, and I hope you are as excited as I am to talk to you today about 7 steps to financial freedom, or 7 steps to generate wealth through using real estate investing. So give yourselves a round of applause for stepping out and wanting to learn more about real estate investing. So I hope you're as excited as I am, because I can't stand it. I am really excited because I enjoy helping individuals learn and understand the importance of real estate investing. And so we're going to get started with 7 steps to 7 figures, passive income using rental property. So who am I? My name is Dr. Linda Jordan, as I said. I am a wife, mother, and breast cancer survivor. I am the CEO of Breast Cancer Angel Network. I formed this corporation shortly after being diagnosed with breast cancer because I wanted to help other women and men find information and resources so that they could make good, healthy decisions. So I'm a survivor of 8 years. Yay! I am also an author. I just released my first book, solo book, Unleash Your Inner CEO, A Country Girl's Guide to Being Your Own Boss. So you can find that on Amazon. I am also a co-author of 7 other books, and those are a couple listed there. And that's my beautiful family, my husband and my lovely daughter. Here's a little bit more about me. I worked in corporate America for 30 years, and after being diagnosed with breast cancer, I realized that I needed to and wanted to start my own business. I was already doing real estate investing as a side hustle, so I really wanted to branch out further and do more things, but I became a leadership development coach, and as you can see, I'm certified in several different areas, as well as having my PhD in organizational development and leadership. So that's a little bit about me. So most importantly, I'm a real estate investor. I've been doing it for 20 years. I own and operate 30 plus rentals. I have single family homes. I have duplexes, condos. I have gone into the apartment complex business for a little while, but I've sold those. And I also have an Airbnb. So I have quite a bit of knowledge about real estate investing, how to do it. I also owned and operated a franchise with a large company for about 7 years, I believe it was. So it gave me, time to really learn about real estate investing from a different perspective. So today we're going to talk about 7 steps. Step number 1. And before I start that, please get your pen. Make sure that you have something to write with. I want to make sure that you have a notepad so you can take some notes, because I'll be sharing some information. And I think it will be very beneficial that you write down these 7 steps, first of all, so that you can be on your path to financial freedom. So step number 1 of the 7 steps is to know what your why is. Now, for me, it was making sure that I created a legacy for my daughter and making sure that, she had money to go to college with, because when I grew up, we lived on a farm and I didn't have college funds. At that particular time, the Pell Grant was all that was there. And right when it was time for me to go to college, the Pell Grant ran out. And so I had to work and go to school. And I didn't want my daughter to have to do that because it was extremely hard. And I knew that, I didn't finish college that way. I ended up going to work and going to school. And I wanted her to have the opportunity to have that full college experience. And so that was my reasoning for investing. So for you, it could be paying off your debt. It could be college. It could be retirement, or you want to create a family legacy. Whatever that why is for you, I want you to write that down on that piece of paper that you have in front of you. Write that down, because that's going to be the kickstart for why you get into real estate investing. Not just because maybe some people may say it's a fad, and it really isn't. I've been doing it for over 20 years, and it is a way of life for me. And so for you, I want to make sure that you know what your why is, what your purpose is, because that's going to be your driving force for what you do every single day. So if you've written that down, let's go to what I call step number 2. And we're not going to take 5 minutes because I don't have a whole lot of time today. I have a short period of time with you. But after this video, or listening to me, I want you to take some time and write down your goals. Now, these are the SMART goals. I'm sure most of you have heard them from the corporate space, but they're really important that you are very specific in the goals that you write down. You want to make sure they're measurable. Most importantly, you want to make sure that you can obtain these goals. Are they within your reach? Most importantly, are they relevant? And what time frame do you want to get your goals achieved? So for me, when I first started in real estate investing, I wanted to have 10 properties, and I wanted to do it within 4 to 5 years. For me, I was very aggressive. So I got my properties in 2 years. But that's because I was very aggressive. For you, it may take a little bit longer, or you may do it in a shorter period of time. Whatever works for you, works for you. But make sure you write down your goals. And when you write them down, you want to make sure that you display them someplace so that you can see them every single day. Don't just write them down, put them in a notebook, and close it out, because it's called out of sight, out of mind. So write your goals down, share them with someone so that they can remind you, hey, you said you're going to do X the other day. Have you done that? Have you purchased that property, or have you gone to look at that house on Sunday afternoon after church? Whatever that is for you, share your goals so people can hold you accountable as much as you hold yourself accountable. So I am a strong advocate of making sure that you write your goals down and you share them with others, and then you achieve them in a timely manner. Now, when it comes to real estate investing, there's 4 different ways that I have invested, and most of my colleagues do as well. The first is fix and flip. There's wholesaling. There's buy and hold and syndication. Fix and flip means you're going to find a property, you're going to fix it up, and then you're going to resell it. That's fix and flip. Wholesale. You're going to buy a property that is not on the market, and you're going to also sell that to someone. So that's what wholesaling is about. And you can wholesale retail properties. You can wholesale properties through retail, or you can wholesale them to another wholesaler. And then there's called buy and hold. You want to buy a property, you want to fix it up and rent it out.
And then the last one is syndication. Syndication is at a much higher, different level, but that's when you really want to get into investing into apartment complexes or commercial properties. I have not done syndication. Friends of mine have, but I have done the other three areas of investing. And depending on what your flavor of the day is, you can do all of them. But I always encourage people to start with wholesaling first because that's the easiest way. And it gets you in the door and it gets you cash relatively quickly. You can get cash from a deal sometimes in like less than 30 days, but you got to be aggressive in doing it. So here is a property that I purchased wholesale from a seller direct, and it was in Selma, North Carolina, and gorgeous home. Unfortunately, the seller wanted to sell her property because her husband had unexpectedly passed away, and she just wanted to move. So I bought the property from her for $124,000. It was paid for free and clear, but she just wanted to get out. And I was looking to buy a property at the time. Of course, I'm always looking to buy properties, but I didn't want to rent it out because it was too far from where I live. I just wanted to get it sold. And so I listed it with an agent that I use, and we sold it on the market for $145,000. My profit was $21,000. I then took that $21,000 and reinvested into another property. So as you can see, we did this in less than 60 days. It's very easy to make money in a short period of time, but you do have to be aggressive and you do have to follow the process. So step number 3, marketing. Now, a lot of people don't like marketing, but marketing is so very, very important, and it's the way to get your name out there. It's the way to get business. So there's 3 categories listed here: online sources, targeted list, and referrals. So online sources is about using Zillow, Craigslist, Facebook, for sale by owner, auction sites, or the famous yard signs, which are for sale by owner. Targeted list, you can use tools called PropStream, ListSource, or Driving for Dollars. You can do that on Sunday afternoon after church, and you just get in your car and drive around and you look for properties where the mail has not been picked up. It doesn't look like the home has been lived in. There's lots of trees and shrubbery on the property. So those are properties that you can look for on the Drive for Dollars. Referrals, you can network with other individuals, because I believe your network is your net worth. Friends and family, you can do joint ventures, and you can also do partnerships. So those are areas that you can market in. And marketing basically is you want to make sure that you are getting the word out that you are an investor or you're looking to invest, and you're connecting with other individuals who may know someone who is also an investor. So hopefully these lists will be important as well as helpful to you. But of course, you can learn more in my training program when we go really, really deep about marketing, how to do it, when to do it, and things of that nature. Step number 4. Once you've done your marketing and you've communicated or sent out letters to your sellers, or you called someone on the phone, you want to gather that contact information and schedule an appointment with the seller. So skip tracing sites, this is where you can actually get contact information from a seller if you don't have that. So True People Source, TruePeopleSearch.com, Deal Machine, you can go to your local county tax office, or Facebook Marketplace. But you want to have the contact information of the seller so that you can then pick up the phone, call them, schedule an appointment, and go look at their property. So that's what step number 4 is about. Once you get to that property and you've looked at it, then you want to decide, is that something you want to buy or not? So step 4 has a lot more details in it, but this is the short and sweet of it for today. But you should be able to gather as much information as you possibly can about the property, talk to the seller, find out what they want to sell it for, but most importantly, find out why they want to sell it. The why is so very important. Step number 5, once you've had that conversation with the seller, you've made them an offer, now you want to negotiate the deal. Why do you want to negotiate the deal? Well, you want to do that because you want to make sure that you get the property at the best price. Know your numbers. So knowing your numbers is very important. You don't want to buy a property that's too high, because when you buy the property, that's when you really make your money. A lot of people think that you buy the property, you sell it, and you make X amount of dollars at the end, and that's where they make their money. That's not correct. You make your money when you buy the property. That's why you want to buy it and negotiate it at the right price. When you sell the property, you will make money, but by that time, when you take all the debts that you have out, what is your true net? Because you have to think about the purchase price, your closing costs when you buy, your closing costs when you sell, the finance charges that you have to your private lender or your hard money lender or the bank. And then if you had to fix up the property, what did it cost you to do that? So all those numbers have to come out at the end. So that's why it's important that you negotiate and you buy right the first time, so that at the end of the transaction, you truly see how much money that you made. So make your initial offer, then negotiate, because the seller will always want more than probably what you want to pay, but you can come to a happy medium. So that's a really, really important step. If you're not good at negotiation skills, start brushing up on that. Make sure you understand how to negotiate, because you don't want to make the seller feel that you're rushing them or you're pushing them. You want to make sure that they are comfortable with you. So negotiation is very important. Step number 6 is determining what your exit strategy is. When you go into this deal, are you going to wholesale it? Are you going to fix and flip it? Are you going to buy and hold it? So know what your exit strategy is. It's very, very important that you know that. Don't go into buying a property and then you're like, oh, I don't know what I'm going to do with it. You got to know that up front. So you're going to wholesale it to another wholesaler or to a rehabber. You're going to fix it and flip it yourself and sell it retail, or are you going to fix it and keep it as a rental? When you keep it as a rental, I will share one tip with you. You want to make sure that you rent the property so that you have 1% return on investment. So you buy a property for $200,000, and that's how much you've invested in the property. You need to have at least 1% rent income so that you are within that budget of making sure you have enough to pay your mortgage, property taxes, and insurance. And you make a little bit on the end yourself, maybe $200-300 a month. So that's why it's important to know what your numbers are. I do have spreadsheets that I provide my clients to help them understand. They plug the numbers in, and voila, it tells them exactly what price point they should be at, and when they sell it, how much they will actually make. So determining your exit strategy is really important. Then the last step is financing the deal. You can utilize private money lenders. Those are individuals who just have money and they want to lend it out. It could be anyone. It could be your dentist or your doctor's office. It could be someone that you met at a business meeting. Hard money lenders, those are non-traditional banks, such as Union Bank, Benchmark. There's a couple others. They're not Bank of America, Truist, or Wells Fargo. Those are not the individuals who will give you money when it comes to investing. Now, the last one is bootstrapping, using your own money. I don't encourage that, but if you don't have another alternative, or you have a self-directed IRA, then yes, I would encourage you to do that, but don't take money out of your savings just to do that. But when you get a property under contract, you want to make sure you can finance the deal. That's the bottom line. So those are the 7 steps to 7 figures. There's a lot more to that than what I've shared with you today, but that's the short and sweet of it. My program is called the Passive Portfolio for Women. Here is my barcode if you want to learn more about the program and see if you can get enrolled in that. Please do so. We're getting our enrollments ready for 2024. Again, my name is Dr. Linda Jordan. 7 Steps to 7 Figures, the Passive Portfolio for Women. I hope that you will connect with me and want to learn more about how you can have financial freedom and create generational wealth for you and your family so that you can live your best life. Thank you.
Hello, welcome to this space. My name is Nakia M. Franklin. As you know, I am the founder and visionary of Brave Manifestations LLC, which is spelled B7AVE. And I want to welcome you again into this space. So, have you ever had the experience of not showing up? Well, that happened to me recently, and I thought that I had shown up into the space. But what I didn't realize is that although I was physically present, I was no longer attached to my physical being, and mentally, I had not shown up. See, I thought I was showing up for you and for you and for you over there and for everyone else. But I didn't connect to the fact that I didn't show up for myself. It's impossible for me to show up for anyone else if I can't show up for myself. I don't know if you can relate to me, but if you can, just, nod your head, lift your hand and be like, amen, I've been there before. I've allowed myself to be stretched so far and so wide and in so many different directions that I began to become disconnected from me. I started to lose vision and passion and purpose. And I even stepped outside of what was possible for my life and for all of those that was connected with me and that are connected with me and that would be connected with me. And I had to surrender. Now, y'all don't know what I'm talking about. And for me, showing up is a part of my character. It's a part of my authenticity. It's a part of my integrity. Because when I don't show up, you don't get the full value of what I have to offer. So I had to step back and evaluate my position, actively make a decision and take an action. And that action was for me to show up for me first. Not for you first, but for me first. And my perfect, whole, and complete self authentically and with forgiveness for myself, with clarity and in alignment and brave. You see, I have a problem. I have a problem showing up. No, not again for everyone else, but for myself. Again, can you relate to this? I show up for my job, for my kid, for my family, for my friends, for my church, and even strangers when needed or wanted. But how often do you show up for yourself? How often? You see, we allow ourselves as professionals and as singles and parents to show up for everyone else but us, ourselves, the person within, the me, the I, the am. Oh, y'all can't relate to what I'm talking about. You don't know what I'm saying. Before I became a parent, I put myself first. Before you became a parent, you put yourself first. Well, most of us did. Some people are privileged enough to where they didn't have to do that, right? You didn't have to do that. Of course you didn't. We showed up for ourselves first, or at least we tried to. Because let's face it, some of us are addicted to people pleasing. I've been there, done that. I can write a book about it. And that may even be where we get validated from or get permission to be or to act or take in serious action in our life to live or step out on faith or achieve a big dream or do something for ourselves, whether it's read a book or go get our nails done and our feet done or get a massage or just relax or just step away or just read a book or just sit in the park or whatever that may look like for you, to feel worthy, to know that we are important, to know that we matter. Or do we? Do we really matter? Sometimes you have to ask yourself that question because it is a reality check. See, the problem, we don't remember what it's like to put ourselves first. Oftentimes, we're parents, we're employees, we're employers, we're busy people, we're active in church and we're active in schools and at the plays and doing all of the things behind the scenes. Do you remember what it's like to put yourself first? Because we get stretched so far and so wide. Do we remember what it is like to put ourselves first? To matter to ourselves, to feel empathy, to know compassion, or even give ourselves grace, to feel hope or love towards ourselves. And that is not just sad. That is a reality of many of us here. No, but you can't relate to me. You've already tuned me out. That's impossible. You're a superwoman. You're Superman. You have no care and concern about any of the things that I'm talking about right now. But I beg to differ. That and this is the reality for many of us here. And I'm glad that I have your attention. See, as children, if you can recall, we were carefree, open, optimistic, to dream and laugh and be playful and imagine we were someone or even something. There were no boundaries, no limitations of fear of what could happen to us because we wrote the story to our own lives. We created the narrative. We controlled the narrative. We had freedom and autonomy and hope and anticipation and a belief in ourselves. And all that we could do in our life was created in our imagination, in our dreams, in our belief systems. And we weren't told anything different. We stretched our own limitations and it felt good. We had no boundaries. We were the heroes who saved the world, fought off the bad guys, and championed everyone to victory. We were the ones who were boundless, who was redeemed from all of our flaws and failures, anointed for greatness, victorious in all that we took on, and empowered as we empowered the world into action, survival, purpose, passion, and possibilities. We wore the capes. No, you can't relate to me. I'm sure you can't. Because your life is perfect. You have it all under control. You don't know what it feels like. You don't know what it's like to experience being stretched. Wow. Did you feel that? What an amazing time we had as innocent children who didn't have all the responsibilities and the tasks and the things to do lists. And the people depending on us. Did you experience that moment? Did you go back into your mind and remember the days when we can honestly say that we were free? We believed it to our core, and no one and nothing could tell us anything different. How many of us are still believing this for ourselves today? Can you be honest? For most of us, can I be honest? For most of us, including myself, if not all of us, no. Me, not you, or maybe you. Maybe it's your truth, your reality, that everything worked out perfectly, that you accomplished all the dreams, all of your visions, your passions, your purpose, your possibilities, and the world is just your oyster. Maybe it all worked out for you. Maybe you were born with the silver spoon in your mouth. Yeah. Maybe no one knew how to tell you no, or not right now, or not ever. Maybe no one told you to stop dreaming. Go get a real job. Stop worrying about what everyone else has and what you don't have, and just settle for what you got. Maybe that's not your experience. Maybe you were never told that your voice wasn't good enough and that you need to dumb it down and make sure everyone else looks high while you sit low. Maybe you didn't experience that. Maybe everyone heard everything that you said and took your words as truth. Valued every single aspect of who you are and who you are being, and you never had any upset, discomfort, disappointments, discontent, all of this is the neglect, the abandonment, the heartbreak, the shame, the brokenness. Maybe you never experienced any of that. Well, good for you. Good for you. You're one in a million, billion, quadrillion, what? You're not even a part of the 1%, because life worked out perfectly for you. But for the rest of us, perfectly imperfect people, that's not how it worked out. Do you remember when it all changed? For us that it didn't work out perfectly for. Do you remember when it all changed? When did the one saving the world and saving everybody and winning and all the visions and the dreams that we manifested in our childhood become the one who needed saving? What happened to me, to you, to us? Where did it all go? How did these moments disappear and become such a distant memory to begin to feel unattainable and no longer possible for us to achieve? Now I'm talking to us who have experienced these things in life and who knows what it feels like to be that parent, that mom or that dad, that single individual, that person that the world depended on, and everything laid upon our shoulders to the point that our shoulders was like up to our ears and up around our necks, and we could barely move or function, know what reality is and what reality isn't any longer. Can I ask you to try on the possibility that in life we have allowed ourselves to be stretched so thin that we have forgotten the main characters of our own lives? We gradually begin to stand on the sidelines, becoming the characters in someone else's stories. As people say now, life be lifing. Now, what does that mean exactly? Life be lifing. It must be some young people thing, because life has always been lifing, happening, occurring. But I can tell you one thing. The difference between then, when we were children and innocent, had all the dreams and could believe in everything that was possible, and now is that we grew up. And the world, the way it was in that moment in our lives, is no longer the present reality. We had to grow up. We had to make decisions.
Everything didn't go as planned, and some of our decisions weren't a part of our original stories. And for some of us, our own heroes let us down. Whether it's your mom or your dad, your sister, your brother, your cousin, your aunt, your uncle, whoever your hero was, the pastor in your life, the teacher in your school, the coach that you played football with, your employer, even an employee who you believed in and you fought for and you stood for, a client. We were let down. We were left disappointed. Everyone comes into this world with a possibility and hope and with innocence. Yet life, as long as we keep living, will disrupt, challenge, and stretch us in an unimaginable way. What we do in those moments will and can only be determined by what is occurring in our world in those very moments. And not one of us has the right to judge anyone, because without being in that very moment yourself, you can't say what you would or would not do. See, as a professional, a businesswoman or a businessman, a single, a woman, a man, a parent, I get it. I get the daily decisions that must be made and that can change in an instant without asking my permission to alter the plans, expectations, or dreams or life. I get how our agenda went from being all about us individually and our endeavors and activities and school agendas, sports schedules, and birthday parties, sick days were not on the schedule, was not a part of the plan. But for multiple days, because of the cold, the flu, and nowadays COVID, is being passed back and forth in daycares and daycares and schools and workplaces, we get stretched. And let me say that absolutely does not matter when you are an employee or employer or a solo entrepreneur. Come on, be honest. You got to remove the shame and step into it shamelessly. Now, it's okay to step back and take a moment and get clear with who you are for yourself and what you want out of life. And remember your story, your dreams, your visions, and possibilities. I want you to know that life and the visions of your perfectly created story are not over. Take on all that stretching that you experienced in life as you went from dreaming in your current reality as a necessity, as a part of the plan. It has been your training ground to build muscle, stamina, and endurance capacities and capabilities to help you be ready to step out into the episodes of your own life. No one was promised an easy journey, and everyone has purpose beyond what we can see for ourselves and beyond our lives as single parents. Some of us had help on this journey. Some of us didn't. And some of us cried out for help and nobody showed up. And we are still here. We are still standing, alive, thriving, pushing, pulling, and stretching our way through the uncomfortable times. For some of us, we wore superhero capes for so long that people never saw us as anyone who has a need for help. We saved the world while no one came to save us, so we let go, or we lost what it meant to be first, seen, heard, embraced, boundless, redeemed, anointed, victorious, and empowered to be brave and manifest ourselves, because we are too busy out there being the hero for someone and everyone else. Are you ready to take off the cape? Welcome to stretch and reclaim your forgotten or delayed dreams, passions, purpose, and possibilities. Are you ready to create from a blank canvas, a clean slate? I believe you are. I believe that you are. And I want to thank you for taking this journey with me. And I want to leave you with a few slides for a visual glimpse of what some of the outcomes you will get or may get or should get if you do the work. Again, my name is Nakia Franklin. I'm the founder and visionary of Brave Manifestations, B7AVE LLC. And the acronym of BRAVE means boundless, redeemed, anointed, victorious, and empowered. And I would love to hear from each of you. to know if what I just shared with you in just this moment of time made a difference for your listening and your participation today and what it has done for you. So please reach out to me. You'll have my information. You can reach out via email or text or by scheduling a little 15-minute conversation with me. Again, I thank you. I honor you. I respect you. I see you. I hear you. My name is Nakia in Franklin, and I am stretched back to being brave.
Picture this with me. Someone walking down the street wearing your message on a hoodie. Someone sipping from a mug with your tagline on it. Someone carrying your tote bag into the office. Everywhere they go, they're spreading your message, your vibe, your brand, without you paying for a single ad. Let me pause right here because I want you to really, really imagine this. Imagine opening Instagram and seeing one of your clients or even a stranger posting a picture of themselves in your hoodie, or walking into a coffee shop and seeing someone sipping from a tumbler with your words on it. How would that make you feel? I'll tell you, for me, the first time I saw someone wearing my interchangeable sandals out in the world, I cried because it wasn't just about selling a product. It was about seeing my idea, my heart, my creativity living out there in the world. And I want you to experience that too. That's exactly why I created my program, Wear It, Brand It, Sell It, to show you how to take your message and turn it into products people are proud to wear, share, and buy. Hi, I'm Tyla Lusk. I've spent decades in product design, branding, and custom merchandise. I have done everything from inventing patented interchangeable sandals that I sold on QVC to creating beauty products to helping entrepreneurs like you create and launch their very first merch line. I create merchandise every single day, thousands of products for companies of all sizes, from startups to established brands. And while I love the big projects, what lights me up is both helping coaches, authors, entrepreneurs who have a huge vision, but not always a big budget. Because here's the truth, you don't need deep pockets to create beautiful, professional, profitable merch. You just need the right message, the right tools, and the right method. And today I'm going to walk you through exactly how I do that. Merch isn't just about slapping your logo on a t-shirt or a mug. When it is done right, it becomes an extension of your brand, something people connect with and they're proud to wear, use, and share. It gets your brand seen. Every hoodie, every tumbler, every tote, it's a walking billboard. It creates new streams of income, passive sales that keep working even when you're not. And most importantly, it creates connection. Because when somebody wears your merch, it's not about you, it's about them. It's their way of saying, this brand gets me. This is what I believe in. This is my vibe. Let me give you an example. One of my clients, she's a life coach. She thought merch was only for big influencers with massive followings and large audiences. We took her signature phrase, 3 little words, and we put it on a simple tote. And do you know what happened? Her audience went crazy. The tote became her most shared product. And of course, it wasn't about the tote. It was about what it represented. And her audience wanted to carry that message into the world. And that's what I say when I mean merch is connection. And let me ask how many of you have bought merch because you loved what it said or how it made you feel? Exactly. Your message doesn't have to stay trapped in your bio or on your podcast or on your website. It can live on products people use every single day. And when it does, your message stops becoming just words. It starts becoming a movement. So how do you do it? How do you go from idea to merch line without wasting money or filling your garage with boxes of t-shirts? That is where my system comes in. I call it the merch method. 5 simple steps to launch your merch line affordably and effectively. You make your message visual. So you take the heart of your brand, like everything that makes your brand, and you turn it into something people can see, something they can wear, something they can share. You elevate your designs. You do not need to be a designer. Canva makes it easy to create professional, modern designs your audience will actually want to wear. And then you run with print on demand. So this is the game changer. No boxes of shirts, no warehouses full of merch, no wasted money. When someone orders, it's printed and it's shipped directly to them. And then you create your storefront. So Shopify, Etsy, Printify, you can have an online store ready in a day. Listen, you don't need to have thousands of followers. You're going to hype your launch. Even with a small audience, you can build a huge level of excitement by teasing designs, showing behind the scenes, or letting your people vote. So launches aren't about the size of your following. They are about the energy that you create. And this is exactly what I walk you through step by step inside my program, Wear It, Brand It, Sell It. If this is clicking with you, just know that you don't have to figure this out on your own. And because I want you to start imagining your own merch, I put together a free resource just for you guys, the Merch Starter Kit. It is 10 plug and play merch ideas plus Canva templates you can start using right away. I'll drop the link so you don't forget to grab it. Or you can go to tylalust.com and grab it there. And here's the thing. I want to save you some headaches by pointing out all the mistakes that I see most often. Number one, believing that you have to order tons of inventory up front. You really don't. Print on demand solves that problem. Number two, overcomplicating the tech. Simple always wins. Number three, designing something for everyone. It waters down your message. Speak directly just to your people, to the people that get you. The biggest one is forgetting the emotional side of merch. The designs that sell, they're not the fanciest ones. They are the ones that make your audience feel seen. If your merch feels like them, they will wear it proudly and share it. And that is when it spreads. So what's the next step? First, grab the Merch Starter Kit. It's free. 10 merch ideas, Canva templates, totally free. Second, if you're serious about launching your line, not just dreaming about it, I want to invite you into Wear It, Brand It, Sell It. It is a complete blueprint from designs to storefront to marketing to sales. And because you're here live, if you join this week, I'm going to give you my launch hype playbook as a bonus. It is the exact system that I use to create buzz and turn followings into big sales. As we wrap up, let's circle back to where we started. Picture the hoodie, that mug, the tote bag. This time, picture it with your messages, your vibe, your brand. Imagine your people proudly wearing it, carrying it, sipping from it, spreading your message every single day without you paying for one single ad. That is what merch does when it's done right. It doesn't just sell products, it spreads movements. Here's what I want you to remember. You do not need a giant following. You definitely do not need a giant warehouse. You don't need deep pockets. You just need your message and the right method. And because at the end of the day, your brand isn't about what you say. It's about what people wear. It's about what they sip from. It's about what they carry, and it's about what they share. Let's take that vision that you've been holding on to. Let's turn it into merch that moves. Grab the free kit, check out the program. Let's make your message a movement. Thank you so much.
Take a deep breath with me right now. Thinking a moment of your life when you thought, I cannot go on. Maybe it was a loss. Maybe it was a betrayal. Maybe it was a financial burden. Maybe it was a collapse. Or maybe it was a health crisis. So you feel cornered, broken, powerless. And now is the moment that I can tell you that I lived it, but I lived it within 5 years. And I didn't live it in this place. I lived it in a prison cell in Venezuela. So I'm going to talk about my story. My name is Jose Pereira, and I was the CEO of Sigo Petroleum. I was invited to a meeting in Caracas, Venezuela, a last-minute meeting. I was in the pinnacle of my career. I was ready to get retired, and I flew to Caracas. In the middle of the meeting, instead of standing ovation, I was wrongfully detained. I was accused to be an American spy. I was accused to commit treason to that country, and I was accused of a lot of accusations. I was stripped from my freedom. I was stripped from my career. I was stripped from my health, and I was also stripped from my hope. But that is not a story of defeat, because this is a story of comebacks. I'm here to talk to you that I'm here and I could come back. So I just not didn't survive. I came back stronger with a mission to help others to turn their worst moment into the greatest comebacks. So let me tell you a little bit how was my first day of captivity. It was really the hardest moment in my life. I was shocked. I was with fear. I felt the injustice. I was angered. I really had a lot of anger against God. Why you made this to me? So imagine, picture this. Imagine the smell of the damp cell. Imagine the sound of the lock clinking when it was shut off the door. The heavy silence of not knowing when or if I will be freed. So I felt really lost. So in that moment, the silence is your worst nightmare, but at the same time, it's your only companion. So your prison may not be the walls that I went through, or maybe it will not be the guards, but it could be a debt, it could be a toxic relation, it could be a toxic job, it can be an illness, or it can be that you're broken, or you have a broken relationship. But the effect is the same. You feel trapped, you feel hopeless. So here is the truth. Your greatest prison is not a physical prison. It's your mindset. So they're terrible if you're powerless or not. Maybe you're not a prisoner like I was, but you can be a prisoner of your mindset. You can be a prisoner of your beliefs. You can be prisoner of the situation that you're going through. Think about it. I remember the day that I had the heart attack. I had a heart attack in captivity. So I thought, this is it. I felt I was dying. I woke up in a room with a lot of machines in the ER room. In the midst of getting tired, I was dying. But then I remembered that I promised that I received a message from God through a man named Richard Phillips. 1 month before my captivity, I was in a meeting, and there was a man called Richard Phillips, Captain Phillips, you know, the guy in the movie. He was a close speaker in a summit that we were carrying out in Cisco. And he was telling his story of survival because he was a hostage by the Somali pirates. And when he finished his speech, I told him how you did that. And this guy told me this: everybody has inside an unbreakable spirit. An unbreakable spirit that comes from God, but you need to unleash it connected with Him. So what was my turning point? From that day, I decided to fight. When I understood that, I decided to fight from the inside to out. I choose my faith over my fear. I choose the prayer. I choose the scripture. I choose the worship. I begin to read the Bible. I begin to worship, and I begin to understand that God was talking to me. So purpose was over despair. I visualized it. I visualized reuniting with my family. I dream I will be helping others. One day I had a dream, a vivid dream, that I was going to come back and I was going to create my own foundation. That today I started my foundation called Angels Helping on Earth. So that was my purpose. So here is the second truth. Resilience is built in the shadows. It's before you celebrate any spotlight. The resilience doesn't come in the spotlight. It comes in those dark valleys that you're going through. It's in the shadows that you really build that resilience. And resilience is not only bouncing back, it's bouncing back stronger. Learning when you fail and you fall and bounce back stronger. You can create your own daily comeback routine. Start each morning with a mindset shift. Write down 3 things that you are grateful for. Express gratitude. Express gratitude. Be grateful. Be kind with yourself. And when you wake up, say, thanks God that I'm alive. Thanks God that you gave me the life. And thanks God that I have my freedom. So start with those 3 things. The things that you feel that you have to be grateful. Take one courage actions every day. Baby steps. And give you, the palm in the shoulder that you're doing great. So that came the day of my release. It became my breakthrough. It became my real start of my new life. I was in my prison cell. I remember that we were in the darkest moment. I was with one of my colleagues and he was really down. And I came to him and said, hey, my friend, what happened to you? And he said, I'm not gonna make it. I'm not gonna make it. I don't know when this is gonna finish, but I'm not gonna make it. And I remember telling him, you have to stay strong. You have to stay strong because you will never know when God is gonna make the miracle. And the miracle happened hours after. At 5 a.m. in the morning, they opened the door and the director of the prison said, dress up that you're freed. So it came my release day. I will never forget landing here in San Antonio, Texas, in the Army Brooks military base. Seeing my family, holding my wife, hugging my grandsons, hugging my daughter, hugging my son, hugging all my family. That day came after 1,775 days. You already have passed 1,775 days. But in that moment, every battle, every prayer, every fear was really worth it because I came back. So your comeback isn't just the day you walk free. It's every day that you take the decision along the way to never give up. No matter what circumstance you're going, you will never give up. Champions. That third truth to be a champion. Your comeback story is someone else's survival guide. So here, today I'm talking to you, that you think that you cannot make it, to you and to you. And I'm here saying that your story hasn't been ended. That if you go into any situation, that is not the end, it's the beginning of something bigger that is coming to you. Because sometimes, many times, God puts you to cross the desert, to cross the valley, because you need to be forged. You need to be forged like is forged the gold in the fire. You need to be forged like the diamond is forged. You need to be forged like the iron is converted in steel, because that's gonna make you better. So here, that's the truth, that your champion survival story can be the survival guide to some else. Who I'm talking to today? Am I talking to you? Are you hearing me because you feel that you're hopeless? Are you hearing this because you don't know how to handle your business, you're broken, your marriage is going through a hardship, are you having an illness? I'm here telling you that you're better than that. Remember, inside you had that unbreakable spirit, but you had to praise God. You had to talk with Him, because remember, God make impossibles possibles. So I'm going to talk about you what had to be a champion's roadmap. First of all, you have to define your North Star. Have your purpose. See what is your guidance, your North Stars, and pursue that. That's going to become your dream. Pursue it. Know exactly how you will fight for it. Go for it. Be determined. No matter what is going to be your circumstance, you're going to pursue and pursue and pursue, and you will be looking like it already happened. Don't see you where you are today. See you where you want to be. Build your inner fortress. Guard your mindset. Fuel your spirit. Reject toxic voices. Take out all those voices that say you're not going to make it. That inner voice that says, I'm not good enough. Stop doing that. Take out all the toxic people of your life and be surrounded the people that build an atmosphere where you can thrive. Believe in yourself, but you have to have the proper mindset. You have to build your inner fortress. Surround by people that believe in you. Third, lead from the scars. The scars, they're going to be there, but the scars are not going to hurt, because your wounds will become scars. The scars will remind you the battle you went through, but they will not hurt. So lead from those scars that you had there. Don't lead through the wound. Don't speak from the fresh pain. Speak from the healed pain, so others can see what is possible. Remember, God made possible the impossible. I'm here to say that you're better than you believe, that you're stronger than you believe, that you have inside that inner force, that you have inside that inner spirit, that you have that unleashable spirit inside you. I'm here talking to somebody that wants to hear this. I'm here talking to somebody that needs to hear this. I went through that. I went through the darkest moment in my life. I could have not survived, but I survived. I went through a lot of illness. I not only went a heart attack, I had 2 times COVID. I suffered scabies 2 times. I suffered pneumonia. I suffered bronchitis. I fainted. I lost my memory. I should not be here, but I'm here. After 5 years of suffering, I could come back because I made my fear in my strength, and I converted my mindset in my fortitude, and I connected to the strong belief in God and strong belief in faith and faith in me. And I said that I needed to come back stronger in body, in soul, in spirit to my family. And I came back because that's what the champions do. The champions come back, and you are a champion. So let's recap this. Your greatest prison is not a physical prison, it's your mindset. That is your greatest prison. Your mindset. Create a fortitude. Create a fortitude that makes you create an atmosphere that support your mindset. Take out those inner voices that are saying you're not going to make it. Get out of that toxic relations. Take out those people that don't believe in you. Sometimes, unfortunately, it's your family. The family don't believe in you. If you have a dream, begin a business, they say, how are you going to do that? You're not good enough. You don't have the capability. You don't have the money. You don't blah, blah, blah. You don't blah, 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 blah. Don't stop hearing those voices. Resilience, second recap. Resilience is building the shadows. Don't think that resilience you're going to build up when you're fine. Because when you're fine, leader can be anybody. The true leaders are forged in the shadows. When you have the floor that is shaking, when your windows and your walls are crumbling, when you are pushed from your comfort zone is where you're going to see if you're a true leader or not. I want to tell you, what is your thought about the leadership? Do you think you're a good leader or not? And if not, what are you waiting to become a good leader? And the third recap, your comeback story is someone else's survivor guide. Remember, your story will help others. Tell your story. Tell your testimony. It's going to be powerful to help others. Don't hide it. That's why today I have a podcast called Build Resilient, where I interview people that have gone through incredible situation. And I have my coaching program called the Unbreakable Leadership Coaching Program, where I teach C-suite executive how they can unleash their unbreakable spirit, how can they regain balance with their business success and their personal fulfillment. And I have my book called From Hero to Villain, where I told my story. And very soon is coming, my second book is a business book called Unstoppable, where I'm going to give you biblical principles. I'm talking today, biblical principles that will help you to guide through leadership. And it's going to be very soon in Amazon. So the next breakthrough that you're going to do, don't think that it's a breakthrough. Don't think that it's a setback. See it as a comeback. So stick to your beliefs. When life pushes back, there is a champion in you. It's not built. Build it, because you will win. The champion is forged in those moments is that you will decide not to quit, but it's your decision. It's your decision if you decide to quit or not. So if you're a man locked in a foreign prison for 5 years that can come back, I stand today here to say that you don't have excuse. You can do it. It's not your destiny. What are you waiting for? Again, if you want to connect with me, joseconnect.com, www.joseconnect.com. You can go there. You can find my speaking. You can have me a speaker in any of your events. You can see there my speaking. You can see there my podcast. If you want to be my guest in Building Resilient podcast. If you want to have a one-on-one coaching, just DM me. I have my Unbreakable Spirit coaching program. And I have my book From Hero to Villain in Amazon. And now it's going to be Unstoppable. So you are unstoppable. You are an unbreakable leader. What are you waiting for? What is your excuse? What is your destiny? What is your purpose? I'm here to say you, all the champions always come back. Are you a champion or you are a loser? Do you want to come back or you want to quit? It's your personal decision. Think about it. Thank you for being here with me.
Hey friend, it's me, Coach T, and I'm excited to be a part of this year's Comeback Champion Summit. I so appreciate Che Brown and all he's done as the visionary behind this major movement. So let's get into it. The first thing I want to share with you today is, from where I sit, the most important thing in the world is my personal peace. And the foundation of that peace is this declaration. When I stand before God at the end of my life, I hope to have not a single bit of potential left. I want to be able to say I used everything He gave me. I'm a transformational empowerment coach, and as such, I equip women and entrepreneurs to live more focused, examined, powerful lives. I ensure they are no longer stuck in life, but thriving in success that's aligned with their passion and purpose. A part of that is making sure that beautiful souls just like you know that you're not crazy, you're called. That's what I'm going to talk about today. So make sure you stay tapped in until the end to learn how we can connect after the summit. I love what I do, and I'm super passionate about it because I believe each of us is born with a unique assignment to accomplish in the earth. That's called purpose. You don't get to keep that to yourself. And if I know anything, you're bursting at the seams right now. Purpose is oozing all around you. And listen, if you've ever looked at your life and thought, ooh, am I doing too much? Or, ugh, am I doing enough? And if you're anything like me, those two questions have swirled around your mind, maybe even at the same time. Let me tell you, you're in the right place. Because some of us were never meant to fit neatly in one box. Some of us came with multiple gifts and multiple passions. And sometimes that makes people tilt their head like, what is she doing now? Today, I want to free you from that question mark. You are not scattered. You are not confused. You are not crazy. You are called. And called people move differently. Champions move differently. Let me give you an example. One day I was making a to-do list. Just an ordinary Tuesday, nothing special. And when I looked down, I had written things like send client email, prep dinner, get ready for Bible study, edit book chapter, design a workshop, do laundry, and relaunch the podcast. I had to laugh out loud because who puts relaunch the podcast next to wash the towels? It seems a little strange, right? But that's when I realized that's not just random. That's how God wired me. And maybe that's how he wired you too. But here's the thing about being multi-gifted, multi-passionate, and called. You're gonna face setbacks. You're gonna have those seasons where people don't get you, where doors close, where you have to rebuild from scratch. And that's why I love the theme of this summit, Comeback Champion. Because let's be real, it's not the easy seasons that define you. It's the moments where life knocked you down and you had to decide, do I stay down or do I come back, rise up with purpose? I had to ask myself that question. At the top of the pandemic, I fully stepped into being Coach T, the Mindset Midwife. I launched Igniting Minds Coaching, and I've transformed women-owned and operated businesses in California, Texas, here in Georgia, North and South Carolina, DC, Maryland, Virginia, Massachusetts, just to name a few. I wrote multiple best-selling books. I'm very proud of that. And I'm happily married to the kindest, chocolatey, smoothest science teacher in the world. I'm honestly living my best life right now. But that wasn't always the case. Rewind a couple of years before the quarantine, I had plenty of gifts, plenty of money, but I was still broke, busted, and disgusted. I was working 50 and 60 hours per week on a wretched, dusty construction site. I liked my house, I liked my car, I loved my clothes, but I hated my life. And I was no big fan of my husband either at the time. In fact, against the wishes of my mom and his, I had divorce papers drawn up and was preparing to serve him. When out of nowhere, at the ripe old age of 38, I became gravely ill. From the fall of 2017 to the spring of 2018, I spent a total of 26 days in the hospital. I slipped into a coma 3 times. I flatlined twice. I literally had 1 foot in the grave. And lying in a hospital bed, all I could think about was, what will they say at my funeral? What kind of legacy am I leaving behind? It was saddening and sobering, and I decided that day in May, if I were spared, I would change. If instead of being boxed up or zipped up and carried out of there, if I was fortunate enough to step out of that hospital, I would do life differently. Thankfully, I did. Since then, I've traveled the country coaching women and entrepreneurs on their comeback, helping them make their next move their best move. Let me tell you about one of them, my girl, Tori. She's a super talented ghostwriter and editor, and one of my rock star clients. She asked to remain anonymous, so for the purpose of this discussion, I'm calling her Tori. Tori really has a way with words. She loves writing and editing, but she came to me frustrated. She had an old business plan, one struggling client, and boxes of mental and physical clutter. While working with me, Tori took action. She cleaned out her home office. I guided her through my push method, and she had the mindset shift. She was able to update her business model and her goals. Tori got ignited and realigned with her purpose, which positioned her to close 4 new clients and began writing her own book. Tori is a champion. Now, if that sounds good to you, I'll share my information at the end so you can find out more about the push method I go through with clients. And let me pause right here for those who, in business and in career, you lead with faith. You're my people. And that is never easy in a world where they don't want you to stand tall. They don't want you to be courageous. They want you to be watered down. Yet, here you are, unbothered and unashamed, walking into boardrooms, running companies, leading teams, and letting your light shine without apology. That's what it looks like to be positioned with purpose. Your calling doesn't clock out when you clock in. It shows up in how you lead, how you treat people, and how you set the standard. You're not crazy for fixing your faith and mixing with your career. No, you're brilliant, you're bold, and the world needs that. My hat to you. And you know what? You may be listening and you're not faith-based at all, but you know deep down you still need that boost of confidence. This part is for you. You don't have to wear a title. You don't even have to hold a degree or have everything figured out to walk with your head held high. Confidence isn't waiting for permission. It's choosing your own lane, your gifts, and your story right now. Even if you're still figuring it out, you can still walk like a winner. Because when you show up with that kind of energy, doors open, opportunities multiply, and people take notice. Sometimes the only thing standing between where you are and where you're meant to be is the decision to believe in yourself today, right now. So whether you're boldly leading with faith in business or simply daring to believe in yourself a little more, here's what I need you to remember. You're not crazy. You're called. And your comeback is proof. Maybe you've been there asking yourself, am I really called or just crazy? Did I mishear God? Is that yearning in my heart? Is that really just indigestion? Am I doing too much? Those questions can feel heavy. But here's the beautiful part. That low season didn't mean I was finished. It didn't mean Tori was finished. It meant we were being reset. It was a setup for our comeback. And when I came back clearer, stronger, and more focused than ever before. That's what a champion does. A champion doesn't quit. A champion doesn't settle. A champion understands that setbacks are setups for purpose-driven new beginnings. When I was navigating my marital crisis and my medical crisis, I had to gain a new understanding of healing. I had to open the door to forgiveness. I realized I couldn't freely flow in my giftings because I had misalignment internally. The ache I was feeling was not just physical, but emotional and spiritual as well. I had to make a shift where important things became important again. Vital things became vital again. Money could no longer be my driving force. It had to be impact, positive impact. I could no longer be silent. I had to give value to my voice. Now I specialize in going from paralyzed to popping, from stuck to soaring. Some of you are sitting right here today on the edge of your comeback. You've been wondering if the dreams, the vision, the fire inside you are still valid. And I came to tell you, yes, 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 they are. You're not crazy. You're called. Now, let me say something to you. Receive it in love, okay? Stop apologizing for being too much. Stop shrinking so other people can be comfortable. Stop second guessing yourself when you already know what God put in you. The world doesn't need a watered down version of you. They don't just need another lipstick diva on the construction site or the cute girl stuck behind the desk. The world needs the full, unapologetic, purpose-driven you. The you who knows how to rise again, dust off her crown, and walk forward like the comeback champion she is. So let me leave you with 3 quick but powerful shifts to remember when you feel scattered or stuck. Number 1, reframe the overwhelm as divine design. Let me repeat that. Reframe in your mind the overwhelm as divine design. What feels like too much is actually your calling showing up in multiple dimensions. Stop fighting it. Embrace it. You weren't built for a tiny box. So here's your action item. Write down 3 areas where you shine. And instead of ranking them, ask yourself, how can these things work together? Number 2, recognize imposter syndrome for what it is. Sometimes the louder your purpose, the louder the voice of doubt. That little whisper that says, who do you think you are? It's not the truth. It's just fear in disguise. And it's a total lie. So call it out and keep moving. Your action step, the next time that voice shows up, literally say out loud, not today. I'm called, not crazy. Then take the next small step forward anyway. Number 3, take bold first steps with clarity. Take bold first steps with clarity. You don't need the whole blueprint to start. You just need to step out. Write the first page. Launch the first idea. Make the first call. Champions don't wait for perfect. They move with purpose. And I'm telling you, purpose beats perfect every day of the week. Your action item, choose one idea you've been sitting on. Set a 48-hour deadline and take the first measurable step toward it. These 3 shifts are going to help you stop seeing your gifts as chaos and start seeing them as a calling. That's how a comeback champion wins, by owning every piece of who she is. And hear me, your comeback is not going to look like survival. It's going to look like purpose. It's going to look like victory. It's going to look like you winning against all odds. Because once again, you're not crazy, you're called. And every setback that you've walked through was just preparing you for this moment, your comeback season. I'm Artisha T. Boulding, also known as Coach T, and I love to partner with you to ensure your journey on this planet is rich, worthwhile, and full of goodness. If you're ready to stop shrinking, to start shining, and truly step into your calling, I've got a free gift for you waiting at my online hub. Go to artishaboulding.com, fill out the contact form with your name and email. In the message, write "Comeback Champion," and we'll send that gift to you. Take a minute today to visit artishaboulding.com. That's ARTISHABOLDING.com for more information on how we can conquer your comeback and get you to fall in love with your life again. Because, friend, you're not just coming back, you're coming back as a champion.
Hello, everyone. My name is Dr. Tabitha Russell, and I am the CEO and founder of Inside Inspired Women, which is the home of the Breakthrough Millionaires. I'm so excited to be here with you on the Comeback Champions Summit. It is such an honor and a privilege to share with you on today. We're going to be talking about some amazing things from the standpoint of how we go from setback to seven figures. That's right. I'm going to share with you the wealth revival of a legacy champion. I have had the honor and the privilege of walking this out personally. So what I'm going to share with you on today is going to be potentially life-changing. And just can I say, bank account changing. So go ahead, grab your notebooks and a pen, because I want you to take some copious notes, because I'm going to share with you some real information. Now, as we talk about the setback to seven figures, that is a real journey. And because it is a journey that is so personal and near and dear to my heart, I want you guys to know that it does not matter where you are today, but more importantly, where do you see yourself going in the future? What do you have on your vision map? What do you have that you are wanting to accomplish? And how do you want to impact the world? Because let's just say you don't make seven figures by your average job, right? For most people, they want to be an entrepreneur. But can I say that that is not for the faint of heart? I have had the honor of walking through some of the most devastating times in my life. Literally, I made one decision, lost $500,000, and ultimately everything I owned at the time. So can I just say that coming back from that was nothing but amazing. But I also know that there's a real path that is available to all of us with resilience and with some discipline that you and I can achieve that and more. So with that, let's start with the truth, right? You didn't wake up broke. You woke up potentially in someone else's broken system. You followed the blueprint. You went to school, got the job, you hustled hard, but you experienced the burnout. Can I just say, I've been there. I know that that is a real path. And for some people, that is not your end of the road. That is not the plight that you were handed. However, because you've been in it, let's just say it's become a real thing. I know that all too well. I stood in the place of despair, of depression, of just really trying to figure things out way too long. But the real gig, the real gag is you did everything right and still ended up exhausted and underpaid. How do I know that? Because I told you I've been there. Going through that does not feel the best. However, let's talk about the lessons that you get from that. Can I just say that for me, it was the blessing of a lifetime. It really taught me how strong I really was. It really taught me that the path of me learning all the things about financial literacy and putting myself in position to be in some rooms where I could get the information, that stuff really came in handy. Because why? I got the opportunity to firsthand put it into practice, but I didn't have anybody prior to me learning that in my ear saying, this is what you need to do when you make $1 million. When you get that $1 million contract, this is how I need you to diversify your portfolio. You need to have a lawyer on your staff, an accountant in your back pocket. Nobody was there talking me through those things. So really, when I fell flat on my face, it caused me to do my research. It caused me really to lay a new foundation and to rewrite the plan of action that I was already on, but now built back where it's fortified and it's even stronger. Now, the setback is real. Can I just say that it's not the end though? For some people, I know that because the situation looks bleak, because it may be, that you've ran out of resources, whatever it is, it looks like it could be the end of the road. But let's look at the picture here. Even with these runners that's out here on this track, as you notice that they all start at different places. They don't all start off side by side. So can I just encourage you today to say it doesn't matter where you are, but it matters where you finish. So sometimes you got to see yourself at the end before you even get started. And what do? You reverse engineer that so that way you can get the strength that you need, that you can get the courage from what the end result is looking like. Because some days it might be a little dark. You may not always see your way. You may not always have all the answers. But if you're working from an end result perspective, it's going to allow you to be able to see the big picture and see light at the end of the tunnel. Can I just say, when I was going through my situation, I did not have the opportunity to stop, whine, and mumble, grumble, complain. I didn't have the opportunity to do that. Why? Because I needed to feed my family. I needed a roof over our heads. So what did I do as an entrepreneur? I knew, because I left corporate America making six figures, that if nothing else, I could go back there and get some insurance and take care of my babies. With that being said, what's your plan? What's your plan of action? If something were to happen to you today or tomorrow, how will your business run? Does somebody have the blueprint? Is there somebody following you that closely behind you that they can pick up your legacy and run with it? Like, those are some real questions that I know I had to reflect on when I was going through my situation. And so with that being said, I want you to sit down and really think about that, because setbacks feel like failure, but they're actually giving you feedback real time of the things that you need to do, the things that you need to have in place to make sure that this will never happen again. So most high achieving women mistake burnout for weakness. Can I just say that's your strong suit? When I lost everything, can I just say that I became fearless? Like, I got to where I was okay with falling down, because that taught me that, you know what, that's not my path. My path is over here. And so it allowed me to be able to be stronger through the process. So 3 types of silent setbacks that I do want to bring to the forefront on today. One is financial bondage in secret. There's so many people that I talk to on a regular basis that have financial challenges, and they've been trying to manage it with credit cards, with loans, with lifestyle inflation, right? Like, if nothing else, we got to look the part, even though things may be falling apart all around us. Those are some of the things that's a taught behavior. Credit cards and relying on loans, that's a taught behavior. So you need to determine what that looks like in your life, but how that makes emotional depletion, overgiving, underliving. Man, those are some real things that really start to hit home when you're going through this. And then there's identity confusion. The question that a lot of people ask is, who am I if I'm not producing? Some people identify themselves by the stuff, right? And this is how you get further away from your goal, because you're not on the plain path that you need to be on. Only you know where you are, and only you know where you're going. So because of that, as a result, you get the opportunity to put some real parameters in place that can help you to literally change your life. Now, what is a legacy champion? Some people may be asking on today. You see Miss Gabby here. She is one of the most decorated gymnasts that is alive today. So going on the path from survival to strategist to champion is not for the weak. A legacy champion is a woman who breaks cycles on purpose, right? Some people call them generational curses and different things, but I call them being the record breaker, right? Being the record holder. It changes things, and it makes you feel a little different when you're the first to build wealth with wisdom and not just a work ethic. Right now, you have the blueprint. You've laid out the playbook on how to go from tragedy to triumph, how to go from pain to purpose, how to take your downfall and really have it set up as the come up, right? You understand legacy isn't what you leave after you die, but it's how you live while you're alive, right? Legacy, I'm learning, is that it is something that you now take others along with you on the journey. Time out for, oh, this is my secret. This is, about us four and no more. No, we really do need to bring the conversations back to the forefront and talk with how we lost it all, but gain it back. Too many times we've been trying to operate in silence, feeling like that we're going to overcome some things, while yet everything else is falling apart around us. Your friends, your family members. Let's not talk about your children, right? How you keep the secrets even from them. No, there needs to be some open discussions on how it is that you're creating the legacy. Your legacy literally is a living and breathing notion of who you are. So for example, if your name were to come up in a room that you're not in, what is it that they're going to say about you? What is it that they're going to, if there was one word to describe you, what would that one word be? And let me just say that if the word that they would use to describe you is not one that you want to be associated with, you still have time to change it. That's what I'm talking about, a moving and living, breathing legacy. And this is something that we all need to remember, is that we get the opportunity to literally write that out of what we want people to remember about us. And more importantly, what we want them to say about us today. So let's talk about the 3 power moves to shift us from setback to 7 figures, because I did say that I'm going to give you some real information on today. So power move number 1 is fire that version of you that just settled, right? Settled for being broke, settled for being second, settled for being less than, right? Let her go. Matter of fact, pack up her box, pack up her bags, and go ahead and ship her out, because her job is done. She no longer needs to be associated with you. That version of you who accepted crumbs, she survived, but now you pick up your pieces and you thrive. You go forward into the greater things that you're called to do. What is your purpose that you're called to leave on this earth? You need to now walk in it. Matter of fact, own it, brand it, put your name on it, right? Wear it well. You can't lead a 7-figure legacy with a 5-figure mindset. Can I just say that many of us live below our means, right? And that sometimes can be a good thing. However, when you're feeling like you're going to go out there and you're going to help thousands, but you can't even show up on social media and record a video, or you can't show up and stand up in the front of the room of 10 people, how can you lead thousands? Right? We've got to be in the place where we become the living and breathing target that most people desire to be, right? Our message needs to be resounding. Can I just share with you that the moment I started sharing my story, my path, my journey, that everything changed for me, right? Setback to 7 figures, that's a real path, right? Once I became more than comfortable with sharing that, man, I just say, because first of all, it's my truth, right? They say that the truth will make you free. Yeah, it made me free when I owned it, right? I made the decision to take on the partnership. And as a result, they wanted the contracts a little bit more than I did. And I didn't know what I didn't know at the time, that my contract needed a contract and that we had some binding agreements there in between, right? So rewrite your inner script and tell yourself that I no longer chase validation. I choose to live in the overflow. That means that you raise your level of expectations, and more importantly, that you operate there, right? That you no longer lower your standards just to fit in and feel like that you have to get the validations from the powers that be, or those that you feel like you need to fit in with. If we all were chosen to fit in, then more people would do it, right? So stand out, be the odd thumb. It's okay. Power move number 2 is audit your alignment. Check the receipts of your life, okay? Who's on your calendar and why? Where is your money going? You need to account for all of that. What conversations are you entertaining? Is it bringing you value or is it bringing you down? And then legacy requires clarity. Every area must pass the audit test. This is the season where you need to be intentional with your time, your energy, your investments, and your relationships. And can I just say, when it comes to the investments, I'm just not talking about money. Where is it that you're investing your knowledge? Where is it that you're investing your vision? If people can't see your vision, then you're in the wrong space, and potentially you need to move on. Now, power move number 3, monetize the mess. You went through it. You know how it was. Your pain has profits attached to it. Can you just say my pain has some profits attached to it, right? It got some commas and it got some zeros, and all of them need to have some babies, right? Have some cousins. So the story you survive, it's someone else's survival guide. If you take nothing else away from this on today, the story you survived is someone else's survival guide. Package it, price it, and present it. Some examples is write the book, launch the course, start the coaching program, and license your knowledge. The cost of staying stuck. What happens if you don't move means that there's some delayed obedience that leads to legacy erosion. People will soon forget who you are, what you've done, all the things that you've accomplished when you stay stuck. Generational poverty repeats through silence. I told you, time out for us being quiet about what we've gone through and how we've gone through it. But now's the time for us to change that. And don't become the bottleneck, but you need to be the blessing, okay? You become the bottleneck and not the blessing when you stay silent. And you stay brilliant, right? All of you are great at what you do. You have the experience because you went through it, but you're broke as a result of not taking action. Don't just hear what I'm talking about on today, but take action. Go out there and be amazing and do something that you've never done before. Like challenge yourself to go beyond your comfort zone every single day. And finally, let's connect, because I believe that favor without financial literacy still feels like famine. And you can have all the faith in the world, but if you don't have the tools, you'll still feel broke. You can connect with me at my website, drtabitharussell.com, and I have the opportunity to have some free resources out there for you, as well as you can schedule a free discovery session with me where we can talk about what's on your agenda, how we can go from those setbacks to 7 figures. I look forward to connecting with you. Just go ahead, click the link, and I look forward to connecting with you soon. It's been my pleasure to be here with you on today. Once again, my name is Dr. Tabitha Russell. Take care.
Hey you, glad you made it. Let's get comfy and prepare our hearts and minds to receive. Got a question for you. Do you have a comfy blanket, notebook, and a pen? No? Go ahead and grab those 3. I'll wait a moment. Oh, I like that blanket. I had to grab my woven fleece blanket for this talk because being comfortable as I fix my crown allows for greater retention. Welcome to How to Fix Your Crown with the Crown Adjuster, Jamie Gabriel. We are going to explore interactive reflections and practices while you are learning how to fix your crown. Welcome to your journey. Let's get started. You are amazing, wonderful, open-minded, and excited to learn how to fix your crown mentally, emotionally, spiritually, physically, and financially. This is an opportunity for self-discovery and growth as you balance your life with intention. Of course, we start with Jewel 1, mental balance. 3 key areas that we focus on are mindfulness practices for clarity and focus, reflection questions for deeper insight, and short practices to enhance balance. But first, let's start with our power statement. My thoughts support my highest good. Let that sink in for a minute. I'll repeat it for you. My thoughts support my highest good. When you take the time to reflect on that statement, how does it make you feel? A great daily mental check-in can start when you wake up in the morning or just before you go to bed. Both provide a different perspective, and they also assist you with that mental jewel balance. Great check-in question to put into your notebook. What thoughts have been weighing you down lately? I've had a few here and there for different things, death in the family, relationships, just those little things that seem to creep up here and there. Asking myself that question, what thoughts have been weighing me down lately, gives me the opportunity to write them down, look through them, and reflect on what I can do that's within my control to resolve them. Guess what? That question gives you a great opportunity to be honest with you because you deserve it. Do you agree? I know I do. Let's remember to engage in daily mindful exercises to enhance our awareness. Also, consider how stress affects your mental clarity. If you are all unfocused, that will show up in your relationships, both personally and professionally. And we really want to be there for ourselves. So look at how that stress impacts you on a daily basis. Then also a good mindful technique. Incorporate some breathing techniques for relaxation and focus. I like to do that when I am stretching first thing in the morning and right before bed. Get those joints nice and loose so that I can be prepared to handle my day and so I can be more relaxed before I go to bed at night. Wow, look at that. Your mental balance is improving already. So travel with me. We're on jewel number 2, emotional balance. 3 key things to focus on here. Self-awareness is key to emotional growth. Reflection questions to deepen your understanding. Short practices for emotional stability. Let's go over our power statement. I honor my emotions and release what no longer serves me. That one's very powerful. It also aligns well with that mental balance jewel. I'll say it again for you. I honor my emotions and release what no longer serves me. A great emotional check-in that helps with temper control, because keeping things bottled up will cause an unnecessary explosion that could be detrimental to both you, your personal relationships, and your professional relationships. Here's a check-in question to jot down in your notebook. Ask yourself, what emotion or emotions have you been avoiding? Yeah, I got to ask myself that every day because I want to be on an even emotional playing field. I don't want to come off as I'm going to explode or be explosive on people unless it's time to be overly excited. But when you're dealing with people day in and day out, especially yourself, you want to be there and have that emotional balance so that things can flow smooth and effortlessly. Remember, your notebook is a safe space, so let those emotions flow freely. You deserve to release those things that no longer serve you. In this emotional balance, Jewel, you're understanding your feelings. That enhances your personal development. Now you also get to consider what triggers your emotional imbalance, right? So what are those things that cause you to have emotional reactions? Because when you ask that question, what emotion or emotions you have been avoiding, getting to the root of that will allow you to stop having those trigger happy moments. Okay, and then you are engaging in mindfulness to center your thoughts. Do you ever feel like you're just rushing around and things just doesn't seem to get right? Taking that time to practice emotional balance will allow you to get to the stability that you're looking for. And guess what? That emotional balance is looking real great on you right now. My favorite, although all of them are my favorites, but this one really gets to the heart of things for me. Jewel 3, spiritual balance. 3 things to remember: connection to your higher self, reflection, questions for your growth, short practices for spiritual well-being. Wow, we are making amazing progress. And of course, let's go over that power statement. I am connected, guided, and divinely aligned. Oh yeah, I'm going to read that for you again. I am connected, guided, and divinely aligned. Let's take 30 seconds for this spiritual balance exercise. Close your eyes. Breathe. Let stillness rise. Ooh, how do you feel? Felt a little good for me to be able to just do that for a moment. Sometimes in our days, especially when we're super busy, we don't allow ourselves those moments to just close our eyes, take some deep breaths, and let stillness rise from our feet to our head. It's so important to have those moments, and I hope you incorporate a lot more into your day. Okay, time for that check-in spiritual balance question. When was the last time you felt at peace? Yeah, well, because I am the crown adjuster and I am working on my crown daily, I find myself at a peaceful state on a regular basis. There are sometimes I get a little amped up and then I have to reel myself back in because I really don't like feeling uneasy. That peace and joy that resonates deeply with me, it's so energizing. So find that way to get back to that peaceful moment when you experience maybe an emotional trigger or some mental blockage. Doing those daily check-ins help to clear those pathways for you so that you can have greater spiritual balance connections. And you know what? This is your connection to you and your higher self. It is okay getting comfortable with writing 3 things down each day that you're grateful for. Some of mine that I do on a regular basis is I'm grateful for my life. I'm grateful for the opportunity to share with others. I'm grateful for my family and friends. Those are my top 3, but I usually do at least 10 because there's so many things to be grateful for. Take the opportunity to explore your inner self and find peace. Peace for you is defined by you. No one else can tell you what is a peaceful moment for you in your life. Consider what truly nourishes your spirit. Again, such a private and sacred space. You get to desire and design what your spirit takes in and releases. And continue to engage in mindfulness to enhance your balance spiritually. Man, we are tracking so well today. I'm so glad you're still here with me. All right. Jewel number 4, physical balance. The 3 things we're going to focus on: prioritizing your well-being and health. Of course, reflection questions for your self-discovery. And then short practices that you can implement starting today. Our power statement: my body is sacred and I care for it with love. Yes, I can remember there was a time that I didn't care for my body as best as I could. But I've been on my Jamie Tarian journey for the past 3 years, and it has been absolutely amazing. And I hope you have a Tarian journey for you as well. I'll read that power statement again. My body is sacred, and I care for it with love. Wow. Let's do a body check-in awareness question. How is your body feeling right now? There's going to be some that I'm going to weigh out for you. Just want to know how you're feeling. Jot down all that apply. It's normal to have more than one. Are you tense, tired, energized, stiff, heavy, light, rested, disconnected? Man, I know I've had several of those over the past couple of weeks, and I can say kind of right now, I'm a little bit light and energized. But there's some moments during this week that were quite heavy and I was so disconnected. I had to get back in balance because I know the best things for me to flow seamlessly and effortlessly is making sure that all 5 of my jewels are in balance, because when one is off, it tends to impact all the rest. Focus on nurturing your body daily. That is so key. In your eating habits, your water intake habits, any physical routines that you have, might need to increase those. I know for me, stretching is an absolute need. Yeah, it helps to energize me. Also, determining what activities energize you the most. Yeah, make a list of 5. Even if you only get to 2 of them, you will start feeling a difference in your body, in your mood, in your interactions. Have you tried taking a 30-minute walk for clarity? That's a great time to turn on a podcast or maybe some of your favorite music and walk one of those trails to just release the day. For some, early morning is the best time to get that physical balance. Some, it's middle of the day. If you have an hour lunch, a half hour of that walk time can re-energize you for the rest of your workday. Or at night. What a great way to get some physical balance right before bed so that you can rest easy. Did that take a load off? I know it did for me. Asking yourself these daily questions really keeps the momentum flowing and lightens the load. Let's journey over to Jewel 5, financial balance. We are tracking well on this journey. 3 things to keep reminded of. Embracing abundance in your life. Reflect on your financial beliefs. Engage in short practices for wealth. Let's go over that power statement. I attract prosperity and I steward my wealth wisely. That's a powerful statement. I attract prosperity and I steward my wealth wisely. There's a money mindset check-in that is worth the challenge on this journey. It gets the gears going. It gets you thinking beyond where you are right now. When you think of money, what feelings come to mind? Just go with the first thing that comes up. Nothing politically correct. Your notebook doesn't require that. You get to write down your true feelings because you want to maximize your financial balance. You got it? Let me read it for you again. When you think of money, what feelings come up? Okay. Now, this is a fun exercise that I really, really love. It's time to write your abundance affirmation statement. Wow, Jamie, what is an abundance affirmation statement? Well, my abundance affirmation statement goes a little bit like this. My financial balance is rooted and grounded in being a blessing going somewhere to happen. I know that when I work on my financial balance, I am balancing what is needed for me, and that allows me to be a blessing to others. I look for the opportunities to work smart in my prosperity and to steward my wealth wisely. Wow, what a powerful abundance affirmation statement. It changes from now and then, but the bases are always the same. Myself, my friends and family, and those in my community that I can help balance their crowns from a financial standpoint. We get to recognize opportunities for growth, consider how beliefs impact our decisions, and implement simple steps to attract prosperity. Wow, you did amazing. We can say, my crown is fixed, I stand tall in my worth and balanced in all of my areas. I know it may seem a little hard to embrace this statement in the short period of time, but now that you spoke it, you can believe it and you can continue to work towards achieving and maintaining crown balance. So, which jewel needs the most love right now? Is it the mind, heart, spirit, or wealth? Guess what? It's okay if it's multiple. We can work through that too. This section encourages you to embrace your strengths through affirmations while summarizing your journey towards balance. Make sure you gather that information inside your notebook. Here's a great opportunity for you to write down your crown check-in plan. Note when and how you will do a 1 to 2 minute crown check-in each day. Write down your time, your reminder. How do you feel now compared to when you started? Want to continue some crown conversations? We have 3 ways we can help you with that. The extended Crown Conversations Journey, Crown Conversations Excursion, and Crown Conversations Staycation. You did it. Thank you for joining us on this journey of fixing your crown. I've been your crown adjuster, Jamie Gabriel, and I look forward to helping you to find, fix, own, and maintain your crown mentally, emotionally, spiritually, physically, and financially. Enjoy the rest of your crown-filled day. Bye for now.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to the Comeback Champions Summit. I hope that you are as excited as I am to be a part of hearing about the summit, but also being a participant as a speaker in the summit. It is indeed my pleasure to join you today. And today I'm going to be talking about stop hiding, shifting to courage, which is something we all need, because I'm going to be talking about proven strategies to overcome overwhelm and to start living boldly. You know the feeling when you have a to-do list that's a mile long and the expectations feel huge and you don't even feel like you can conquer anything in a given day. Well, it's time to pull back the covers and uncover the things that are holding you back. You know, neuroscience says that we have to think it and do it. We don't operate by our hearts, we operate by our heads. And today I want to bring you back into an alignment so that you can get things done and stop hiding and live more courageously. So we hide from our busy work, we hide behind our facades, and we hide behind a lot of things, and we just sit on the couch and we just feel like, oh my goodness, what am I going to do? But today we're going to stop hiding because our final destination is to live a courageous life. So today we're going to talk about the problem, we're going to solve it, and we're going to shift our mindset, our energy, and our actions today. And I'm going to be teaching you about a framework that has really helped me to be successful. So I'm just looking at something like this ball of paper, right? And if you're feeling like you're just wound up like a ball of paper today, then I'm going to show you how we can release some of that. So let's just get started today and let's be open-minded about what this is going to look like. If you're hiding, it's okay, because at the end of this talk, you're going to be shifting into your courage. All right, let's go. So let me introduce myself. I am Dr. Tamara White. I am a licensed professional counselor, which means I see people on their mental health issues, but I'm also the burnout and stress management coach, right? And so many people talk to me about their burnout and their stress, and I combine that with my mental health experience, and that makes for a great burnout and stress management coach. Most people finally call me the divine disruptor because I am very good at finding the root of what's causing the problem, dig that root up, and help you to walk into a bold, courageous life today. In addition to that, I'm a speaker and an author. A little bit about me, but we're just going to take it down to the next level and keep it moving. So is this you? Is this you feeling overwhelmed and stressed all the time? Are you feeling some type of burnout that keeps you from being courageous in your life and your living? But we're going to learn how to shift that. We're going to move away from burnout and the overwhelm and stress, and we're going to talk about living boldly. You know the feeling when the to-do list is a mile long and you're just playing it safe, like I said before. Sometimes people just stop and they just go to the sofa and they act like, oh my goodness, I don't even know what to do. But we've got to stop that. We've got to start living the way that we want to live. And it takes courage to do everything that we need to do. As business owners, as mom and dads, as people taking caretakers who are taking care of families. There's a lot of stress in our world right now, but I'm here to tell you that we have to always come back and figure out a way. I'm a faith-based person, and so most of what I teach is around my faith, of having that to propel me into living courageously. And not every day do we live courageously. I'm not saying that we're not mechanical dolls. There are times that things happen in our lives, but we have to learn how to push past that, get the strategies in place so that we're not operating always out of our heart, but we're aligning our heart and our brain and our head to make sure that we're living in a life that we can be successful, that we can move past the things that are working our nerves, right? Because some days things just do work our nerves, but we do want to learn how to live more boldly. And so today, just kind of sit back and listen for a minute, and hopefully I can tap into some nuggets that really, really will help you. So let's go. So the reality of burnout, stress, and overwhelm, is this you just laid back because you've got so many things that are challenging you that it leads to lack of confidence and lack of feeling courageous in your life? And so, we say statements like, I've got this. I'm grinding it out. Are we really grinding it out? When you think of a grinder, it looks like this. Things kind of get into this ball, and you probably can't see it, but it gets into this ball where it's all ground up and then it comes out later. But do we want to live like that? No, we don't. Are you lacking sleep behind all of the stress and the burnout and not living courageously? Are you hiding like this woman is? Because the hustle is real. I've got to, make this thing happen. My purpose to passion. That's not really where we want to reside, ladies and gentlemen. We want to move past that. And I'm just here to give you a few little strategic strategies that I have used to move me past it. Because it does get life be life. And as they say, life is life, and it's life and really huge and big. So let's move on. So let's talk about what is hiding costing you. Sometimes we are in situations where we hide. We don't stand up and be authentic in our own truth. Sometimes we go to meetings and we're hiding because we don't want to speak up about what we really feel is in our hearts and our desires. We don't let anybody know what we're trying to do. We're not operating out of our strength. We're operating out of the things that hold us back. And we're not, as I said before, we're not robots. But we are supposed to be living our passions and our purpose, because the world needs what you have and I need what you have. So is it costing you relationship strain? Because sometimes we don't show up in our relationships authentically. We say what we think someone needs to hear rather than showing up in the boldness that we need to show up, that what we need to say is important. We need to be validated, but we also need to validate other people too. So declining physical and mental health. I see a lot of clients with that, where their mental health is at risk because of the overwhelm and all the burdens that go into life. Then we have decreased productivity and performance, where we're not showing up in our meetings. Our businesses are failing because we're not being authentic and we are hiding. We're not kids where we're doing hide and seek anymore, ladies and gentlemen. We want to show up in this big world that we live in, live a purpose-driven, a faith-driven life. Whatever your desire is, it can't become fruition if you are hiding. And oftentimes, there's a loss of creativity when we're hiding. And then there's a lack of clarity when we're hiding. And then we're not living our best life because we are hiding. And that is not the way it's supposed to be. So we're going to talk about the opposite today of what can happen when we truly believe that we have the gifts and the talents that we need. The stress is a killer. I have to admit that most of my clients come to me because they're stressed and overwhelmed and burnout. And that's just a recipe for disaster. And that's a recipe for hiding, because we can't be who we need to be if we're in that kind of mode. And so I teach people how to get out of that. How do we disrupt the habits and the patterns that we've created where we're hiding instead of being authentic? How about you? Think about that. As that ball of paper that I had, are you carrying around too much weight? What do you need to let go of so that you can show up and not be overwhelmed and overburdened? What do you need to let go of? What do you need to say no to so that you can live your best life? And I'm telling you, you can do all that, but it takes a meeting with yourself. Sometimes it takes having a sabbatical with yourself, so that, and sabbatical means self-care, ladies and gentlemen. I use that term. Sabbatical means that stepping away and doing that thing that you need to do for yourself. So we want to reframe our perspective on stress and overwhelm, that you can transform your stress into to be a powerful motivator. You can transform yourself into shifting from the courageous part and bringing that part out. We can shift, but first of all, it starts in the mind. We have to have a neurological shift that tells ourselves that we can do this, that it's up to me. You've all heard that saying, if it's to be, it's up to me. No one else can do that for you. So we start by assessing what our stresses are. What's holding you back? What are you hiding from? And once we assess those stresses, then we have to acknowledge about our strengths and our growth areas. So yes, we're strong in some areas and we need to grow in some areas. We're human beings and we're fallible. And that's why personal development is so important. That's why we're here at the Comeback Champion Summit, to learn from all of us that can teach you how to be your better self. I need to learn how to be my better self. We're humans. Every day there's something going on, right? And so acknowledging those strengths that you have. Maybe you're good at this. Maybe you're good at that. But what is it that you're really good at in your business and your life that you can draw on and help other people? So acknowledging that, but also being vulnerable to say, hey, I need to learn such and such. I need to learn how to stop hiding so I can live a courageous life. That's what's important. And then looking at our positive stressors and our negative stressors. So let me give you an example. Positive stresses are those good things. You know, I'm getting ready to buy a home. That's a positive stress. We know that buying a home is very, very difficult. But we also know that it will bring us joy. What's bringing you joy in the end of that? Or I'm buying a new car. Or sometimes, you know, people having children, having babies, having grandparents. Maybe you're going to do relocation. Those are positive stressors because at the end, there is a big reward. But the negative stressors are the problems at home, the problems in relationships, the problems in your business, the problems in a career where sometimes you don't see that what the end result. And we have to learn how to decipher that and work through it. And I always believe that we need to ask for help because we cannot do this alone, ladies and gentlemen. We are not meant to live on islands. Just saying, we're not meant to live on an island. So raise your hand and ask for help if you need that. And then learning how to turn challenges into opportunities. It's not, woe is me, oh my goodness, something's always happening. It's like looking in the mirror and saying, okay, this is happening. What can I do about it? And who can help me? It's not the what, but it's the who. Who can help me? As I said, we're not islands, but we need to learn how to transform the challenges into opportunities because that's how we shift to courageous. That's how we shift to being courageous because we're asking for help. We're human and we want to learn how to move in our lives, to move from having stressful stuff and to move into living a life that is pleasing, that when things come up, you're prepared. Sometimes we're thrown off guard, but there's tools in your toolbox that you reach in and grab that tool. You reach in and grab that tool. That's how we live a courageous life. Okay, let's go. All right, we're going to learn how to shift. And the shift is my framework. It's time for divine disruption in your life to learn how to make powerful and an intentional shift. I had to do it for myself. There was a time, and there's been many times in my life that there's been something going on, and we've had to learn how to pivot and to shift. But this framework is your practical roadmap to reclaiming your energy, to redefine your success, and to live a life of sustainable fulfillment. So there was a time in my life that I had a job that was just beating me down. And I'm sure some of you can identify with that. Before I began to work for myself, I've worked for other people, as many of you have. And I had a boss that seemed to be, became very difficult, if you can understand. And I looked like this woman here. I wanted to blow out that fire because it was becoming a burnout situation where I would go to work and, I was highly regarded, and she, hired me out of all the 20 or 25, 50 people that applied for that position. And she said, you come with high accolades, and I really want you on my staff. And that worked out for a while until it was not working, if you understand what I mean. And then there was a picking because I was an independent thinker, and this woman was a narcissist. Can you imagine? Can you imagine going to work with a narcissist on a regular? It was horrible. The more I had an opinion, because she asked me for my opinion, what do you think, Dr. Tamara, about this? And I give my opinion, but because my opinion didn't align with hers, then it became a problem. And it was all constant a problem. She was constantly beginning to pick and pick and pick. I'd do a workshop and she would come in and pick on the workshop and how I conducted it. And, it wasn't like it was me. It became all the staff members. Eventually, I started to see a pattern. And it became a time where I said, okay, I need to shift from here. And that's what I'm going to talk to you about for the next few minutes, of how I shifted. So my shift framework is I slowed down with intention. I honored my needs. I identified internal and external stressors. I began to focus on what matters, and I took aligned action so that I could make my next steps. Because as a professional, I was smothered in that position. And you too may be in a situation where you're smothered. The courageousness part of me was still there, but when you're going in a situation like that, I had to really go in and pull that back up because it was so annoying, when you're having to be somewhere every day of the week and you're having to defend yourself all the time. So let's talk about what that looked like. So slowing down with intention, that meant that I had to really think about what I wanted to do next, because I knew that that wasn't it. And so in a world that glorifies constant motion, slowing down felt like counterintuitive for high achieving people like myself, and probably like you too, high performers, high achievers. We're independent thinkers. We know how to work in a team. We know how to follow. We know how to lead. But sometimes it's a situation where you just have to figure out how to get away from feeling like this all the time, this ball of paper here. So it's not about stopping. It's about purposeful pausing, really creating an area of clarity for myself. I had to really intuitively think what my next steps were going to be. And so slowing down with intention is so important. And then having that faith-based connection. Just like the earth needs rest, so do we. Sometimes we're operating so quickly, we're not taking the time to rest. So embracing those moments of stillness and then allowing that spiritual renewal is what I had to do. I had to go into some prayer and say, Lord, what am I supposed to do about this lady? Because no matter what I did, it wasn't getting any better. And then we have meetings that didn't get any better. So I began to slow down with intention and figure out what my next moves are going to be so that I could keep living that courageous, bold life that I wanted to live. Is that you? I want you to really take a moment here to really think about what your next moves are going to be and slowing down with intention to get where you want to be. So H, honor your needs. The myth of self-sacrifice and being the last one, the first one, all that, this is $1 million mistake when we don't honor our own needs. Let me tell you, it is $1 million mistake. In the years of service I have in this work of helping others, 27, 28 years, I have seen people sacrifice themselves to what? To what fault? When you're laid down and nobody cares, nobody even knows. We've got to take care of ourselves first, ladies and gentlemen. Self-care is not selfish. It's an act of service to yourself. It's not a luxury. It's imperative for our own well-being. Self-care is internal as well as external. So it's not always about going to a spa, but what are you doing to feed your soul and your spirit? What are you doing about honoring yourself first before you can take care of someone else? This is how we get to the courageous moment. And then embracing your work-life harmony. You know, I say work-life harmony because we're talking about how can we work things out together. Beyond the rigidness of balance, it's about trying to integrate our professional with our personal lives so that we can show up and enrich other people. Isn't that the way you want it to be? You want to show up for your family, for your friends, or whatever. You want to be able to take some time off or vacation or whatever that looks like for you. And then setting healthy boundaries. Oh my goodness, if I had $1 for all the amount of time I have to teach people how to set healthy boundaries and maintain them. It's not about setting the boundary, but the work comes in and maintaining so that we're not negotiating ourselves out of our own life all the time. You know, something comes up and we take back the boundary. We open it up. How is that going to help us? When we're talking about the courageous power of saying no. That's courageous because a lot of people have a hard time doing that because they are people pleasers, and that doesn't set well at all in their lives. Being a people pleaser gets you nowhere. I'm here to tell you it doesn't, because you just negotiate yourself out of your own life, and that is not cool if you want to get where you need to get. So honoring your needs. Identifying internal and external stressors. We've kind of talked about that. Being a detective of your own stress. Who, what, where, what is stressing you out? Is it a who? Is it a where? Is it a what? Is it your clients, your schedules, all the internal pressures that we have, perfectionism, imposter syndrome, all these are things that I could do a whole workshop on, but there's no time today. Just follow me and you'll find out. And then the strategy of stress triggers. You know, what triggers your stress? Is it somebody? Is it a mental pattern that you activate every time you see somebody or have a phone call with somebody? Is it a I have to versus I choose to? Because every day when you get up, you should choose yourself. Every day you get up, you should choose joy. Break the patterns and habits. As I said, I'm the divine disruptor. We're going to go into the root to find out what's happening so that you can have that champion life that we're here to talk about, so that you can have that champion and that courageous life to overcome overwhelm and all the stuff that traps us down. So F is to focus on what matters. In a world of endless opportunities, true power comes from focusing on what truly matters. What matters to you in this point of your life? Aligning your actions with your core values, your deepest purpose and unique genius. You are genius. Are you operating in your zone of genius? Are you focusing on what really matters, or are you looking at what someone else is doing, or are you dragging yourself down saying this won't ever happen for me? So courageous living means eliminating distractions. It means delegating effectively, saying no to the good so that you can have an empathic yes to yourself, so that you can be great, so that you can walk courageously, so that you can be a comeback champion. That's why we're here. We're talking about being a comeback champion. And I'm hoping that you're picking up these nuggets as I'm laying them down. All right, RT stands for take aligned action. Having the knowledge without action is just information. The shift comes from putting the action in place. So we want to keep our values and our purpose and our renewed energy together. We want to take aligned action into what we're talking about today. So moving forward with intention, moving forward with clarity and courage, rather than reacting to the external demands. We want to have an alignment with what's up here, and our heart need to be aligned. There's something about the heart and the head that works together, and that brings about an alignment. It also takes away the demands of all these anxieties that we come up with, or that you allow people to put on you, and you shouldn't do that. I'm telling you this right now, I'm just being honest. So we translate this into our tangible strategies to live a vibrant and a fulfilling life. That's the key right here. So as we're closing, let me just shift here. I want you to explore some stress management options. I am wanting you to pause when these moments come up of stress and overwhelm. I want you to breathe, to take 3 breaths in and take deep breaths in, and to blow out what you don't want and to inhale what you do want. That's how we become comeback champions. That's how we become courageous living. And then anchor those new courageous moves. If you say you're going to do a boundary, keep it. If you say you're going to say no, do that. If you say you want to do whatever it is, do that. If you want to get a massage, do that. If you want to set a better schedule so that you can get up in the morning, get things done, do that. If you need to ask for help, raise your hand. And there's plenty of us out here that can help you with that. So do that. Make yourself a priority so that you win in life. And then your action plan is to commit to your growth. Pick one step from the shift framework that resonated with you today. Just take one, and then meditate on that. And then talk to somebody about that. Don't keep it a secret. Share that with somebody that can hold you accountable. And lastly, as I'm wrapping up, it's been my pleasure to serve you today. And I have a special gift for you. It's called the Clarity Compass for Overwhelmed Women. But guess what? Men can use it too. I haven't seen any difference. The men and women all have anxiety and stress. So we want to cancel that out. We want to really be able to deal with it. So we want to transform our stress into your courageous superpower so that you can live a successful life. So I have my Clarity Compass, and I am certainly hoping that you can take a screenshot of this. It's free. There's no cost to this. And I'm hoping to see you in the portal. I'm certainly here to serve. And I just really appreciate spending this time with you today. Thank you so much. And I look forward to seeing you somewhere out in this marketplace. Thanks a lot.
Welcome, everybody. I'm so excited to be here, and I have a question for you. Have you ever given a talk? You know, the kind where you pour your heart out, and at the end, people smile and they clap politely, maybe even say, "Great job." But then they walk right past your offer. That moment hurts, right? Because deep down, you know your message is powerful. You know what you have could change lives. And yet, it feels like your voice just doesn't land. You see, I know that feeling. I've lived it. And that's exactly why I do what I do today. So, for those of us who haven't met yet, my name is Roxana Zaya. I am a speaker expert, a stage trainer, and a performance intelligence coach. I've even been a judge for speaker competitions and the proud author of the book called Speak Method. Now, my signature system helps speakers to master their presence and turn every talk into results. You see, for years, I've been obsessed with words and presence and energy, learning how to shift an audience, but more importantly, how to move people to action. And today, I want to show you how to reclaim your power and presence so that your voice doesn't just inspire and applause, it inspires action. Now, some of you know exactly what I mean. Have you ever been up there on a stage or in a Zoom room and people are nodding, they're smiling, but then there's that silence right there at the table or during your offer? It kind of feels like there's a sound check at a concert, but there's nobody coming to the show. But I really think it's more like serving filet mignon, and yet the audience feels like you're giving Costco samples. So here's the thing. The problem isn't that you're not talented
or your story isn't worthy. It's that no one ever taught you how to show up with presence. You see, the kind of presence that makes people lean in and trust you and take action. So let me tell you when this first hit me. You see, when I was a very young girl, I immigrated to the United States. And, I didn't speak English and I had to learn. And I was told constantly that I didn't know what I was talking about. I was silenced, and sometimes I was even punished for speaking up. So I learned to stay quiet. But I'll tell you, when I did try to speak, my whole body would betray me. I remember shaking and trembling. I'd lose my breath. My voice would quiver. It was just so many times I remember running out of the room crying. And years later, when I finally stepped on stage and gave what I thought was the speech of my life, I thought I was on fire. It felt like victory. But you know what? Not one person signed up. No one bought in. Oh, God, I was devastated. I thought, what's wrong with me? But then I discovered something. You see, presence is not about being polished. It's not about being perfect or having the fanciest slides. Presence is when your voice and your body and your energy and your message, they all align. When all of you is saying the same thing, that's when people move. And did you know 93% of communication is nonverbal? 93%. That means the audience is deciding whether to buy from you before you even make your offer. So why are so many people stressing over the 7%? You know that 7%, like your script, your memorization, the fonts, the slides, the taglines. You see, if 93% is how you show up and only 7% is what you say, then why does it matter what font you use or what tagline you use? If your presence is flat, you're still going to hear crickets. So people, they're not buying your slides. They're buying your signal. And that signal, it comes from your voice, your body, your energy. That presence says, I am the real deal. And that first way that your audience feels that presence, that's not through words. It's through your body. Your body walks in before your voice ever does. So if you're shuffling on stage like you're lost in Walmart or something, the audience is going to feel that you're lost. Instead, here's what I want you to do. Shoulder width apart, plant your feet. All right, chin up, put your shoulders back, and think Superman pose. You see, the moment that you stand like this, people don't see nerves, they see power. And nobody argues with Superman. Okay, next on the chopping block, let's talk about these suckers, your hands. Because hands can be distracting. If they're fidgeting, if they're hiding in your pockets and flapping around with no purpose, your audience is going to pay attention to the distraction more than your message. And here's my number one rule. If a gesture is not serving your message, fire it. Get rid of it. But I have a lot of clients that ask me, well, what do I do when I don't know what to do with my hands? So here is my favorite trick. Act as if you're offering a plate of cookies. Picture it. Your hands are relaxed, They're open, slightly extended, like you're saying, here, I have something for you. Because that's what great speaking is. You're serving your audience. And every gesture should feel like you're giving them something valuable to take away. Now, let me show you the difference. If I cross my arms when I'm speaking, what am I really saying? I'm closed off. Don't come closer. What if I keep my hands in my pockets? Now, you can't see my pockets, but let's just say, what do you feel? Detached? Nervous, maybe? Uncertain? I don't know. Or how about if I flap my hands with no purpose and you're watching my hands? Are you listening to what I'm saying right now? But when I serve cookies, when my hands are open and steady, when they're intentional, the message is, I am here to give you something of value. And that is the presence people can feel. Now, just like your hands send a message, so does your voice. So if your voice is flat, you're going to get treated like some old voicemail greeting, the kind we ignore. It's time to add rhythm and pause and flavor. You got to think of your voice like seasoning because nobody remembers bland. All right, we're going to try this together. You ready? Out loud, I want you to say these words. This changes everything. But first say it flat. Okay? Super flat. This changes everything. This changes everything. But now I want you to say it like you mean it. Add a pause, add some energy. This changes everything. What did you feel? Did you feel that shift? You see, it's the same words, but a whole new presence. And that is the power of your voice. And here's why it works. So you have 3 tools every great speaker uses: tone, tempo, and pause. Now, tone, it's the emotion. It says, I'm excited to be here. But with a flat tone, it sounds like sarcasm. You say it with warmth and energy, it feels real. Now, tempo is your speed. Speed up when you want urgency, like you need to hear this now, and slow down when you want it to land. This changes everything. Okay, my favorite is the pause. Power of the pause. Pause is silence, and silence is powerful. Silence is when the audience leans in, when your words sink in, when anticipation builds. So I want you to practice. Here's another phrase. Your life is about to get better. Say it quickly and flat. Your life is about to get better. Does that land? Now I want you to slow down and add some tone and drop in a pause. Ready? Here we go. Your life, pause, your life is about to get better. You feel the difference? It's the same words, but one version they'll forget and the other version they'll never forget. Now, of course, there are definitely many ways to train this into your delivery, so it becomes natural every single time. But that's something I dive deeper into inside of my program. But for today, I just want you to notice when you play with tone and tempo and pause, you're going to stop sounding like a speaker and start sounding like a movement, an unforgettable movement. But voice alone isn't enough. You see, magic happens when you stop trying to impress people and you start trying to connect. When you're real, people feel it. And even through the screen. Because presence isn't about being perfect. I've made mistakes already today. It's about making your audience say, she's talking to me. And here's the thing. If people log off your presentation saying, that was nice, you've already lost them. You don't want nice. You want, where's the link? How do I sign up? Because that is connection. And I want you to think about the last time you were on a Zoom. Was the person reading their slides? Were they monotone? Did they have energy? Do you remember what they said? Or were you kind of busy checking your text messages or opening a browser tab? Now, I want you to compare that to the speaker who's alive and animated and makes you forget that you're even staring at a screen. You see, it's all the same words, but a totally different presence. Now, are you ready for a rule? If it's flat for you, it's dead for them. Because the connection, it happens when you feel it first. When you reclaim your voice, your presence, everything shifts. You're going to stop begging for the applause. It is time to demand respect. Don't chase the clients. It's important that we gotta attract them, because if you're just background noise, it's not going to land. Now is the time to be the signal, that voice that people are waiting for. Now, I've seen that transformation in myself, but also with my clients and countless others. People who used to blend into the past, into the background, they now walk into rooms and they log into Zooms and they light up. You see, behind every one of those stories is a comeback. And that comeback begins with a choice. The choice to stop shrinking and start showing up. And when you decide to own your voice, that momentum, that's your true comeback. That's when it takes shape. That's when you can reclaim your power and presence. The greatest transformations, they always have a comeback at the center of them. And when you make that comeback your own, people don't just clap. They follow you. They believe and they move with you. So if you remember nothing else from me today, remember this. Your comeback starts the very moment you choose your voice. And the world is waiting for the voice that leads. So I want to support you in taking that step. And I want to invite you into my Speak Society. It's a paid membership community for speakers and leaders who want to keep sharpening their presence and performance. But for you, those of you who are watching this presentation right now, you can join free for the first 2 weeks. Come and experience the tools, the coaching, and the community, and see how quickly your voice and confidence grow. Remember, your comeback starts now, and I'd love to walk with you inside of the Speak Society.
Hi, I'm Lady C. I'm here today to talk about how do you make the impossible things in your life possible. So let's get started. It's okay. I'm not okay. We're all not okay. It's okay to say that you're not okay. And if you're not okay, ask for help. Tell someone. When we think about mental health is probably one of the most crucial things that we're all experiencing even today. And also look around people that are around us and see if they are okay. And always be willing to give a hand. When we think about mental health, we think about emotional, we think about the environment, we think about just physical factors. And when we think about making those things possible that are impossible, one of the first things we need to check is our mental health and the mental health of others around us. One of my favorite quotes from Mark Twain is, "The two most important days in your life are the day that you were born and the day you find out." Whew, let me tell you, when you find out your why, your life just feels different. It hits different because that purpose, that passion, the things that you're going through, the things that you're experiencing, you know that trouble don't last always, but you know your why. In this presentation, I'm going to give you 5 P's that you can use to make those impossible things possible in your life. So let's start off with your passion. When we think about a passion, we think about what are those things that you would do even if there was no money involved. Like you would do it for free and you wouldn't care because you just do. Or think about the things that you do already, the things that you're doing already and you're not getting paid for it. And people say, girl, you know, you should be charging for that, or you should be doing this, that, or whatever. But understand that's where your passion lies. And so where your passion lies, those are the things that you just, you just jump out of bed, you just run to it, you just do those things and you don't think anything about them. So I want to show you kind of a graph or picture where you can see kind of the intersection of where passion and purpose lie. So the passion is that thing that you love to do. You love to do that thing, whatever that thing is. When you look at the world and look at the mission, a lot of times, especially if you're entrepreneurial, they'll always say, what is that answer that you can solve? If you have a service, a tool, a business, manufacturing product, or whatever it is, if whatever you're doing solves an answer, is an answer to a problem, that's mission driven. When we think about vocation, think about what is the thing that you can be paid for. So job wise, what is it that you're doing? And then also think about the things that you're good at. And so where all of these things intersect, look at it carefully. That is a way that you can find your purpose, because your purpose is not necessarily just the one thing, it's how all of those things intersect. And there, if you're still wondering, like, what is your why? What is your purpose? Understand there are a lot of books and things out there that can help you kind of dissect what that looks like so that you can figure out your why and then you can start walking towards your why. Let's talk about your purpose. We saw it in the picture, but think about the thing and take a deep breath and say this with me. Anything that costs you your peace is too expensive. Let's meditate and say it again. Anything that costs you your peace is too expensive. So think about your life, kind of do an inventory and think about what are the things that are costing your peace. And then think about a way of how you can eliminate those things, or you can work around them, or whatever it is that you have to do. Because anything that costs you your peace, it is too expensive. Now, I want to go through this with you just to kind of help us understand when we start talking about purpose and passion. One of these things that I've always liked to say is, what is your belief system? Because whatever you believe, that is what you think. Your thoughts become your words become your actions become your habits become your values become your destiny. So when you think about your life and some of the things that you have experienced, think about what is your belief system. For most people, our belief systems were started when we were just a child. A lot of times they're based off how we grew up, how we see the world based from our lens. And those are your belief systems. And so a lot of times people will say, well, if there's a situation, like, how do you know which version is right or something like that? But understand that everybody, and this is why diversity is such a good thing, because everybody has a diversity of thought based, everybody's bringing something different to the table. So one of the things I ask for you to do when you're making the impossible things possible is sit down and really think about what are your belief systems, and then also understanding what is the cultural norm, or in a situation, what is a generally based belief. Understand how you believe, how you see the world. That's how you react to the world. So your actions become your habits. So if you have some bad habits or you have some things that you're trying to change, think about the root cause of where you obtain those habits, what your belief system is about those habits. But understand that your habits become your values, and your value systems, and your value systems becomes your destiny. So if you're trying to do something different and you want to see something different, or you need to see something different in your life, think about the tiny things that you could do today. And these things don't cost money. They just cost your time to think about, to inventory the different ways that you see yourself and how you respond to things. Plan. What does your plan look like? I understand a lot of times people will say, well, I can't plan it all, or my life happened to me, I didn't happen to it. Understand that whatever you plan, whatever you set your intention to, that's the thing that happens. So for planning, think about purposes and things that you can do so that you can get to the goal, or you can get to the job, or you can get to whatever it is that you're planning to do. So one of my favorite verses, it says, "And the Lord answered me and said, write the vision, make it plain upon tables, that he may run that readeth it. For the vision is yet for an appointed time, but at the end it shall speak and not lie. Though it tarry, wait for it, because it will surely come. It will not tarry." So think about, what is the thing? We say journal. When you write things down, you give it a life. It's like you give it feet, you give it permission to be what it's going to be. And so write those things down, make a plan. And on top of that, I always say, make a goal. So when we make goals, one of the things we always talk about is making them smart. And you say, how do you make a goal smart? Well, we're going to make it specific. We're going to make it measurable, achievable, relevant, and timely. So when we make something specific, we want to know, what do we want to accomplish? How do we measure it? Understanding that whatever it is that we want to achieve, is it achievable? Is it relevant? And then, of course, is it timely? So let's just make an example of, I want to save $2,500 in the next 6 months. That's a specific goal, because I want to save $2,500. How are you going to measure it? You can look in the bank account. You can look on your statement for your debit card or whatever, and you can see how much money that's there. And then achievable. Now, when we talk about things that are achievable, think about this. If you've never saved $2,500, or you don't have an emergency fund, then maybe instead of $2,500, you need to say, I need to save $500, or I need to save $1,000. Or maybe think about, in order for you to achieve that goal, what are some additional things that you need to do? So you may need to get your side hustle on, you may need to get another job or something like that. But by doing those things, what you're doing is you're looking at the achievability of the goal that you have. The other piece is relevant. So that I always say, what's the why? What's the thing that inspires you? Because I want to save $2,500 in the next 6 months so that I can what? So that I can go on vacation, so that I can start back in school, so that I can make a deposit for whatever. What is the why? What is the thing that inspires you? Because whatever that thing is, keep it before you. Have a picture of it. If it's a vacation and you want to go to Jamaica, have a picture of Jamaica. And so anytime you want to spend money and you get online that you want to buy something, you'll look up and you'll see Jamaica and you'll be like, you know what? I'm not going to buy that, whatever I wanted to buy, because I want to go to Jamaica. So whatever the thing is, make it relevant, make it something that inspires you. Also, for the timeliness of it is, what's the goal? When do you want to meet it? So if you're going to say, I'm going to save $2,500 in 6 months, then say, okay, am I going to save the same amount every month? So $2,500 divided by 6, or am I going to do a lump sum, or am I just going to collect monies to do that? What does that look like? The other thing is, be persistent. Don't let nothing deter you from whatever it is that you're trying to accomplish. Understand that we may fall down, but just continue to get up. Because as you're getting up, understand that what you're doing is you're still making baby steps towards your goal. And then when you get your goal, you'll look back and you'll be like, okay, so I went through that, but I still was successful. I was still able to accomplish that. But then also understand, don't beat yourself up. Forgive yourself. If you're not moving as fast as you want to, or things are not happening the way that you want them to happen, it's okay, but keep moving. Don't stop, can't stop, continue. Surround yourself with people that are encouragers, that are helping you, that are your biggest cheerleaders. When, find an accountability partner and say, hey, this is the thing that I'm trying to accomplish. I want you to be my accountability partner. Look for someone that maybe is trying to do the same thing that you're doing, and encourage each other. And I say, what's your race? Hebrews 12:1. Let us run with perseverance the race marked out for us, fixing our eyes on Jesus, the pioneer and perfecter of our faith. That kind of goes back to the Mark Twain quote when it says the why, like, why am I here? When you know your why and you're running towards your why and you're looking for your purpose, understand that there will be obstacles. In fact, there will be people that deliberately set roadblocks for you on purpose because they don't want you to go or be wherever you are. That's okay. Run around the roadblock. Run over the roadblock. Catapult over the roadblock. But keep on running. Even if you are walking really fast, keep moving. Don't stop. Prayer. Prayer is a thing that is, I will say, probably the most important thing to making those impossible things possible. Because understand that with prayer, you're able to get clarity. You're also able to find out, is this, I have ministered to people and there's a thing that they're doing, and they're frustrated because they're not able to accomplish it. But when we pray and we go back and we look and see and listen, it could be that the reason why the thing is not happening is because it was not meant to happen. Or maybe that was not a will. Maybe that was not part of your purpose. Maybe you're trying to do something that is outside of what is planned for you at this time. But also, I always say, too, is that a delay is not a denial. Sometimes there is delays because we're just not in a place where we can handle all the abundance that the Lord is trying to give us because we're not ready yet. And so if we're not ready yet, He's not going to give it to us. So prayer is a thing that try to have some type of meditation, take a moment, daily. And I think a lot of times people, they misconstrue it that it has to be an hour or it has to be 30 minutes or, prayer is a conversation that you're having, just like you're talking to a person. What is your prayer life? Make it deliberate, make it on purpose, and make it focus. Even when you're praying, just like I talked about the SMART goals previously, you could actually make your prayer smart. I know people go, huh? Yes, make your prayers smart so that when you're praying, make them very specific, make them measurable, make them so that there's something that is achievable, relevant, that's timely. But also understand you can't put God on a timetable. Let's just say that. However, understand that a delay is not a denial. So one of the things that I do on a daily basis is me and the Serenity Prayer, we're best friends. I literally have the Serenity Prayer around like at least 3 different places in my home. And it's like one of the first things I see when I wake up. I have it in the bathroom and then I have it on the way out the door. So there's 2 different versions of the Serenity Prayer. So this is the long version. So let me read it. God grant me the serenity to accept the things I cannot change, courage to change the things I can, and wisdom to know the difference. Living one day at a time, enjoying one moment at a time, accepting hardships as the pathway to peace, taking as he did the sinful world as it is, not as I would have it, trusting that he will make all things right if I surrender to his will, that I may be reasonably happy in this life and supremely happy with him forever in the next. Understand controlling those controllables and then allowing and releasing the things. And once I release them, not picking them up. It is a daily thing. And one of the things you have to think about is control the things that you can control. I can remember one of the things my mom told me when I was little. Sometimes we would look around and we'll say, well, such and such doing this and that and whatever. And, my mom would always say, but what are you doing? Like, what can you control? You can't control other people. And so I think even as adults, we're disappointed in things because we're trying to control other people. We can only control and manage ourselves. When we think about mindfulness, understand wealth and abundance. We think about abundance and we go back with abundance versus scarcity. Abundance means plenty, having a large quantity. It's that nature, that life to manifest, grow, and become. And the thing is, when you think of more, or you think of, you think about your life and you're like, I know I was created for something more than this. I know there is more to life than this. Don't give up on that. Understand that whatever's inside you is going to come out. And so we're all going through different things. And as we're going through those different things, understand that those things are for reasons and seasons. So under abundance, when you think about scarcity and you live in scarcity and you live in like there's lack, understand that everything you do is going to be based off of the lack that you think that you don't have. One of my favorite poems by Dr. Mays is Just a Minute. I've only just a minute, only 60 seconds in it, forced upon me, can't refuse it, didn't seek it, didn't choose it, but it's up to me to use it. I must suffer if I lose it, give an account if I abuse it, just a tiny little minute, but eternity is in it. So we think about decisions, we think about choices, we think about the people that are around us, understand that our life is the sum total of every decision that we've made, and we are the sum total of the 5 people around us. So if we're looking at our lives and we want to make a difference, then we need to start with ourselves. So many times we try to change other people, we try to make people, we try to tell them what they need to do. But at the end of the day, we need to start with ourselves. We need to choose and make things that we can control. And then from there, see what happens. So hopefully in this conversation, you've written down, you've taken notes, but the 5 P's: passion, purpose, planning, persistence, and most importantly, prayer. Thank you for listening, and I hope to connect with you soon. Bye for now.
Hello, I am Coach Gatson, Coach G as they call me, and I'm going to talk to you today